Welcome to the In Season podcast, rated R for language.
None of us are doctors or neurologists. The things you're about to hear are opinions of people living with epilepsy or seizures. These are firsthand experiences. Epilepsy can cause speech problems, and the medications are hard to pronounce. So please bear with me.
Epilepsy can cause bad memory, so some stories will be repeated. I'm Pookie. Get ready.
So our opening question today is, what's the best piece of advice you've ever been given about your diagnosis?
To give it time.
Absolutely. Think it over. All right. So best piece of advice I've ever been given is epilepsy is individual. Don't ever expect to, any of the research I do or something I hear from somebody else, don't expect that that's going to work for me. So basically don't get high hope.
Yes, but I had a stroke. I couldn't talk for a while. For a while means almost a year. And I can't I still can't talk continuously. But fuck it.
All right, James, is this your first meet?
No, James was here last time, but he doesn't have a mic or anything. And
oh, that's right. Okay. All right, well,
yeah,
feel free to post your answer to that. What's the best advice you've ever been given about epilepsy in the chat?
the icebreaker is, what was the best advice somebody gave you about your epilepsy?
Probably take my meds on time.
That's a good one. That's a very good one. Okay, I'll start with the first one now. It says, since seizures a couple of weeks ago, I think I have brain damage. A few weeks ago, I had my first seizure ever. 3 and 24 hours, I was hospitalized for 3 days, had brain MRI, lumbar puncture, EEG, CT scan, etc. Released with follow-up appointment with private practice neurologist in October, plus prescribed Keppra. I was feeling kind of okay, but weak when I first got home. But now I'm having cognitive issues with things like typing, hitting the wrong key over and over. This post is taking forever. I know how to spell something, but we'll hit the same key several times. Also, the TV remote, which I've used for several years, I can no longer remember which button does what to function. It no longer seems to mostly be things I'm having issues with. No further seizures. I live alone, and of course, I can't drive yet. Has this happened to anyone? Any ideas or suggestions? I'm really freaked out. I say take your pills. Don't worry too much. Don't stress yourself out because you could have a seizure. Just do things that keep you peaceful because you can have a seizure from not being peaceful, from being stressed out.
Take notes of everything.
You said take notes? Oh yeah, that is a good one. Take notes. Take notes of everything. Get the, what's that app called? It's some journaling app.
Epilepsy.
Oh, that's a good one. I heard about it. I think I downloaded it and haven't used it. But anybody got any advice for someone just starting out? They just had 3 seizures.
It takes time.
It gets better with time. It's going to be hard in the beginning. I can't say that. But one of the comments is, I'm really sorry to hear you're dealing with what you are. I'm on Keppra as well. When I first started taking it, was somewhat disorientating. It was about a month to get used to the side effects. Longer for others. My advice would be take it easy and journal everything that seems off to you. When you have to see your neurologist appointment in October, I would address every concern. I hope you get to feeling better soon. That's good advice since we didn't have much.
No, but pretty much whatever he said.
Yeah, take care of yourself, I say. But I move forward to another one now. kind of flying through them. You guys gotta help us out. It says epilepsy imposter syndrome. Sometimes when I have good periods where I don't have any focals, I feel like I've been faking it all. Then when I feel like shit, but it's not yet a seizure, I worry that I'm faking it because I want to have a seizure. Today I felt all types of bad, confusion, heart palpitations, just feeling of wrong. But I worry that I have read too much about these things during seizures and have been gaslighting myself into feeling them. I've also only had 2 TC seizures, what makes it feel less legit and like my epilepsy isn't that bad.
I hate when that happens.
Yeah, when you get the precursors and no seizure.
Yep.
Yeah, you're not tripping. Sometimes things like this just come with epilepsy, and I wouldn't say you just got to deal with it, but yeah, this is something that comes with epilepsy. Don't gaslight yourself. I think I've been there a couple times, telling myself that I'm feeling like I'm doing too much, but
It's good if they're not having more seizures, even if it makes you feel like you're making it up and whatever. Having 2 tonic-clonics is not nothing, and you want to keep it at 2 if you can.
one of the comments is, I'm in the same boat. I feel extremely dizzy and woozy sometimes. I have dystonia and clonics in my arms and legs. Somebody else said challenges are not competitions. Stuff is hard to deal with. I don't say make yourself have a what is it? Don't make yourself have a seizure over it. Is what I'm saying. People worry too much sometimes. With time, it'll get better. I say, all due in time. It's gonna get worse before it gets better. It's gonna get way worse before it gets better.
I like those ones that always post the positive sides. They try to kind of, I feel like, adapt to your new normal. So be ready, have something close by just in case you need it. Know where your rescue meds are, basically. But keep doing your hobbies. If it's something not obviously dangerous. In other words, just maybe focus more on your accomplishments than what you can't do anymore. And that makes dealing with it a little easier.
I just say do things that make you happy. That's what matters. Regardless of what anybody's saying. You follow everybody else's lead, you're gonna be disappointed and eventually have resentment yourself for listening to people, and now you're at the point where you're too far. Yeah, I don't want to vent with you guys, but yeah. Hey, Angel, can't hear you yet.
Oh, sorry, I had it on mute.
Oh, how's your day going?
It's pretty good. I woke up pretty early today, and I think everything is getting like back on track on me. You know,
Mm-hmm.
like my days are getting back on track.
Excopri is not doing as much fatigue these days.
It's still doing its thing. Um, I noticed when I forgot to take it with the clonazepam, it wasn't as strong. So, like, I did wake up like 5 a.m. in the morning, but
Yeah, I can't do 5 in the morning, especially when I can't sleep in the nighttime anyway.
I was up at 6 in the morning, but 5 is too much.
I have insomnia and I can't help it sometimes, and I just like sitting here like, oh, the sun's coming up. Forgot to go to sleep.
Mm.
I feel like I'm in jail. Until 2 weeks ago, I had been 11 months seizure free. Then yesterday, another one reared its ugly head. My doc told me it was provoked. A reason why, then it doesn't count. While lack of sleep is mostly like the culprit, I have enjoyed not having seizures and not worrying about every little thing. And now I have to pay attention to extra attention to all the things all over again. It just sucks. Somebody, I need some help. I had somebody else on here and they said they hadn't had seizures for so long, and then Yeah, the person was like, now I feel like I'm back to being a patient because I haven't had a seizure in so long. I was like, what do you mean being a patient? You're forever a patient once you have epilepsy. Um, but the same thing to this person. Don't feel like you're in jail. You're gonna have seizures. You can try and try, but get controlled. Once you get controlled, I'm not saying it's not gonna never be under control, because of course we got twisted under control. But yeah, take your time. Um,
Until.
yeah, I'll pray for you that things get better. And yeah, don't take my word for it. Seizures are there. Just be prepared.
Unpredictable.
Yeah, just be prepared. Because yeah, but also the doctor said yours were provoked, and yeah, since provoked for not getting sleep, um, that's also your fault. So yeah,
That's victim blaming.
I'm sorry.
But I don't think that like sleep deprivation like that for living their life or whatever should. I didn't think that that was what counted as being considered provoked. I thought it was when it was induced under medical supervision, like at the VEEG studies. Um, but
I think the doctor is victim blaming.
I mean, I was just kind of joking when I said that, but like, it doesn't seem like that kind of scenario would be something that, like, from the legal framework, the legal standpoint, that is what gets you your driver's license rights back. I don't think that that's what counts as, induced versus non-induced. I thought it was only when it was, intentionally triggered. When it was just life circumstances, um, that led them to sleep deprive themselves, then, that's a breakthrough and they've got to live their life more carefully. Is what I would expect my doctor to tell me. Um, if I, but sleep deprivation night when I had my two seizures right at the very end of all of it, and they said, that was what was considered induced because we caused you to go through all of the stuff that led to this seizure. But outside of that, the any other seizures out in the wild would be um, what the state here would consider unprovoked for driver's license purposes. If I were to seek that again, they would reset the clock every time I get one. It's another back to 2 years, which sucks. That's one of the longer ones, I think.
Yeah, that makes sense. What's up, Angel?
I just wanted to add, well, kind of go off a little bit off of what Mark said because things aren't always as they seem, especially when you're a parent with sleep deprivation, especially when you're a parent of a baby, it's like you got to work on their time. You got to sleep when they sleep, and it's different with them. Um, and I learned that with when I was taking care of my daughter. You know, like the first 3 years, I learned that. it's like you got to sleep when she sleeps, and when she wakes up in the middle of the night, especially her first few years, she had colic. Um, I had to wake up in the middle of the night for her and stuff. And not every situation is you're looking for sleep deprivation, and you got to watch out for it. But yeah, sometimes it is like if you're up all night and you're partying with your friends, and that's a different story. But
Have you guys ever had physicians kind of suggest it was your fault for getting a dose?
Not yet.
nope.
That medication dependence is pretty strong on a lot of the meds. So
Yeah,
for
I
me, it's
don't
two
think
every
doses.
time I've missed a dose, it has been my fault though, so I wouldn't blame them if they tried.
Yeah.
Just
I was
it's
gonna say the
okay if
same
I
thing.
blame myself, right?
I think the ones that I've like self-provoked, like not taking my medication, those were my fault. So I wouldn't exactly tell them, or even there's no reason to tell them because like I missed my meds. That was my fault. I had a seizure because of this. But yeah, one of the comments here says, "You're not alone. I'm in jail with you." Another one says, "I know that feeling too well. As I got older, to feel those little things have have to be watched out for even more, or else surprise another seizure. This year I had to go through switching meds and finding a new med right dosage. I felt like I've been in this jail the whole year so far." I'm sorry you feel like that. Another person said, "I use CBD oil every day, and every time I feel the aura, works 95% of the time, as well as EPALM. You can get a hold of a cannabis clinic and they sort you out. Officially think that I may have epilepsy. I am not professionally diagnosed. Hi, so I had my first seizure at the beginning of July. Then about 2 weeks later, I had another seizure, and it's about 2 weeks after that, almost three, and I have another seizure. I did a concussion. I did a concussion in the beginning of June from some head trauma brought on by an assault. The ER doctor thinks that could have been aiding these seizures. I've always been someone who lives very stressful environment, and my nervous system is out of whack behind it. I have been diagnosed with anxiety, depression, bipolar 2, borderline personality disorder. For the first time in my life, I'm experiencing seizures. The doctors keep telling me it's due to stress. Again, 3 seizures in about 3 weeks. I Googled it. You really shouldn't Google anything. I know. Why did I do it? And it says when it's frequent like that, that epilepsy may be diagnosed. I don't want to be epileptic. I mean, I don't know anybody who is, but I really have to be trying. I really have to be really have to be independent and get my life together for me and my 15-month-old child. I'm a single mother and I'm really trying to start my life to support my son and I. I don't want to be depending on anybody or anything. And if I have seizures like this, I can't get a car. My son has seen me have all these seizures. And I hear the way that he calls out for me. The last thing I'll hear before just a feeling of exhaust overcomes. I'm so tired, very, very tired. There's a neurologist in my neighborhood, but he's the only one he's only around 3 times a week. His availability isn't until later in August. I have that appointment, but it's just so hard to know right now. Where do I go from here?
Narrow down what you got out of Google, what you think might actually be relevant to your case, and figure out how to present it to the doctor in a way that can actually get something official.
Yeah.
It's like you got to get the
Or
doctor to kind of think of it themselves.
or you can listen to Raven in the comments. Raven said, "Hey friend, I totally get the fear of the diagnosis. I'm sorry you're going through this. If you have another seizure, please consider going to the emergency room. They can diagnose you and put you on meds way faster than waiting on a neuro appointment, which you should keep regardless. Good luck.
A
That's
wild
great
raven
advice, Raven.
appears. That's pretty cool.
Raven, you're a great person.
Oh, thanks. That's sweet.
Yeah.
So Twisted, what we've got here, this map of scars. Tell me, are these scars from the seizures you had under medically induced circumstances?
No, I was
Okay.
some of them are um but some of them aren't.
Yeah, that's rough. The one from the craniotomy still doesn't even like grow hair the same. I feel like I'm always doing comb overs on this side.
Mhm.
Yep, right in the front. Yep. So that's like the perfect line for a little headband.
No, and it hurts
Oh,
when
really?
craniotomy, because they put a whole lot of thing. Uh,
It like
where
physically hurts now, like after the surgery.
Oh,
no, they put a thing as big as my hand, like this.
Was that to fill in the portion of the skull that was removed?
And
Okay,
I
so
was
during the healing.
no, they still left a thing about a gap
Oh,
for them to grow, um for it to grow, uh mm-hmm.
okay. So they left it to grow and that never happened.
uh mm,
I'm trying to figure that out. Maybe that's why I have this random pain. I mean, it's more towards the top, so it doesn't, it's never the part that's on the pillow, but that does kind of feel
touch it.
awkward. That's what I mean. If I touch it, it hurts. But and this is exactly where you're supposed to put the magnet to do the data transfer. So that's when I always feel it.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, maybe that is. I don't know. Now I kind of want to see my own scans or some kind of imaging. Okay, so another interesting study that I thought you guys would appreciate is the point of this one. It was done in Australia.
Oh, you want to see my nanny cam?
What's the footage?
Uh,
Oh wait, are you talking about the footage or actually the camera?
uh, actually, the camera.
Yeah,
Oh,
sure.
okay. Go ahead. Show and tell Tuesday.
That's interesting.
Oh, Mark's got one over there. Oh, there's Mark's. Yep. Oh, that one's probably got a good view.
Yeah, mine is
This
right
is
here looking at me.
the whole bedroom. It's got a view from the bedroom door all the way to the bed now. So
Cats ever
I
unplug it?
adjusted it a little bit. It was kind of focused centered on the bed,
Oh,
but
Twisted
if
up
it
there too.
had turned
Nice.
a little bit to the right, it would have caught like
Ah,
my whole
yeah.
big thing last Sunday instead of just kind of the tail end of it. So yeah. Um, strategic aiming is important, not just the placement. So that's my takeaway from this whole experience.
Your cats ever unplug it?
No, not yet.
Oh, okay.
I don't think that they will. I think that that's It's threaded behind a tight place. I think it's cat proof, but now you're gonna
Well
have
placed.
planted a seed that will make me paranoid and keep me
Oh
awake
no.
while I'm trying to
Now,
sleep.
now you have
Literally
Mark
hanging
thinking,
over my head at night when I'm trying to go to bed. So thank
I'm
you.
sure it's plenty secure.
Yeah, it should be
Okay.
fine.
Yeah.
So this Australian. Oh, go ahead, Raven. I mean, Twisted.
Mark, I came on late. I just
Oh,
wanted to
Angel.
say welcome back from your EMU.
Thank you. Yeah, it it was uneventful, no seizures. So, yeah, the nurse at the monitoring unit said that based on what she saw at the EMU, I showed her the video and the write-up of my whole experience. And she said based on what she saw there that she doesn't think that what happened on that Saturday was a seizure. So I don't know. I don't know what I mean, first off, I guess I'm pretty pretty secure in like I don't need her to consider it a seizure to know what happened. But aside from that, it seems like it should be on her to explain what would have happened, what would have caused that kind of symptomology and um explain how it happened because the only other thing that I can think of would be a strong case of serotonin syndrome. And I was not doing boatloads of ecstasy. I was getting ready to go to bed. So I
You were
just
getting ready for chicken wings that day.
chicken, yes, burning hot buffalo wings. So I don't know, maybe the serotonin from the anticipation and maybe the chicken was just that good that it pushed me over the edge and I just started flooding myself with serotonin. Love that chicken, man. So
Maybe the sauce.
yes, yes, the whole combination, I mean, all of it. It's just, it's just wonderful, the heat of it all. Just lean into the pain,
That
the burn.
concoction.
Yeah, it's a
Gimme,
beautiful
gimme.
thing. But you're on the list to get a pepper package. So I've got
Mhm.
3 people, you, Jeff, and Brandon so far. So we'll see. But the plants are getting ready. I've got some ripe ones already. So we'll see. Once they really start getting going, I'm drowning in them. So um I don't know. I don't know how long the pepper list can get before it starts spreading a little too thin, so I've got to consider that. But you guys are guaranteed top pick. First ones, most beautiful. Yeah. So
Thank you.
Priority is much appreciated.
yeah. Did you
Noted.
want some, Kate?
Let's make sure you're not getting spread too thin first, and then we'll take it from there.
Okay.
So this study is talking about. I wanted to look into it because I never assumed that medical professionals would ever admit to their treatments just not being enough. That's kind of what I thought this was going, but they're saying that 2/3 of people with epilepsy can become seizure free with appropriately selected ASMs, anti seizure medications. Adherence is crucial for achieving seizure control. Unfortunately, treatment gaps prevent many people from accessing or adhering to those medications, we aim to understand the factors that promote and hinder adherence. And what they came up with was a few key points here. HCPs felt busy lifestyles and shift work were linked with forgetfulness and young age and male gender influenced health prioritization. So what do you think about that point? You think guys tend to just kind of blow it off?
Pull it
Any
off.
less adherence in that gender?
I, as a
And no
female,
answer from the guys. Go figure. None of the
as
men
a
are
female,
speaking to it. Yes, please.
I don't think. I mean,
think
I was
No,
diagnosed
Angel, it's
young.
okay, Angel. Just let Twisted finish.
Yeah, I'll let.
I, as a female, prioritize myself uh first. Prioritize is the synonym of putting yourself first. Um but when I say I have to take my medications, my husband is in panic mode. Goes in panic mode.
I mean, just assuming that you're talking about like emergency meds.
No, uh
A regular dose. When you miss a dose, he's angry, right?
yes.
Understandable. Yeah, they don't like seeing it. Come to find out. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, that's it's traumatizing.
Fuck off and find out.
Yeah.
That's one way to look at it. Now, the next point they found was overburdened healthcare systems in metropolitan areas and limited access to healthcare in rural settings were barriers to adherence. So, I mean, can we all agree that that's a valid point, finally recognized, that sometimes you literally just can't access your meds?
Yep.
Yep.
And all too many times when they put you on the benzos and the controlled substance, you can't even refill it until the day you run out if you take it as
Mm-hmm.
prescribed. So it's impossible to take the medications as prescribed.
Well, even
Not.
taking it as prescribed, you can run out if, as prescribed says, as needed, and you needed more than was prescribed in that 30-day window that they gave you. I mean, they're way stingy with the number of tablets that they give in each bottle these days now, too. Unless you've
Yeah.
had like a long running prescription of like daily tablets, they don't want to give more than a dozen tablets really in one 30-day window. And that's, I get that. I mean, I do, but it's frustrating at the same time.
So does anybody else agree with the point they made that HCPs found ASM adherence may be facilitated by adding those to existing routines? Like always taking your pills around the time you brush your teeth or using these reminders on the phones. You guys have had luck with that?
Yes. And no.
Yeah. No, I rely on the reminders on my phone for everything. But if I
Yeah.
don't have my phone on me, then
I
Well,
have reminders on my phone. I have reminders like everywhere for me.
I liked using the Apple Watch too, Mark, but for some reason, I think I just had it too tight, and this annoying little lump won't go away now. I
Oh,
literally
I
have to
don't
do
use
things
Apple
like,
Watches.
yeah, I have to do stuff a different
that's
way. I screwed up with the watch.
Yeah, no, I'm not cool enough. I've got just a Fitbit. I'm not cool enough for an Apple Watch.
Yeah.
No, I think
Um,
I was using one of those elastic wristbands, and I just let it fit too tight or wore it too long. I think it more had to do with like wearing it overnight. I shouldn't have done that.
I mean, they're built to track your sleep, so wearing it overnight really shouldn't be an issue. I wonder if the difference in the wristbands, um, I wonder if you have a metal allergy and the contacts that they have for measuring, skin conductivity, have a different alloy that maybe includes something. Nickel is a very common metal allergy, and it's definitely conceivable that nickel could have been included in those contact points. It's I don't know. But something to consider. I don't know if you've ever been um uh tested for any sort of metal allergies.
I
The
have
only
not.
reason I think I'm safe from the metal allergy, I'm in this situation anyway, is because there's, I haven't been wearing it for months and it's still there. It's a little lump. It was never redness, swelling, any like typical allergic reaction type symptoms.
I wanted
Okay,
one
now the
of
next
Is
those.
one.
it like
Yeah, go
a
ahead.
like a cyst under the skin?
Yes.
Or yeah,
Yeah, I think
just like a
whatever those joint doctor or joint specialists are, that one of them drained it to begin with, and now it's not as obvious. But if I look, if you look at both wrists next to each other, you can still see it and can definitely feel it if I'm using it basically.
I
hmm.
wanted an Epi watch, but you need a prescription for those.
Wait,
You
what are
watch you need a
Okay.
those?
prescription?
Yeah, it's like an Epi watch. It's I think it's called Epi watch.
Where do you get it from?
They're really expensive.
Oh, the ones
Uh,
that are $500.
Yeah,
Oh,
like they won't even let you buy it off the website. Like they say you need a prescription for it.
mm-hmm.
so it's like $500 with like advertised with
The
all kinds
basic
of
one.
discounts and stuff for the like medical, being a medical device, like the company is giving you all kinds of patient discount material and stuff to get it at this lower price. Or
Yeah,
I should just look for myself, shouldn't I? Why did I? Yeah. Um, what was it? Like epilepsy, EPI?
Epi monitor,
yeah,
what it's called. Yeah, it's just Epi monitor. Has a time on it, 7 days battery life, and seizure alerts. Yeah, I take an Apple Watch. You get the time, you get phone calls, and all that extra stuff.
Seizure monitoring, though that's interesting. That would be, I wonder how well it does at really detecting them. I'd imagine that, a big tonic clonic is dramatic enough that you would need a lot of like special um additional investigation, but I wonder if it can detect like focal or absence.
yeah. That's what I would wonder.
Yeah, and on this one, the bracelet is I mean, it's elastic, so you can put it on any size waist, wrist. Um, it tells you how to get a valid prescription, it says, before shipping to the US. Your healthcare practitioner can use our prescription template. Mm.
Seizure forecasting? First of its kind study to develop a seizure forecasting algorithm using real world data collected with groundbreaking wearable technology. I mean, that makes sense.
I can appreciate the research, but it's not far enough along yet to really be usable and definitely not accessible to be covered by insurance companies.
Well,
Yeah.
no, that's what it's saying. No, it's the study is open to all U.S. users of the new FDA cleared Empatica EpiWatch. This is your chance to be part of it.
Yeah,
So
so
they're
being a part of the study, you don't.
looking to people to submit their data to be used to further develop that algorithm. They're not advertising it as ready. They're looking for people to help make it ready. That's
Yeah, it's like the data they're
kind of
already collecting
exciting.
anyway. Yeah, that sounds legit.
If it's something like they'll give the watch to me and that's it, like, and they just want to take my
Information.
stuff, like my data, as long as it's not like turning on a microphone and recording all kinds of conversations that I have ever. I mean, it would basically just be hearing us talk about seizures. So, if anything, it might help them even more. Um,
Yeah, that's what they do
they
with a
can
lot of these implants.
wait. The implants have a microphone,
No,
or
no, not a
the
microphone, but I'm
implants?
saying every time I submit the data, they use it. It's theirs.
Oh yeah, 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 yeah.
Skynet
I mean,
is taking over
it
the
makes
world.
perfect. That's how they're. I mean, it's all research for
Connected.
these neural network type. Um, I don't like to use the term AI because it kind of comes with these.
I'll just go
Um,
neuropace.
but yeah, machine learning. It's really interesting though because the
AI.
way that they built these neural networks, the reason that they gave it the name neural network is because it was the concept was um, created based on um, the concept of the way neurons connect with each other and fire. Um, I forget the whole particular architecture, neurons, axons, dendrons, something like that,
Atoms.
maybe. I don't know. But um, there are these individual points
Dendrites.
that activate and send the signal based on certain criteria. So they set up these little conceptual neurons in the software and develop a little um, equation in that neuron that says when to fire, and based on whatever inputs it's getting from whatever other neurons, it fires its signal to those, and they just have a shit ton of those all connected to each other, and that's how they develop little equations for all of those and how they all communicate to each other, but they're basically building brains like ours. So,
Yeah, it sounds like they couldn't get any more personalized than that.
yeah, it makes me
That's
wonder
awesome.
if these programs can have seizures like we do. If that's what these
Well,
AI
It's all
hallucinations are,
connected to
like the
the matrix.
gibberish coming out of
I
ChatGPT.
don't want a computer program to have a seizure because who knows what could go wrong.
It's
Yeah, that
called
sounds
a
really bad.
glitch.
Yeah.
Twisted, you gotta tell me that's not a cigarette. You calling out the Matrix? Come on. Wow. All right, well, that's your theory. So, this last point I thought was pretty funny. They're saying that establishing strong patient-clinician relationships and providing personalized medication information were felt to facilitate adherence. Has anybody ever been more likely to take their medication if they have a nice doctor?
Yeah,
Okay,
that's exactly
maybe that
what I
is a
did.
valid point.
Because my neurologist, I had him for 20 years. So when he was like, "Oh, I think we should do this," I was like, "Okay, yeah, you know what you're talking about. I trust you. You've gave me a decent medication before." He didn't suggest Keppra, so I was like, "Okay, I can do that. Well, I'll listen to you." But then again, like I said, I had them for 20 years, so eventually you get a relationship with someone.
So
That sounds
you were used to your doctor already. But yeah, I don't. I have to think about the medication now. I have to think about my liver. I have to think about a bunch of things before I'm like, okay, I'll take it.
So, Angel, maybe you fall under this point. They're saying that they consider seizure frequency, severity, and the type as an influence for acceptance of the epilepsy diagnosis and medication adherence. So, do you ever feel like maybe sometimes these meds are doing more harm than good in controlling your seizures and kind of less willing to take it?
Um, I always think they're doing some type of harm. You know, they are in fact messing with our brains. You know, they're introducing chemicals into our brains to try to like eventually slow down the signals in our brains. But and one fine point to make with this, and I'm sorry, it's Kepra. Look what Kepra did to the world. um is you know they can it's not like I couldn't control it maybe when I was under 18. Those were my parents saying I had to take this, I had to take that to control my medicine. I mean, my seizures. But as an adult, yeah, it's like I got to look at it. I looked at Depakote, and as much as I remember Depakote on the first time I was on it, which was over 2 decades ago, um, I was seizure free for 3 years. Well, grand mal seizure free at least. Um, I was looking forward to it. It would not have worked with my liver issues. So that was a big no for me.
Yeah, that's understandable. And at least if you see a doctor, they notice those issues and don't even recommend those really concentrated medications that couldn't cause more damage. I guess that's where they're coming up with the theory of stronger patient relationships. So yeah, I guess if I had other comorbidities that prevented me from taking meds or all the medications I've already taken within, like the last 5 years and said the side effects were so bad, I didn't keep record of that. So for the doctors to notice before I have to kind of do my own research and make sure they don't try to prescribe something that I've already taken, that yeah, I guess that would be a building block for trusting that doctor.
I got
But yeah, I
something.
was glad they go ahead, go ahead.
Says mental health. Just checked into the hospital to get a referral for mental health care. Been very suicidal, bleak outlook. Everything is out of my control anyway, so why not? Anyone else dealt with this? My first time looking for medical care about this. I have TLE and RNS and active epilepsy for 20 years now. Yeah, I've dealt with not the healthcare part, I mean the mental healthcare part. Actually, I talked to a therapist, but not about epilepsy, it was just about my life in general. Um, yeah, I don't have an RNS. I don't have TLE. I have had epilepsy for 20 years, so we're kind of common there. Um, yeah, those thoughts. Yeah, I've had those thoughts. I've been told I had those thoughts of, yeah, jumping off of balconies and stuff. But I'm past that point, so takes time, but medication helps eventually. Got to this point where I feel good about it. Having not so many a year. So I feel like I'm doing pretty good. Just got to get to a place where you're comfortable with how many you're having. I'm not necessarily comfortable, but coming from a whole lot more than 5 a year, I'm comfortable with having less than 5 a year now. I feel like that's a achievement a little bit because my seizures were way worse than they are now. Once I started caring about my health, things changed. One of the
Yay for
comments,
Cookie.
yeah, thank you. Because I was running wild. I didn't care about the medication, sleep, nothing. But I got a comment here. It says, I have missed a semester of school because I was suicidal. Still am sometimes. DM for epilepsy Discord link. Somebody said, I want to grow a place so we have somewhere to go where people fucking understand us. You laid on that one. Another comment says, vent your feelings to the group. You have support here. While support and reassurance from friends, family is awesome, it's incredibly difficult to understand the dad to day concerns. I'm assuming that should say day to day. The day to day concerns and struggles one with epilepsy deals with. Wishing you the best. Someone else says, I've been very emotional now about me hating my epilepsy plus suicidal thoughts. I don't tell my doctors I feel suicidal because I don't want to end up in the ER.
A lot of the epilepsy medications include black box warnings for um, suicidal ideation. So it may be medication side effect. It may be something worth actually bringing up to the doctor, not in a like
They will still try to sweep it under
this
the
is
rug.
something I'm taking, not in a this is something I'm taking seriously context, but a this is something we need to change here because it, assuming it started with the medication. Um, I don't know. I only caught like about half of that, to be honest. So kind of made me
Yeah, I mean they all have their own risks, but I just hate to feel it's like the same with every medication. You got to figure if it's going to be worth it, even if it controls a couple less seizures, like Pookie was saying. I mean, I would see myself as managed if I could get away from more than like 2 tonic-clonics a year. The focals, yeah, as long as they don't get any more severe, last longer, happen more often, I can deal with like, one of those a week. But everybody's kind of status or standards for what counts as managed is different.
Mines are far from managed or controlled. I can say that. Otherwise, I'd be in denial. My seizures are far from controlled, and I know it, and I'm working on getting better with that. You guys, you can't
So
be in
maybe I should
denial.
stop. I don't know if I should stop trying to convince myself that 5 surgeries a month is managed. Because that's the direction I'm headed right now after talking to everybody here so much.
Yeah, like you said, everyone's the definition of managed is different. But then we got Kevin over here that's managed and controlled. How you doing, champ?
Hey, how's it going?
All right, I'm gonna ship you a championship belt. I seen it on Amazon. You can decorate it and stuff. Um,
All
I'm
right.
gonna put 7 years strong.
In a few months, 7 years. Yeah, that's right.
All right, that's dope. I know somebody who hasn't had a seizure in that long. But one of the comments of this also says, I also have TLE and RNS, and I have been in this position multiple times. Good on you for seeking care. Also, your neuro for referral. Ours was sent to a psychiatrist with experience working on neuro patients. You're not alone. Strength to you, my fellow epileptic. A neuro pace is the RNS.
Yes. And I know that because I've been doing my research.
Yes, see? And you can remember it. Now you're prepared if anybody ever brings it up. That's incredible. Good job.
Yeah. So anybody here on Excopri? Oh yeah, Angel.
Oh, am I? Yeah, yeah. I am on the titration. So
Okay. Huh.
week 8.
Perfect. This is perfect for you. It says, I start titration tomorrow. What should I expect? Also, anybody on BCBS, have them deny the drug and then approve it. What did that look like? Angel, I'm assuming you know all the evidence to this one.
What's BCBS?
Blue Cross Blue
Blue
Shield.
Cross Blue Shield.
I had to look it up. No worries.
Yeah, Blue Shield. I don't have Blue Shield. As far as Excopri goes, you definitely want to take it at nighttime or start a routine at nighttime, basically to take it. There can be plenty, depending on what you have been on or are taking, of side effects that can happen. Excopri is, I like to say it like this. Excopri doesn't like to play nice with other meds. And one of the meds that they don't like to play nice with is benzodiazepine. So I often get like these big headaches and stuff. But as far as that goes, I think that's probably one of the main ones of the side effects, other than being tired all the time. You will be tired. The titration process, it is very hard to get used to. I think every time that I think I'm about to get used to this and I can start to manage it, I go up to the next level, you know? And I'm supposed to go up to 200 milligrams. So it's not been I know some people have faced some other worrying side effects. Personally, one person I had to call their daughter because I was so worried about it. They were facing the I think they call it the QT nerve side effect, QT heart rhythm side effect. My bad. Um, because she sent me a text that day, and her heart beat more, like her heart more than doubled, and I was just like, this is scary. and
You're
she was
referring to
still
QT shortening that shortens the heartbeat.
yeah, yeah.
Okay.
But it was something similar to Vimpat, but Vimpat wasn't as strong. And I'm like, okay, this is not something to mess with when it messes with you, your heart. So I haven't faced that yet, but
Okay. We got some comments here. One says, my son started Xcopri in November. Titration has been super slow for him. And we do notice fatigue and trouble concentrating after each dose increases, but he mostly gets over the fatigue. For instance, needing a nap throughout the day and not needing a nap, needing a nap throughout the day and not needing a nap. After 3 days or so, some dizziness and slight loss of appetite occurred. Another person says, I have BCBS Care First, and they approved Xcopri for me. I filled it the same day it was prescribed. IIRC. IIRC.
If I remember correctly.
Oh, okay. Yeah, these are all these new terms. Kids these days. No kidding. Every time I look up, there's some new term.
Try to figure out if that was some kind of medical center or an insurance or something like that.
Yeah, IIRC.
But Mark comes in.
Yeah, I
He
gotta
knows
use
it.
that from now on. IIRC. Okay. I got someone here. It says, I need help. Does anyone else have extremely shitty memory? If so, do you feel like it's interfering with any relationships in your life? I'm feeling really alone right now, and I feel like I can't turn to my partner. He never seems to understand. Don't get me wrong, though. He tries and appreciates. It's just that at the end of the day, he doesn't, and I need someone to. Back to the question. There's time where I'll be talking to my partner or family. They will remember something that I won't, and then it just goes downhill from there. Whoever I'm talking to at the time will end up fighting and or I'll shut down because I want to be able to trust my memory like I used to be able to, but I can't. I don't know what to do, and I'm scared my relationships are going to be ruined because of my epilepsy. I am scared that I'm too much to handle. Too much has several O's in it. So that's something. Scared that I'm too much to handle. Any advice given will be extremely appreciated. Yeah, the memory, it's the pills, I say. You just got to get used to it. It's something we can't avoid at this point. My memory is shit. It's over with. I don't even try to remember stuff anymore. I mean, I write stuff down, so I have notes, but yeah,
yeah,
don't stress yourself trying to remember because I've stressed myself trying to remember things, and yeah, it doesn't end well. Mark?
I am not sure to what extent my memory progression is due to the epilepsy versus the epilepsy medication side effects, how much is seizures versus meds, but also just natural aging. Like it's normal for memory to decline with age. So I don't know. I try to ball it up with the memory decline with age and try to say that's most of it, right? That makes sense. Most of my failing memory is just getting older. That's not denial.
And it's also the easiest excuse. I don't know. I look at it as like the long-term stuff. If I had the same PIN number, passcode, something like that for literally the last 2 decades. Why the fuck do I forget it after that one seizure? Like resetting every password that I had after this one random cluster, and then of course it ended up being like something to do with their birthdays. I don't remember those. Definitely in post those times. So yeah, I mean, when it comes to the relationships, though, if it's somebody who's truly going to be around, then they won't blame me. It can get frustrating at that time, but they won't actually hold it against you for not remembering something that most people would.
I forget things all the time, especially birthdays.
I
Oh,
forget
yeah.
most of the words I was gonna say. You know, most of our brains oh most of our brains start to decline as what was his name, Mark was saying, with age, as Kate said it. And our the medications we take also makes a major how do we say? I forgot the word.
Want to come back to you?
Yes.
I know we all forget things, but that's it. No, I'm just gonna take over for you, and I could see. Come back to you. Everyone's situation in medicine's different, and that affects our memory a little different. So, um, and a little worse. Everyone's medicine will affect us a little worse. So, uh, but that doesn't mean we all have to give up on our brains. Though, I mean, we can still find new pathways and still do things to um, see it's working on me right now. I'm forgetting words. We can still find ways to break new pathways and still keep ourselves sharp. It doesn't mean
Is
we have
it
to just
neuroplasticity?
yes, yeah, right. And
Yeah.
it's just the medicine I think that is doing the majority of the damage, and we are still ourselves. It's the medicine that's making us funky. I like that word, funky. So I'm going to use it in a good term. It's the medicine that's making us bad. Um, so don't don't give up on it. Do new things. Do find something to challenge yourself. Uh, take up a new hobby. Do something else to make your brain work. Is what I would suggest.
I do random things like just really random things. Like anybody see that Amazon box I covered with recyclables? I had no
Yeah.
reason for that. I was just bored and
Yeah.
there's an Amazon box and I had paint and a recycling bin full of papers that I just thought, why not just put paper all over this box, and that's how it came out.
Random creations.
Or I try to make
I do that too sometimes. Just random creations.
I tried to make an ashtray and then it ended up being a coaster because the shape was off. But yeah, now I got
Yeah.
a coaster. from my desk. But
Can
yeah,
I go off on the memory thing?
go ahead.
As much as I agree with Kevin about it being the meds too, um, the grand mals or the tonic clonics, as they call them now, they rob oxygen from our brains, and I feel like the longer ones do affect us. And I've been in some long ones, and I'm still questioning of how much, like, has it destroyed, like, caused brain damage to me personally. Um, but in terms of memory, it's always you can do stuff to help fix things and do stuff uh to keep your brain going. There's always things to do. It's just it's gonna go if it wants to.
That makes sense.
I'll call you back.
So on this one here, there
Yeah,
was
I'll call you
another
back.
study.
Can I come on and say hi to everybody and hang up?
Sure.
Okay.
Okay, beautiful. That sounds like that applies. All right, Pookie, you weren't muted, so we heard what's up.
Oh,
No,
I
on
knew I
this
wasn't
one.
muted.
All right, just
Oh
making sure.
man, I have no
So this
question.
DBS, has anybody heard about deep brain stimulation?
Yes.
Mm,
Yes.
yeah.
Okay. What I'm understanding about this is that in this study, they're comparing that patients who receive deep brain stimulation in the anterior thalamic nucleus or the hippocampus, like, deep in the brain, obviously. Both treatments effectively reduce seizures by over 70%. Importantly, after 2 to 4 years of continuous stimulation, neither treatment caused any decline in thinking abilities like memory, language, or problem solving. And that's something that these RNS and a lot of these other implants right now just haven't been out long enough. So we don't know what percentage of patients that have like the VNS continuous stimulation or the RNS that's responsive, but it tends to be stronger. I'm getting the impression, but we don't know what that's doing to the rest of our brains. And this DBS, that sounds like they're studying just a lot more before it becomes a go-to solution. And it is long-term seizure reduction, no significant cognitive decline. And target selection can focus on seizure control without risking cognition. So maybe that's kind of where the bigger concern comes into play, that it would still get all your focal points and not even touch the rest of the brain if your seizures aren't starting there. So glad to see that things are getting a little more specific.
But they do the map braining before the surgery, and it hurts like a bitch.
What exactly do
I
they
heard
do?
it from a friend.
Mm. Oh Lord, oh dear God.
Yeah, you've got to be awake and like lucid through the whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, when they drill through your skull and place
Oh,
the
man.
electrodes deep inside there, they want you to know it's happening.
Mm-hmm.
And the surgeon asks you, do you feel a tingle? Did you feel that as it's going on? Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Um, Kate, you taking over?
No, I was just agreeing and surprised that I remembered that when I heard a surgeon talking to me. I can picture the blue sheet and For some reason, I don't know why I thought that was a C-section for a while, but now that you guys are bringing that up, I think that was actually this surgery.
I
But they
thought
have
you
the blue sheet in the same place.
I thought you would take over and do the icebreaker and all that.
Oh, that's right. We do have some others that are here. Okay, so that icebreaker now. Okay, no, I remember it. What was the most important advice that somebody gave you about this diagnosis? And Kevin, I don't think you got it right. Did you answer that?
Kevin didn't answer.
Okay.
So, wait, going on?
The icebreaker, you didn't get it when you came in.
Nah. Okay. Shoot.
What's the best advice someone's gave you about your epilepsy so far?
Okay. I know I've gotten good advice.
Take your medication. It's a good one.
Yeah, that's definitely one. The BNS was a good one, but a lot of people have been good influences. People, the doctor just said you got to stop drinking, and that was true. I got, but yeah, just so many lifestyle choices. You gotta,
Yeah, so Kate, we have a new person. Haven't got the icebreaker yet, but being that she does not have epilepsy because she's my mother, she has not been diagnosed. I was diagnosed.
I just
Hey,
wanted to say hello to everyone and tell you that if no one told you they love you today, I love you. And you guys have a good day and a great podcast. Me and my dog Zinga. Zinga says y'all have a good day.
And we are so grateful to hear from you and Zinga because you are the most beautiful spirit on the podcast, and we definitely appreciate your presence.
Thank you. Thank you. I love you guys. Y'all have a good one.
We love you too.
Thank you.
Even though I don't know you, I still love you. So y'all have a
Come
great
back
one.
anytime. Come back
Thank
anytime
you.
and get to know us.
Thank you. I will. Love you, Sunshine.
I love you too, Mom.
All right.
So Sia checked in with the answer to the icebreaker, saying that best piece of advice is brain rest. If I do too much right now, I end up having another seizure. I don't know how many I'm at right now, but it's quite a few. Laying down on a recliner with a blanket, two kiddos laying on top of me, and watching Bluey together is the best kind of brain rest and relaxation ever. Brain rest is good for the brain, and that is Sia's wisdom for everybody.
Yeah.
I agree.
So
Even with the Bluey? Sorry, that was just me debating
Yes,
child shows. Which ones are worse?
Yes, but in my time, where are the Teletubbies?
To the comment about, to the post about the needing help with the memory, the first comment was, I also have terrible memory to the point where I don't remember most of my childhood, teenage years, and my short-term memory is also extremely unreliable. I hated it for a long time, and it's still very inconvenient, but I found out that if I surrounded myself with people I trust and who are willing to work with me, it helps a lot. No one should leave you because of your epilepsy and or any associated things. If you can't trust them to be honest with you about events and work with you, then find someone or some people who will. I got into a lot of fights over my memory with an ex best friend, and it sucked. Memory loss sucks, and none of it is fun. But really, friends and family should support you, not fight with you. If you ever want to have a talk, my DMs are open. Okay, we're moving on. Another person said, whenever we try to have a sit down chat, he gets too upset sometimes with the conversation or forget what I was going to say halfway through the sentence. Then it turns to a bit of an argument because he'd done the conversation, but I'm just getting started with it. And whenever he walks away and calms down, he ends up forgetting what we were talking about because he doesn't think about it. He says he would rather just push the conversation under the rug and come back later when we are calm. I'm getting lost with him. I advise her to.
So it sounded like they were saying that whoever posted that was that they were getting lost with whoever they were with, or depending on. Did you guys get that same information out of it?
That's kind of what I took it as. Yeah, the person was lost and don't know what to do with their husband.
I mean, talk it out with him.
Pookie, somebody poked their head in the door behind you there. I don't know if something.
That's good. Jocelyn's here. So we can ask you now.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
What is the best?
Pookie's most wanted.
Hi.
You missed it. My mom came.
Oh, tell her I say hi.
She might come back. You never know.
Well, I can only stay until 2 o'clock Pacific time, but then I'll be back around 4.
Okay. How's your day going?
Good. Yeah, I just had a busy morning. I forgot that I had appointments, so I couldn't show up at noon. But it's nice to see you guys.
Okay. The icebreaker was, what was the best advice someone gave you about your epilepsy?
Honestly, it wasn't specifically about the epilepsy, but the nurse practitioner lady, the first person I was assigned to in neurology, who ended up being a really bad neurologist as far as my care went. She said that I need to be an advocacy. I need to self-advocate, or however did she put it? She said, you need to be an advocate for yourself. I didn't know she meant about her, but I did. I need in our healthcare system, I needed, that's not specifically about epilepsy, but it was. I needed to self-advocate for myself as far as like, finding a new neurologist, speaking up for myself, all of the things. And it was also about her. I mean, she did give, so I don't know if that answers the question, but it was for epilepsy. Like, we need to, I don't know if that's the right term, but, we need to be self-advocates,
Yeah.
you know?
Anne taught me that.
Yep.
Self-advocating. And the doctor's appointment I have after everything she had said, I used it. I wrote everything down, and my doctor went right from there. And everything I told him about got handled that day. Appointments are set up. Yeah, just got to learn how to advocate. Put everything on a
Yeah.
sticky note or something.
And then I ended up, I ended up getting a neurologist that I really, really like. I hope I can stick with him. He's awesome. Awesome.
Wish I had an awesome neurologist.
I wish you all did too. He's great. Now, he's full. It's hard to get an appointment with him. Our last name is very similar. I'd like to joke around that if we got married, what would our name combination be? I'm not going to tell you guys what my last name is. You might have seen it when I logged in sometimes, but I like to joke around what would our last name combination be because it's funny.
Yeah, I seen your last name, I think. But I'm gonna move to the next post. It says, oh, that was the one we just went through. Forgot a dose of lamotrigine. I missed the nighttime lamotrigine last night and maybe the night before as well. Do I double the dose tonight and tomorrow to keep my levels up, or just take the regular dose tonight and tomorrow night? I take lamotrigine.
Just resume taking the medication as prescribed as soon as you realize. If you realize you've missed a dose, take it as soon as possible unless it's closer to taking what would have been your next dose. If then, just take that next dose, but never double up your medication to try to compensate for something like that.
Great. I was going to give the
Sorry,
opposite advice. I was going to say I double dose sometimes because I forget.
No, I never double dose. That's no.
Yeah, I never double dose, especially the benzos.
I've snoozed my alarm so much until you don't get any more snoozes. So then I'll forget that I snoozed in my last snooze. And then I'm like, did I take those pills? And yeah, then I'm like, I don't know. I'll take another one just to be sure. And for some reason, later on, it'll come back to me later on that you did take those pills.
Now, if I accidentally thought I didn't take my pill and for some reason, the pill case is empty or whatever, and I can't remember, then I will be like, okay, I got to take this pill. But I will never double dose.
The Motrin has done me some good. I'm glad I haven't had to go through any problems after double dosing. I think I've done it a few times. Yeah. Got to get a pill thing. A pill. What's it called? The pill box. Everybody has those, and I don't. Yeah, I remember. What I
have a
start
pill
doing
box.
now.
I have a pill box, and I got one because I ended up having so many pills, and I don't mind being considered an old person. I never have. So I got a pill box, and it made it really easy.
What I do now is when I take my pills in the morning, I set the bottle down upside down, and then I know I've taken them. So when I look at it, I'm like, oh yeah, I took those bottles upside down. Helps me out. But the next post says, ew. Please reply if you can. I'm totally going out of my head. Does anyone have any jerks or almost painful joint spasms on only one side? Mine is right. At night, while trying to go to sleep, head turns right to and up. Is anybody going through myoclonic jerks, it sounds like, is what the question was?
Has she had a stroke?
It doesn't say anything like that. Joint spasms and stuff like that. Painful joint spasms and only on one side.
I used to have them. I used to have really, really bad myoclonic seizures. And what were they asking about them in particular?
Basically looking for advice is what it sounds like. Does anyone have
I take look for a good medication to treat those in particular because yeah, I was going yeah ones first when I was really dealing with them I think I was just taking Depakote or I was no I forget what I was taking, but I think I added topiramate, and that helped a little at first. I may have gotten resistant to that or something, and then that stopped working, and then I had to change all my medicines, and that's when I got the VNS because they were just completely out of control, and yeah, then now I'm on Depakote, topiramate, and benzo, and the VNS. Yeah, they were just way out of control. I couldn't do it. I couldn't like function or so out of control. Yeah, but my advice would be look for and ask your neurologist for something that would treat myoclonics specifically.
The first comment said, if you're right-handed, the part of your brain that controls motor functions is the left hemisphere of your brain. So if your seizures, for instance, spasms, only happen on the right side of your body, the seizures likely stimulate the left side of your brain, thus jerking the right side. The part of your brain that controls movements is the frontal lobe. If you were to speak with a neurologist who wants to find out where your seizures come from, they will look at your left frontal cortex 90% of the time. That's where the problem starts. Another person said, yeah, my auras are usually on one side of my body, especially when I'm trying to fall asleep or trying to wake up. It varies one side, but my right side is the most common. Most of my aura migraines are on the left side, though, which matches with what other comments have said about which part of your brain controls which side of your body. But you're definitely not alone in this. One more. Oh. It says it's all on the left side, left hand, left arms, numb and twitching, left leg, twitching left, eyebrow, and left side of my lips. When I have a TC, my head turns up and to the left. I don't know why I look to the left. Yeah, that's rough.
Yeah, there's certain parts of the brains that control certain things, and they can identify. Your specialist can identify where the focal point is, especially if you have an aura. And I was reading about it yesterday, or was it the day before? But it was like certain auras, like especially like hallucinations, like auditory hallucinations and stuff. Like we all heard of like phantom smells and stuff being auras.
Mm-hmm.
Well, certain like auditory phantom sounds can also be an aura too. So to those who don't or never witnessed an aura, those are an aura.
And then have you guys, like, how many of you have had a like a hallucination before you go to sleep as an aura? Anyone?
That is an aura too. Those are visual hallucinations. I haven't, but I know the original M, Get a Nanny Cam one, put pictures up, and one of them looked vaguely familiar to a childhood memory of mine.
Well, because I don't know if I want to bring this up with my neurologist or not, because I have never had a hallucination before except for one time, and it was when I was extremely stressed out. And I now know that my trigger for a seizure are very strong emotions and specifically stress. And this one time, I had a hallucination before going to sleep, and it was very, very strange. And I'm just wondering if it was an aura or something. It was very strange and it was very, very scary. And that's, I just don't know if I bring it up to the neurologist or not. And it was on the
Well,
right side of my body, and my seizures are coming from the left.
so yeah, so certain hallucinations are considered auras. Yeah, it's still scary, like on this, because I was reading this on the epilepsy site, out foundation site too. Um, but it is still scary to like want to tell people because you don't want them to think, you're schizophrenic or something like that.
Not
You're
even like I'm just not worried about him thinking I'm schizophrenic. I'm just worried about him thinking that I'm like looking for things, like looking for things to make things up, or I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna bring it
I
up,
feel you.
but
I feel you. We're not making it, but there's certain hallucinations that do count as auras, and I didn't I didn't know that either until I was reading it this past weekend, you know?
well, I
And
found
they
it on no, I mean I always thought that was a panic attack. And then when I was re learning about epilepsy and all of you guys, like learning through you guys and Reddit and online, that's how I've been learning about all of these things that can be auras and seizures. And I also had, during that time in my life, I had another experience that was like, my therapist said it was a dissociative experience where like an out of body type experience where I witnessed myself looking down on myself having a phone call. I don't remember the phone call. I got through it. It was a phone call with a client. I don't remember what I said, but apparently I said intelligent. I had a phone call with a client.
Did the
I have
phone call
no
go well?
idea what I said. Yes, it went well. I have no idea. This was like 12 years ago. It went well. I have no idea what I said. I just remember I remember feeling very strange. It was almost like I was looking at myself. It was almost like I was up on the ceiling, looking down on myself in the chair, sitting at the desk on the phone. I was not on drugs. It was a very stressful time of my life. I quit my job a year after that. I just quit and said, I quit my job. I'm going to start my own company. I was like, I thought of it as like a midlife crisis.
Yeah, I did something. I guess yours would be kind of similar to that. Um, how you said you were unaware during that conversation.
Yeah,
I wouldn't
I
say I had a
remember I remember I'm sorry to cut you off, but what I remember is getting through the phone call and having a little bit of awareness of what I was saying, and that's about it.
yeah. My similar situation to that was I took a bus, and I was just not there. I took three buses and a train, and I'm not even sure how I paid for those buses and trains. But when I came to, I was in my hometown, 20 miles from where I left. It was work. I remember leaving work, so there's that.
And this experience I had when I had this like kind of when I was going to sleep and I had this like kind of hallucination. I just remember being terrified, and I'd never had anything like that happen before. I remember going to sleep and being terrified. And my parents were in the house, they were visiting me, and I didn't wake them up. I came downstairs and sat on the couch. And I remember thinking, do I need to check myself into a mental institution? And I sat on the couch in my living room, just kind of sat there for 45 minutes until the feeling went away. And I seriously thought, am I going crazy? And do I need to check myself into a mental institution? And then the feeling went away. Like I think this was like, I don't know, I stayed awake until like 4 in the morning until I felt better. And then I went back to sleep and I told my parents about it the next day and we decided I didn't need to go into a mental institution.
See, this is what sucks when you're young and you don't know things like this and you're having stuff like that. And these could be potential identifiers for seizures, and you're like, I guess we're groomed in a way to be more scared of, like, I know I am scared of going into a psychiatric ward. I don't want to be back in a psychiatric ward again.
No, those things are horrible.
Yeah.
Luckily, I was out within 5 hours, but that place was horrible. Yeah, just people screaming everywhere. That was the worst part. Just everyone was screaming at one another and screaming at the guards, and yeah, it was horrible. Yeah, that's what you get when you threaten to commit suicide. But I was in a seizure, so I don't remember any of that. I just remember waking up there.
I'm just so sorry you went through that too. Like I'm just so sorry you went through that. Yeah.
It's all right. It's just a seizure.
Exactly.
It says, "Is this prodrominal or am I just being a dick?" This week, they said since I've started Kepra, I've been calling everybody out and making everybody feel bad. Now there's a house full of people who won't talk to me. What do you do? Like going through a Kepra rage is what it sounds like. What do they do? Apologize.
Oops.
Yeah, just apologize. Let them know it's the Kepra.
Yeah. Every time I realize that I never, like, hit anybody or stuff, or I may have got loud, but when I realize this isn't me, it's like, it's always, I'm apologizing when I was on Kepra.
Same here. Well, I mean, not on Kepra. Just always apologize when I'm coming out of a seizure. You gotta calm that down. One of the comments is, doesn't have to be one or the other, could be both. If you mean prolonged anger or irritation after a seizure, I get that way sometimes, but I can also be a dick. So someone else said it could be anything. I don't know where in the world you live, but here it's suddenly cold, dark at 7 p.m. and suddenly gloomy. It's grumpy. It could be also be work, school stress, relationship stress, or all the above. Sometimes I just have to let it out, and once I'm all good, holding it in usually makes it last longer. I take Kepra too.
Hello.
How's your day going?
It's gone.
You look kind of tired.
Yeah.
Yeah. She's tired, but she looked like she's smiling today.
Looks like she's trying.
She's trying.
The icebreaker today was, what's the best advice someone gave you about your epilepsy? That's a deep one. We can come back if you'd like to.
Yeah, I don't know. My brain doesn't work. My brain is kind of.
Have you been zapped today?
No.
That's a bad example for you. Did your brain go?
Brain just isn't working anymore.
Did your brain go mush today?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
That's all right.
All right, so that thing that you guys were saying a little while ago about
That face
knowing that
makes the
we act
thumbs
out of
up
character.
like
Oh.
super convincing.
That's what I was thinking. I'm
All
glad you
right,
smiled
so
about
thank
it.
you for showing up. You are the best at making the best out of a bad situation, always. With that
Yeah.
thing you guys were saying a little while ago about when you find yourself apologizing for acting out of character, but it's because of the meds. Anybody ever kind of rolled their eyes at you with that? Like they don't believe you?
Yeah. Yeah. I've been told, oh, you're just trying to say it's the medication. No, I'm
All the
just
time. All the time.
Yeah, but the inverse is kind of a little bit more annoying when I'm angry and I have an actual valid reason and they just say, "Oh, you're just overreacting because of the medication." Like, I know that I do that, but that's not what's happening now. Like, it feels a little too dismissive, like too blanket of a dismissal, you know?
yeah. I got one here. It says nicotine a trigger. I want to try nicotine XYN to blast through the memory and cognitive deficits. Anyone tried it, and has it triggered seizures? LTLE, excopri, lamotrigine, and cannabinoids. The first comment is, I use Nick regularly, smoking and pouches. Haven't haven't found it to be a trigger for me. That was the only comment.
Most people are probably just thinking, why would you assume
Yeah.
nicotine is doing any good?
I don't suggest nicotine. If anybody's watching this, do not promote nicotine. For real, they said they can take down your channel if you promote nicotine. That's why I started smoking papers. It's like, yeah, can't smoke nicotine on camera. Got something here. It says, how can I feel so crappy? I had a right side tonic movement last night as I was going to sleep, including my head. My husband shot a video of one episode, but I was unaware at the moment. I usually had to take a rescue med, only took half. Now I'm feeling postictal. Head hurts and pressure, not really social, feel like crying, kind of shaky. WTF. Anybody else have this? And thanks. Right side tonics. No, I get full body. When I get tonics, they're full body. That I've heard.
When
They
I
were
used to get them, so sorry.
no, I was gonna ask a question about it, but go ahead. I want to hear what you gotta say.
Oh, when I used to get them, I would point out to the ceiling and then I'd go full blast.
You ever feel kind of shaky or crying afterwards?
Yes, I'd get emotional as AF.
Sometimes I get that. Sometimes, not all the time. But the first comment says, I'm sorry. I hope you feel well soon. I get the same every few months, and my fiance recorded an episode while I was in the hospital due to them. You're going to feel very emotional in every book, and that's okay. It's understandable. I go through the same thing. Just remember, you're not alone. It's a good way to put it, I guess.
You guys don't get emotional after words?
Time to time. Not always. There's no one to be emotional to sometimes, so it just doesn't have to go that way.
Like you don't get emotional because you're used to it or because you're afraid of the judgy part?
I don't really have the judgy part because either I'm judging myself because most of the time I'm alone. So that's how that plays out. Okay, I don't like sitting here and crying when I'm alone. So any problems I have after a seizure, I just get over it. I'm like, this is gonna happen. This is life. Yeah. Can't sit and cry about it, especially when you're alone. It'll depress you. depression can make things go all kinds of directions. And hey, Toaster. The icebreaker today was, it's coming to me. What's the best advice someone's given you about your diagnosis?
Mr. Nunn Essam.
Oh, I'm sorry, guys. My parents keep calling.
You go ahead
Hello?
and take those calls. All right. What was I gonna say about that last one? Oh, you know what about the crying thing? Twisted. I'm with you. I definitely feel that way after I come back, because when there's no auras and you kind of wake up and you're just either on the floor or in a different room and sore in the right, like you can tell you had a bad one. I that emotion does kind of come on, but there's always a distraction to remind me I have to shut up. Like I've got other things to do, so don't waste your time on the sadness. So that's kind of how I get over mine. But the emotions are definitely there, especially after bad ones, because the headaches don't always come right away for me. How is it with you?
Yeah, I used to get them pretty aggressive. Because I didn't have a bone for around COVID time, or pretty much for the COVID season.
Yeah, everything got put on hold for a lot of people.
Yes.
The COVID season. That describes
Yeah,
it
that's a
so
good one.
well.
That's a good one.
It's mine. Trademark.
Okay. Love the consistent themes. So did you hear that opening question
Nope.
that I took today? All right.
Actually, I think I did say it.
Yeah. The best advice, only two things pop up in my mind right now. Liet, or step by step. And tough times don't last, tough people do. If they can do it, maybe we can too.
All right, I got something here. It says, meds causing weight gain. I'm on 1,200 milligrams a day of oxycarbazepine and 100 milligrams of Excalibur. I have to stop because I'm so proud of myself that I said that the first time, oxycarbazepine. These medical terms get me, and I said it the first time, so that was kind of exciting. Excuse me, you guys.
Yes.
Yay.
Yeah, some of these names are crazy. Okay, it says I'm on 1,200 milligrams a day of oxycarbazepine and 1,100 milligrams of Excalibur. And according to Dr. Google, neither should cause weight gain. Make it hard to lose weight. I'm constantly fatigued, so I don't exercise to make good diet choices. When I cook, it's unhealthy stuff like mac and cheese or lasagna in the instant pot. I'm also a natural redhead, so meds don't necessarily work on me right away. I was on zonisamide, and in spite of the promise I would lose weight, ended up gaining weight. I've been on this combo of meds for about 3 weeks, and I've noticed even my biggest pants are tight. My doctor wants me to stay on it for at least 5 weeks to see if this magic combo works. A few things worth noting as well: no matter how much I sleep, I wake up still tired. I have a history of eating disorder and body dysmorphia. I'm worried that the only thing to keep gaining weight is even if I do start exercising or make better food choices. I'm not exactly sure what I'm looking for in this post. Venting, support, personal experience, anything. Can someone help? I had the opposite of this. I had weight loss, and I can't seem to keep on weight. I can gain some weight, but I can't keep it on. It'll be gone in some days.
Jealous.
Anybody else getting weight gain from medications? That was different.
Jealous.
Yeah. Side
Slight
effects.
weight gain. Yeah.
Slightly gain?
Well, I guess that depends because I've been getting a little older, so I'm at almost middle age now. So, I've been when I was 34, I was pretty much eating everything and I was like 160 pounds, and so I was doing great, but then every year I would gain 15 more pounds. Every year the doctor would say, like, you gained 15 more pounds. Like, no, it's impossible. No. And, and shirts would get tighter and 15, and come back another year, 15 more pounds. And oh man, geez. So yeah, I think it's more a factor of age and maybe some medicine. It's hard to tell, but I think maybe I'll have to do a little more research on the medicines.
You ever think it could be from less energy?
Very possible. I'm not exercising as much anymore, so yeah.
Yeah, if you're
Sedentary
talking less than
lifestyle.
20 pounds a year, maybe it's not so extreme to say that like the medication's actually like changing your metabolic system. But that's definitely what I crack it up to was that I didn't want to exercise anymore after the clobazam. Yeah, I think it was clobazam. And now that I'm off of that, I like it. I remember why I liked it in the first place. Those benzos, no good. Not worth it for me.
But even before I was TMI.
That is not a thing here, trust me.
I wasn't shitting right. I was constipated
all the time.
Before I was being diagnosed.
Sounds like Excopoly.
Wait. Is that actually a side effect of Excopri? Is constipation?
It could be one or the other, it says.
Oh God. Well, luckily I did not. Thank you for telling me, though. I'll be on the lookout.
Yeah, the thing where Kevin said you noticed your pants were getting tighter and stuff. For some reason, my pants get looser. For some reason, I keep losing weight. I can't keep on weight. I can get to like 190 and I can't keep it on. I can't get a consistent weight. My average is around, with my diet, my average is around 171 to 168, and I'm 6'2". So I want to get to like
James
210, 220.
James is plus I can't drive, so riding a bike everywhere is always exercising and is keeping my weight too.
Like walking everywhere. That's
This
great
one-
exercise.
Walking?
Yes.
Alone? I can't go anywhere
I know we're
alone.
not supposed to, but I got my GPS on and everything, and I tell people.
Well, the GPS isn't going to stop me from jumping in someone's pool, so I can't wander off alone.
Well, for me,
GPS going to go off when I get in the water, so that won't really matter.
For me,
if somebody's house or some shit, yeah.
For me, if I see at home or if I see in the street, the only difference is in the street, I'm going to face a medical bill.
Yep.
Grass over concrete every time.
Yeah. Or carpet.
It's not like you're gonna land over. The grass is softer here.
Grass
You
is
get
greener
me?
on the other side.
Yes, the grass
No,
is
she's
always
saying you
softer
can't
inside my
choose.
backyard.
Yeah, she's just saying you can't choose when you start convulsing which way you're gonna go.
That is very, very true.
Yes.
Yeah, that's why I
But
stay in safe places, safe positions. I'm here at my desk. Anything that can happen, my seat, my arms are here. I can't fall. If anything does happen, you guys would see me having a seizure in this chair, which I hope never happens.
Oh, and that's the thing, Pookie, that I was gonna tell you. That you can't seize. You can seize. When you're in the computer.
I don't have photosensitive seizures.
Neither do I.
Yeah.
And I seized.
Oh, that sucks. I sit in front of a computer 18 hours out of a 24-hour day editing videos and nothing has happened. Sometimes I have the TV on the background.
But
I'm good. I am good with
I
photosensitive.
pray for you that it doesn't happen.
Thank you. I pray for you that it doesn't happen again.
You don't seize all the time, but I have had 1 or 2 seizures playing video games, so.
I have
and
not.
I'm photosensitive.
Sensitive.
Yeah.
What's up, Chester?
There are different types of photosensitivity. There are, of course, the photosensitivity where it's flashing lights, but there are some people who, and it's harder to find out if you are because it takes so long. It's more of a buildup in the light, not oh, it's flashing, I'm going into a seizure right now. It's a buildup of your mind constantly being in the light. Like Twisted has a fan in her room too.
Oh.
Yeah.
Right.
It creates a strobe effect sometimes.
When you talk about
no, you're good. You don't have to do that. You don't have to do that. It was going to be an example.
Just a nice observation.
Yes. But it sometimes just takes a long time before your brain finally says, I am tired of this flashing, and revolts. It's also what causes lots of people to have migraines. Only in, well, our family is a little different.
Yes. That's why I was hesitant to turn it on.
You are good. It's not bothering me. I mean, I have a fan in my room too. So I meant just so my siblings, they haven't decided if they're boy or girl yet, has not undiagnosed epilepsy, but it's kind of getting fast tracked. And they found out because they were at a party. And they were fine, flashing lights, everything. But as the night wore on, it just wore on them. So Danny is now trying to get themselves a neurologist. Well, they have a neurologist that will take them seriously.
Oh, okay.
So they're just starting. That this happened. Their seizure was actually a year ago. They haven't had a seizure since, which is good, or at least not a grand mal seizure.
I got something here. It says Can't drive, and doctor acting like it's my fault. Where I live, can't drive for 6 months after a seizure. We also have no public transit to speak of, so have to have a car. Currently, I'm having seizures about once a week, so I'm fully reliant on my husband or friends to drive me places. Most of the doctor's appointments, no issues with video visits. I'm having trouble with my GP. I've been on Ativan for 6 to 7 years, and she said my state has changed and rolled back a law that allowed doctors to prescribe controlled substances via video visit. She's done me a favor a few times by renewing it without an in-person visit. We used to get along really well, but it seems like since my epilepsy has rendered me unable to drive probably for the rest of my life, she's been really prickly and dismissive. Anyone else ever had this happen? I had a neurologist acting like she knew it all about me, and she didn't the first time I met her. And she tried to do a procedure on me.
Don't they always act like they know it all, though?
Right. They do. Um, I almost said the wrong thing.
Now that sounds like a strategy that neurologist pulled, though, pulling all those favors of, getting the video controlled substance prescription okayed, and now you owe me something kind of thing. Just like shut up and do what I tell you to do. That's a strategy I've seen before. Other specialists.
Yeah, because done me a favor is in quotes. Yeah. And it says a few times. Nice. Let's see. The first comment says, the war on drugs makes things very hard on patients. She could probably get in big trouble by prescribing virtually. I think some doctors are genuinely scared of being prosecuted for things like that. This may help. There's a link to a rideshare program she may be able to do virtually so you can get a ride and see her in person. And the next person says, so she wants you to come in person or what? Honestly, I would just feel doctors, IMO, having a good relationship with your doctor is crucial. And if you're not getting along, it's going to negatively impact your treatment. Oh, this is another one. Does Xcopri make you irritable? It says
Yeah.
Xcopri making me irritable. I searched it and couldn't find anything. Say that again.
I said, yes, sometimes it does, and you just have to hold it back.
Sounds like it sucks.
It's not that bad. It's not Keppra,
Oh, okay.
Like you can tell it.
I searched and couldn't find anything recent. So here it goes. I have TLE as a result of heterotopia in my right temporal lobe. My seizures are well controlled until I got pregnant in 2020. In the past 2 years, nothing seems to have worked. I refuse anything invasive because I don't trust these clowns with basic human interaction, much less brain surgery. I know Keppra can be and cause mood problems, but I haven't found anything on Xcopri yet. I'm on 300 milligrams and still have a seizure at least once a week. They can go up to 400 milligrams, but I honestly don't see that making a difference. I don't want to be a monster constantly yelling at my husband and my son because I can't control my own head. Someone please help. I've been on Keppra, stopped working, Lamictal, stopped working, but great for 5 to 6 years, and then stopped working. Zonogram, same as Lamictal. Trileptal made me depressed, fatigue shell out of my former self and messed up my thyroids. Briviac felt psychotic. Clobazam never worked at all. Xcopri noticing irritability and fatigue. I have a history of eating disorder, so that's why Depakote isn't on the list. So the question was, can Xcopri make me irritable? Angel said yes. Angel said it's absolutely true that you can get irritable. And yeah.
It isn't on the form of Keppra rage or anything where you can't control control it or anything, but you do feel irritable, and it's, at least for me, I don't know about toast, like other people on Xcopri. I don't want to call anybody out, but it's like I wake up some days and I do some stuff and I know what I gotta do, and but I also been in very stressful situations, so it's like, let me get this done and this, and yeah.
I've not had any downsides with Xcopri. I mean, some people would definitely. Okay, I definitely get effects. The sleepiness effect, I definitely get, and a lot of people would call that a downside. And I do feel like Xcopri might be becoming the next Keppra, if that makes any sense. Keppra doesn't go on Xcopri, um, but it does not have any of the mood changing events like Keppra had. Did I answer the question right?
Yeah, it's nowhere near the Kepler stage.
Yeah, the question was basically, is Xcopri making me irritable? Angel says yes, he's been mad irritable. I don't think he used that expression, but
You can feel it, but you can like, eh,
You can ignore it.
yeah. Kepler is like, no,
All
I gotta
consuming.
go King Kong.
yeah, she said, I don't want to be this monster constantly yelling at my husband and son because I can't control my own head. Luckily, I haven't been there yet. The yelling part, I think I'm just maybe too calm for some people. But yeah, I'll try not to get on Xcopri or Keppra no time soon. Do you guys crave liquids after a seizure? I tend to always crave water during or after a seizure. I don't know why. Can any of you guys relate?
I usually feel dehydrated after a big tonic clonic.
Yeah, I usually get that metallic taste afterwards, so I find something to drink with flavor, or yeah, something with flavor usually helps. Or a Jolly Rancher. My stepdad keeps them on the counter at his house. I mean, yeah, little spot where he has candy.
They sell Jolly Rancher flavored electrolyte.
Or drink some Gatorade.
Gatorade, it is not
Gatorade is all sugar.
yes.
This is better. Body Armor is better. It still has sugar in it, but it has more better ingredients, and sourced from better products and sources than Gatorade is. Body Armor is a lot better, and it produces electrolytes, and it has coconut water, and vitamins. I like the Superior Hydration because it really helps with my lack of hydration. So I recommend Body Armor
That
and not
water.
Gatorade because Gatorade is all sugar. And don't get fake sugar because fake sugar is bad for you as well.
I don't drink Gatorade either. I drink water. Been on a strictly water diet for a long time. So long that your urine turns white. Well, not white, clear.
Do you guys ever consider that, any of those sugars or like bad substances are actually a trigger for you? Definitely. Okay.
I considered it, but it hasn't been its purpose.
But on the flip side, I've always had to kind of blame if I overdo it. If I switch from water to electrolytes for like 3 days straight, having, some of those smart waters or and anything like that, like on this trip, I was thinking back and the day that we were at like a higher elevation, we were at a new place, ran out of all the water that we brought, and I was drinking the water from the hotel. And of course, they only have this, fancy ass, whatever those big tall water bottles are. And I know that's different. It tasted different. It definitely had something else in it. And looking back, I think that might have actually had something to do with the bad one. Maybe it wasn't all elevation. Because I know if I switch anything like that, cold turkey, and keep it up for 3 days, that could be when it has an effect. Even if it's good, it's not necessarily a bad substance, but any drastic changes are a trigger for me. You guys too?
Um. Oh, did you say twisted or toaster? You
Oh,
both begin with a
no.
T.
I said you guys too, and then I pointed at you. Go ahead.
Um. Wait a minute. Okay. Hydrating is more important, I think. The bigger issue of keeping hydrated, I think, is more important than the fine tuning. You can fine tuning, but keep hydrated. Yeah.
Also, there's this. Not sure how good you can see it. I don't exactly know.
Dynatech.
Dynatech. I know I read that, but I don't exactly know what's in it. But take it for hydration when you're throwing up after you're drunk or whatever the case, or when you're just mad dehydrated. It works really good. I think my sister got it off maybe like TikTok shop. Yeah.
IV water. IV water or IV something it's
Fluids,
called.
IV fluids.
Let me see if I have some.
Okay, so yeah, somebody said Gatorade is king. I have a mini fridge just full of blue ones with the nipple cap. Someone else said some seizure meds work through your sodium channels. If you have low on electrolytes, then you'll want them. My go-to was V8 before I switched to a drug that does not use sodium for a proper threshold control. Another person said, absolutely, it's draining to have a zero seizure, so I'm always thirsty and hungry. Plus, a lot of my seizures come from dehydration. Take something with electrolytes.
These have more electrolytes in them.
I should have went to get some tacos. It's Taco Tuesday. Should have went earlier.
The Squincher Zero, that's sugar free.
Okay, I got one, and I'd like you guys to really respond on this. So this person really needs this help. Listen, says epilepsy makes me feel like I'm not strong. I know we all are so strong just for going through this at all, but having epilepsy still makes me feel like I am not strong enough. Like when my dad dies or when my dog dies, I'm going to have seizures and end up in the hospital. Other people can just cry and grieve and move on. I have to worry about brain damage from losing someone I love. Logically, I know that means I'm going through more than the average person, and managing all that extra stuff means I am strong, but I feel weak. I need extra supervision. My family is extra worried about me. And on top of all that, all of these triggers make me feel like I'm overly sensitive. I guess that feels like a bad thing to me most of the time. I just want to be able to handle stress the way the majority of people do without my brain glitching out on me. Can anyone else relate? And how do you manage?
Better leave him hanging again.
Come on.
All right, managing stress. Come on, how you do it? Go, Mark.
This is a deep thought one.
Or Angel.
Yeah, I've been through situations. I mean, I lost loved ones. I lost my brother 5 years ago. Um, and I, it's tough, like, but I think we prove us with epilepsy that, you know, time and time again, we get tested and we still survive. Some strategies for managing the stress is, I guess, the regular stuff, like, you know, if you need time off from certain things or whatever, take that time off. Um, and, you know, like, specifically because you mentioned loss of loved ones, you have to grieve, you know? Um, and your hobbies, whatever they may be, will help you. Whatever keeps you moving forward will help you, you know? Journal writing helps me, even if it's about my epilepsy.
Those are excellent strategies. Relying on your hobbies.
Think we can get another
Speaking of
response to that?
hobbies,
Anybody else got some more advice for this person? Please, somebody, please. I'll tell you why in the end.
Oh, you tell me why in the end. Well, now I know there's a spoiler.
Yeah, there's a spoiler.
Okay. I would tell them that you got to find your own pace. And it's hard to accept living at your own pace might be slower than others. But once you do finally accept it, and again, that's a process, you'll start doing better. When it comes to losing family, that I can't really give any. All I could say is may their memory be a blessing, and they're always with you in some way. Little pieces always stay with you, even if you can't remember it. They
In
do.
spirit.
Having suffered the worst possible loss that anybody could imagine, there's only one way to get over it. And Angel hit it right on the head. You just keep moving. You know what I say, Pookie. You put one foot in front of the other, and you
Yep.
just keep doing that. There's no other way to get over it. You never get over it.
I like your answer.
Yeah, there's no way to get over
it. Did I see you had something, Mark? No? Okay. Yeah, so I asked you guys that question because that person is here, and I'll leave that up to you guys to guess who it is. And yeah, I can say it's a woman, so that
Raven.
I cannot confirm or deny.
Yeah, that
I
was
was
me.
gonna say Jeff.
No, that's Raven because
Me.
she said she was going to hide.
Yeah, that was me.
Oh,
Thank
no
you all.
hiding, love.
That was really sweet. Thank you. I got all teary over here. I appreciate it a lot.
We have your back, friend. We're here for you. Even if
Aww,
we're not
I'm
here all the
sorry.
time.
Thank you.
Yeah, you have us all the time, anytime.
You got good responses without even knowing who it was.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Yeah, I seen it. I seen it on your page. I knew you'd like it. It's like, let me see how she feels with this. Um, yeah, got one here. It says 400 milligram dose, long-term user. I have severe bipolar 1 and with psychotic features. I have been on 200 milligrams of Lamictal for about 2 years and also take lithium and Seroquel for bipolar. My psych NP is upping my dose gradually to 400 milligrams, most likely. I know the FDA approval max dose for bipolar is 200 milligrams, but higher for seizure disorders. But my psych said she's had patients with bipolar. One have more excess with higher doses. Have any of you with bipolar 1 noticed more positive changes at higher doses? I don't exactly know what bipolar is to say I am bipolar or have anything going on that's similar to it, but I do take Lamictal and
Bipolar disorder is manic depression. So the massive swings between, depressed and then crazed mania. Bipolar 1 means that they switch between, the full blown crazed mania, like someone on cocaine constantly. I mean, even without being on anything. But um, there's often a lot of grandiose plans and things getting done and all of that stuff, and then a switch and just crippling depression.
So
So
you go from
the
being
the medications that they prescribed, I mean, Lamictal, they're using there as a mood stabilizer to stop the big swings. Lithium is also a mood stabilizer there, and Seroquel is an antipsychotic. Um, so Seroquel is one. If you want to get knocked out, take a Seroquel tablet and try to stay awake. That's like, yeah.
I
But so that's my TED talk on those medications, I guess. Um,
yeah, this person said they have severe bipolar 1 with psychotic features. Does that mean like they have anger problems?
I mean, that means that they have the full-blown mania, the crippling depression, and the psychotic features means that I mean, they get sort of detached from reality when they're in their mania. It kind of gets maybe paranoia and start to act on things in ways that aren't really based so much on reality. There's kind of a detachment. Um, but I mean, with psychotic features, there means that it's not really, they're just kind of getting a little squirrely in their mania, I think. Um, I'm not sure how else to put it, you know. Um,
Are
but
we
that's
talking about
probably why.
bipolar?
Huh?
Are we talking about
Yeah.
bipolar?
Oh, are you bipolar? 1 or 2? One? Yeah. So you can probably explain this a lot better than I can.
Did you want to hear this one? I didn't know. I didn't know you
Yeah,
was
sorry, I was
bipolar 1.
measuring my mirror.
Okay, it says I have severe bipolar 1 with psychotic features. I've been on 200 milligrams of Lamictal for 2 years and also lithium and Seroquel for bipolar. My psych is NP is upping my dose gradually to 400 milligrams. Most likely, I know the FDA approved max dose for bipolar is 200 milligrams, but higher for seizure disorders. But my psych said she's had patients with bipolar 1 have more success. with higher doses. Have any of you guys had bipolar 1 notice more positive changes at higher doses?
With Lamictal,
Yeah.
I hated Lamictal. I was at 300 milligrams twice a day, and I hated it. I hated it. That was the
300?
yeah, 300 milligrams.
My doctor wouldn't go over 200 twice a day. And
Yeah,
that
no, they were trying to kill two birds with one stone. They were trying to combat my
get two birds stoned at the same time.
yeah, they were trying to get my epilepsy in check and my mental health in check, and so
Mm.
I put them in check by taking the entire bottle.
Ooh,
Don't do that.
no.
That's really dangerous. Don't do that. But
No.
what I would recommend is trying a different medication because I hated Lamictal personally. It made me feel like shit. You can also, for me, since I have severe bipolar 1, hence the ECT, I had genetic testing done, or like DNA testing to see what medications work with my body. So I recommend trying to get that done. It might be a little expensive, but it is worth it because when you stop trying medications that don't work for you and blah blah bullshit. And then you
Was
figure out that no medications work for you, and then it makes you feel like
was the genetic testing that you got for the medications, was that something
that was
like
for mental health.
specific to the epilepsy or
That was mental
neurology?
health.
It was a mental health thing?
To see what mental health like in the SSRIs. Hippo. Girl, what the fuck are you doing? Hippo. Um, for the SSRIs, antipsychotics, mood stabilizers, and so on and so forth. And I ended up only being compatible with that. Clonazepam being one of them. Lamictal not being one of them.
Wait, so are you compatible with clonazepam but not other benzodiazepines?
Um,
Or is it just that's the one that they would use in the mental health setting for, what?
I mean, my body reacts to benzodiazepines pretty well. It said that, and because it kind of groups them, but in the benzo area there, I think there were 2 or 3 of them that I react well to. Because I remember
Diazepam,
there is
maybe?
there's a benzo that they use for they've started using for anesthesia. So it's not anesthesia, but it's like a benzo anesthesia, and I'm
I
allergic.
think they've been using midazolam to
Yeah,
help
Lorazepam?
induce,
I'm allergic as
not
fuck.
lorazepam, midazolam.
Yeah, I don't know what that was, but whatever it was, my body wanted it out.
The
It's just the second I woke up from anesthesia, I was just puking my brains out. And you're not even supposed to eat before anesthesia, so I'm not even puking anything up. And I'm like, what the hell did you guys give me? And they're like, well, it wasn't anesthesia this time. I was like, what the fuck? What was it? And they're like, it was this. I was like, okay, well, don't do that again. Let's not do that again.
just
Because I that
just just the one benzodiazepine was all that they had given you?
every time
Or
that I had gone in for ECT when I went under, it was every time it was anesthesia. And then one time they changed it to some, and I guess it's marked under benzos, because it's a sedative. Um, but I don't know. I don't know. but it's like because when you go under for anesthesia for ECT, you don't need to be under for a long time. You should only be under for about 20 minutes max.
Yeah.
You know, so it's a short stay. And the feeling of anesthesia going under is the best feeling in the world. But when
Yeah.
I had
The
that thing,
propofol, the white milky thing going
it
in the
was,
IV.
oh my gosh, it was great.
Yeah,
Like, and then you're fighting to try and stay awake, and you're like, just
that's
let
the
me
best
go to
part.
sleep.
Trying to fight it, laughing.
Yeah, and then you wake up and feel like shit.
I
But
got to 7 counting backwards.
I never could. I just did everything I could to stay awake.
Yeah.
But they use something different because again, you don't have to, it's not a surgery, it's a procedure. So it's not like you have to be under for a long amount of time. Or it's not like, like
A procedure like an EEG, is that what they kind of slip
uh
it in under? Or is it
well
a bit more,
it's not like
is it in a
it's not
different
a
category?
surgery because it's not invasive. Like it doesn't you're not necessarily you're not opening anything up or anything. You are connecting electrodes to different parts of the cranium and you are they are pumping up the electricity in it and having you have a forced seizure in a specific area of the brain to erase um, memories and to heal from really traumatic mental health issues. So it's a last resort, basically.
Yeah. I'm
Um,
just realizing that in a kind of a strange way, the ECT is sort of like the EEG's reverse cousin from hell sort of
yeah,
thing. I mean, the electrodes all over the head at certain positions, but instead of reading the energy and taking just
no,
the tiny little fluctuations, they pump the energy in.
yeah, and
Yeah.
it's very like I really like the only way I can describe it is like everyone's a zombie that went through it. Everyone looks like a zombie there. Like everyone just looks dead inside. Um, so it's literally like they shocked everything out of these people.
Everybody looks like they just went through
Yeah,
seizures.
and everyone looks like they're blasted, but like they went through the worst blast of their life. Because everyone's eyes will be like bloodshot red after, and no one really wants to eat, but you have to eat and drink after, and you have to sit down. They have to make sure you're okay after, and I hate that part because I just want to go home and take
Sorry to
a
interrupt. I'm
sleep.
just realizing we got really sidetracked here, didn't we? What was it was started from medications,
To bipolar and then
the
to bipolar with
bipolar.
psychotic effects and lamictal.
Okay,
I don't think I have psychotic effects. I just have effects. But
yeah,
um
effect.
Or
Yeah.
I don't
more, you have
yeah.
dislikes and stuff of cert like
Like I don't think I go through psychosis or anything.
I don't think that the people who are in psychosis think that they're psychotic. I mean, just speaking from experience, it was only after the fact that I realized that that was pretty crazy. I was a crazy person, briefly.
Okay, my grandpa's like
Well, I did take lamictal. I took lamotrigine, the generic version. I've been on that for quite a while.
Wait, isn't lamotrigine generic Vimpat?
No, it's generic Lamictal.
Lamictal. They're the same thing.
Vimpat is
I thought
lacosamide.
that was leucosamide.
La
Nope.
cosa mide.
My grandfather officially cannot fucking
I
drive.
thought leucosamide was the generic Lamictal.
No,
Nope.
lacosamide
And
is Vimpat. I
lamotrigine.
take it.
Wow, there's so many L's thing. La, 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 la. They shouldn't have
There's
been
a
able to
lot of
give.
medications, to be fair, that
Yeah, they shouldn't have been allowed by the FDA to give the trade name starting with the same letter as the chemical name. Like, I don't know. I think we should propose that they add that
Vagisil.
to all of the rules for coming up with their trade names because lacosamide, lamictal, lamotrigine, always every single time this has come up, I think I've interjected and I've always been wrong, and this is annoying. I don't like that. So, okay, I'm sorry for interrupting.
It's all right. Yeah. So someone responded to that and says, I'm also bipolar and take 300 milligrams of Lamictal along with lithium and Seroquel. My psych titrated me up slowly and I've been stable on the dose with no major side effects, honestly. It's worked with me really well. That's good. It's only one response to that. So lucky to be alive. It feels weird to even write that, but oh my God, it's true. Last weekend, I was freezing cold and shivering, and so I ran myself a bath and got into it. I haven't had a bath for 4 years because of how dangerous they are, but for some reason, I did get into the bathtub. The next thing that I knew, I was being carried down the stairs by an ambulance worker. I know now the whole story. Apparently got into the tub and I had a massive seizure. And my son heard me thrashing around and lifted me out of the bathtub and gave me mouth to mouth resuscitation and then called the ambulance. I had a second seizure in the ED and was admitted for influenza aspiration pneumonia. They believe it was they believe that it was influenza that caused the seizures. I am now out and having to live at my daughter's house, which is both annoying and extremely lucky. I've never had a near death experience and it is tripping me out. I just wanted to share this experience and get any thoughts on this with people who might understand the complex feelings that I'm having right now. Um, Anybody want to talk about their experiences? You're lucky to feel alive. I'm lucky I'm alive because I was run over by a car, so that is a beautiful thing that I'm here today. Um, yeah, it's
That other
the
part about what they're focusing on is, I think, the dependence more. Like happy to be alive, but now you're living with your daughter, and sounds like maybe they were a little more, off put by that part.
yeah, it did sound like she doesn't want to be there.
Yeah.
I think anybody with epilepsy, I know I am, is lucky to be alive after every episode that I've been through, but
Yes,
more than ever. And I've been having to state it a few times during my first cluster, uh, which lasted way, way, way too long. 6 hours, I believe. And thank God was because
you had a cluster for 6 hours.
yeah, I was clustering for 6 hours, and they tried to give me. They tried to give me a second dose of Vimpat and everything, and it was not working. They had to go to the rescue beds.
Yeah, I haven't had a chronic cluster that I know of. IIRC was the term, right? If I remember correctly. Okay, yeah.
If I remember correctly, yeah.
Yeah, I remember that, which is not common, but yeah,
It's not
Getting some internet
something.
lingo.
right. Internet
It's
lingo.
not something I want any of you or anyone in the world to ever see or witness or feel. Or I,
Did that
that was
Nasalam or whatever they gave you work the first time?
no. They didn't give me Nasalam. They gave me clonazepam, the dissolving one, and yeah, it knocked me, like, it stopped. It went right into it and stopped it. But
Okay.
That's
then they
interesting.
also
I've
started to
always
prescribe
thought
me
that
clonazepam nightly.
I've
I
always
take
thought that clonazepam has a longer onset. Was it
No,
just
Clem.
that
It's a
No.
dissolvable tablet that's
Yeah.
administered sublingual.
Yeah, dissolve. So uh,
different from just
if
the
well,
tablets I
even
have can dissolve under there. Is it
yeah,
not?
even if you take like the tablets that I have, they if you chew them, and I may or may not know this from experience, but they taste kind of minty, and
A little sweet.
yeah, and they're kind of like candy, and they will hit and absorb into your body a lot quicker, especially if you keep it around like the
Yeah.
gum and under the tongue.
I
Um,
don't know about
But
the
is
other
that
one.
different from the orally dissolving tablet that
well, those ones probably hit
or
even faster. Those probably hit even faster than doing that with a non-orally. Does it? Because the one that I have is you take it orally, like. But I'm
Yeah, I have
saying
the
that
non.
Angel has it one that you put under your tongue and it dissolves,
No, I have the oral one.
where you just take it with water.
Yes,
Oh,
and the first cluster they had to give me the dissolving one, and then they said that's your rescue medicine
yeah.
too. But
Well, I would assume they gave you the dissolving one because it would be easier while you're having a
while I'm having them, yeah,
yeah. And B, it's probably it's gonna, will most likely absorb and um, be effective a lot quicker because it's already
yeah,
dissolved and it's already being synced into the bloodstream. Um,
yeah.
yeah, and
From, from
clonazepam,
what I know about clonazepam, it goes straight to your central nervous system.
yeah, it's very effective.
yeah.
If I genuinely like, um, I genuinely wouldn't be able to even join the podcast if I didn't have my clonazepam, because I wouldn't even be able to talk because my myoclonic clusters are so persistent and they just never stop and they're so painful. Um, but clonazepam, I have to take it every day, so it's like my rescue med every day. But it's truly like a lifesaver for me.
Well, that's a
And I
positive
don't know what I'd
note,
do without
note
them,
to
so
hear that something's working for you.
me and my
Glad to
pet.
hear.
So
Yeah.
Yeah, I
All right,
asked for
what's
the
up, Mark?
We
Nasalem
should
because I need
we
the
should just be
longer.
thankful that nobody in our group has had the rectal gel administered. like the diazepam rectal gel rescue.
Mm.
That was the first one that I had heard about. I was like, I don't think that anybody that I know would be willing to administer that even in an extreme emergency like that. I
Oh,
don't
Wait,
know.
so just to like clarify rectal gel, like are we talking like you like squeeze it up the anus?
Like, yes, like,
Okay.
I couldn't imagine waking up and I'm already
because
confused. And now I wake up
There's
and
gel in
my anus is wet and I'm waking up from the seizure. Oh, that's a horrible combination. Um,
with
I've
your
gotten
pants
booty
on.
juice before, but they just stab you with a needle in your bum cheek.
mm,
I'm pretty sure
Oh.
that there are some drugs that you do stick them up your butt and you can get messed up off of that. I think it does absorb into the bloodstream from your ass.
Yeah,
yes.
so there's like I forget what it's called,
Not gonna do it.
but
I'm not saying I would do it. I'm just saying I
it's
think it
the
does
same.
work.
Yes.
It's
It's like the
weird.
same thing for
Fucking
a
weird.
woman for if they have endometriosis or something, they can put like Vicodin type substance up there.
Oh wait, isn't there
Hoo-ha.
the vodka tampon thing?
Yeah.
I've
Yeah.
never heard of that.
Yeah.
What?
Never
Women
heard
will
of
soak tampons
Yeah.
in vodka.
Oh my god.
Yeah,
I mean,
that is
well,
a thing.
men.
Ow.
That is
How
a
the
thing.
fuck
I
does
don't
that
know
not
about
burn?
the. I think that the.
You
How
put
does
it up
that
your
not
butt.
skeeve them out?
Yeah,
You put the
I'm
men
sorry.
alcohol
What
do it
about
too.
what if you get what you know how many infections, you know how many sick you can
Seriously.
These
die
are
from
It's
that.
these
alcohol. It's
these are
alcohol and
these
water.
are like women who it's
Vodka,
party club lifestyle.
you
They
get the
need to
hyper.
keep
It
their
goes.
like fucked upness
No.
going.
It
It's
goes in
all
much
sugars,
faster.
and you
No.
put it in your
The
butt.
Sensitive.
the
It's
volume
so
of blood
sensitive.
flow around the rectal cavity compared to the amount in your mouth from holding it underneath your tongue or what gets absorbed through your digestive system has to pass metabolism before it actually gets into your blood. So you
That's
bypass
that's not
everything.
where
It
Smirnoff
goes
goes. No.
from the
Yeah,
mucous
I
No.
mean,
membrane
just imagine the
right
pH
into
like
the blood
level,
vessels
like
right
fucked
there.
upness that it's like, whoa,
It's
Yeah,
okay.
that's what I'm saying.
yes, it
Like
is
the amount of infections and bacterial and the pH, and just because it's alcohol and stuff doesn't mean that the lady down there, they're sensitive. They're very,
right. That's
very
you put it in
to
the back
everything.
door.
They're
And who's
sensitive
to
to
No,
say
it
that
their
wouldn't
goes in
own
your
disintegrate the
butt.
stuff.
tampon?
There's
Well,
How the
you
fuck would you
pull it
feel
the
out
clean
lady
after
before it
that? No.
downstairs is
disintegrates.
sensitive to her own cleaning products, her own natural cleaning products. She's sensitive to. Sometimes they can be too much. So
Loofah,
they
it
don't
doesn't
even
go in your
recommend. They don't
right.
recommend. They don't recommend any of those cleaning things for your
Hoo-ha.
little lady after.
Hoo-ha.
No,
What? Because
it's
you
just
gotta,
using you
you
just
gotta let
use
your girl
the
all day.
equipment, and then you
Equipment.
soak it in the vodka, and then
But the
instead of
tampon would dissolve.
using it,
Sorry,
If
yeah,
you
equipment.
instead of
if
using
you
it,
douse
well, I'm
anything in
trying to,
absolute, that shit is gonna
you're
disintegrate.
dancing around some of these terms, so I'm trying to use euphemisms at kind of a similar level here, and this is
What?
starting to get a little convoluted. But
No, but what's the
you take
equipment?
the tampon, you soak it in vodka, or I mean, ideally, actually, Everclear, the highest proof you can get. You go for 151, and then you take the tampon and you stick it up your asshole
Seems pretty simple,
You
actually.
don't put it in the lady business. You're just
Oh,
using the
okay.
lady's hardware, maintenance hardware
Okay,
to
so the
administer in the
tampon is the
My
tool.
bad. My bad.
right.
Sorry.
Yes.
I connected tampon to the other hole there, but yeah,
Yeah,
okay.
I
I was wrong.
mean,
Cheers.
there's a
I did
similar
too.
situation with blood flow there, so I will not comment further, but
No,
double the
I just want to say that
I
double
I'm
the
not judging
fun,
nobody.
maybe.
go ahead.
I just want to say I'm not judging nobody.
No,
I mean,
I've heard from a friend
I love it.
that did that and got fucked up.
Yeah, you
We
know
heard,
what?
that was
not judge.
Actually, from a friend of mine too. Not me. I know I just kind of
key
We
dial.
not
heard and not
he
judge.
Oh yeah.
he would go to these little parties.
Oh,
This is the
so
These
you
anal
little
got a
syringe.
parties,
little.
and he would put
So
stuff
instead of a
in his
tampon, you
rectum,
have an
and
actual
it would
little
hit a
medical
lot
thing.
quicker, like Molly
Yeah, it
and
looks like a little
everything.
whatever that's called. Syringe.
So this is the anal syringe for whatever liquid they decide to put in you,
Well,
regardless of
and
what it feels
Oh,
like.
yes.
people should
Everclear,
just buy those to put their alcohol in instead.
Fireball,
Please.
Yeah,
Put
Hennessy,
alcohol inside of a
yeah.
syringe.
vodka. Shit, you could
Bring it
even try a Jello
into
shot. No,
smuggle it in anywhere. Just no, seriously, this is my prescription, my
yeah.
rescue medication.
I
You
gotta
can't,
have it. I gotta have it on me.
I made a
yeah.
silicone Jello shot. I made a Jello shot form of a.
No,
It's ready
and
to
in the
go.
UK, you have to have on file that you're an epileptic to administer. I
Really?
So
heard
you're
it
saying that's how
from a
you would get the
friend.
syringe from the pharmacy?
I don't
Yes.
wanna
Like,
have that on file then.
so it has to be another epileptic person to administer it, or you
Oh,
just,
I don't know.
No. I'm assuming
that sounds,
it would be to get one.
oh,
Want
To
right.
get one, yes.
want
Yeah.
nothing to do with one.
Well, I mean, is the club bouncer gonna be, calling your doctor
I
to
ain't going to that
verify?
club.
No, you just get your friends used one after they've been rescued or
My friends would
something.
probably use it before I.
Better yet, save your friend's life, and they will be indebted to you, and say that, you ask in return for saving their life that you get to keep their little used syringe thing, and then you just,
We're not talking about
refill
putting a
it.
tooth under a pillow here. That's not the kind of thing you save. No.
Um,
Just my theory.
I don't want anything that's been up near anyone else's butthole.
Leave every condom after every
Pretty
body
much.
hit.
well, you wash it first. I mean,
No,
Come up
but
on a little line on the clothing
uh,
line.
they sell
Tell me that
on Amazon. Just a thought.
Go ahead. What'd your friend tell you about?
They sell on Amazon the pill thingies.
oh, that you can fill with things.
Yes. The pill thingies,
Capsules?
yes, to make a capsule.
I have to go,
And
guys. I'll be back. Sorry,
We'll be here.
be back.
and the rectal thing,
To administer the capsule?
yes.
Yeah, that doesn't lessen the stigma for me.
Brandon,
But
you
hey,
didn't
now
get
that
the
Brandon's
icebreaker.
here, thank you.
What?
Icebreaker, Brandon.
I've been here
Oh,
for a
Forgot what it
while. I
was.
just didn't want to detract
Oh, we
from that
couldn't. We could. Yeah, no,
amazing
we couldn't break up
conversation.
that
Yeah.
one.
You
I
helped
came
set
up
the whole thing
early,
in motion.
fun
In
time.
fact, I
Yeah,
mean,
that was yeah.
And I really sent us down a weird rabbit hole there.
You came in as soon as we start talking about anal. How odd that is, but shit happens, I guess. Brandon, the icebreaker is something that I forgot. It's not
it
coming to me.
happens.
I'm
Ha.
trying.
It was
What is the best piece of
best.
advice you've ever
Yeah,
received
yeah.
about epilepsy?
Sure, everything that I could say has already been said. Um, I guess it wasn't even advice that was given to me because I didn't know anybody really with epilepsy, so it was kind of like advice that I gave to myself, which sounds a little, uh, full of myself. But it was just don't get bogged down. You gotta let shit go.
Was take your pills on time, same time, every day. Best advice you can get. Not that it helped because I'm still having breakthroughs, but
That's where it's like, yeah, to the neurologist, you're like, I am taking my freaking pills.
right.
It's not perfect.
Like, did you research this stuff? Have you looked at the side effects?
Do you have epilepsy?
Yeah, last time I asked him, has he looked at the side effects? He told me I'm reading too much Google.
Dr. Google.
There is something to be said for the placebo effect, and that does work on side effects too. Suggestibility would, mean that if you read a whole list of different stuff, you might cause it yourself. That was not an eloquent way to put it, but you get the idea. If you read in the official list of potential side effects that it may cause headaches, even though it never actually does with anybody who's ever taken it in any of the tests. A lot of people may start reporting that they're experiencing headaches. So I try to avoid reading any list of official side effects until I've been on a medication for a while and figure out what I'm actually feeling that's different before, because some things are really obvious, and those are the big ones that really are most likely to be the most disabling. Um, so yeah, after that, after a few weeks, I start Googling the weirder ones, the little things, and confirmed that yes, the major anger mood swings are a side effect. But um yeah, is that what you meant, Angel, when you said in the chat you take the pill first?
Oh, no, that was when we were talking about when the doctor's prescribing something, and I was like, you take the pill first.
Oh, doctor, yes. What is it,
That would just
physician
take a
heal
lot of trust
thyself
too
or
with the doctor,
something?
because I know I've
You take it first.
well
Yeah.
that I can understand why you would rather take it instead of first instead of looking at the side effects. But after it's happened that the doctor tried to prescribe medication that's shown to double the that dress side effect, I don't appreciate not being told the risks. especially what to look out for. So I probably just can't get away from that for,
They never
reading
tell
the
you
little
Yeah, some of the
pharmacy
big
pamphlet.
ones are really, you have to tell people about like Stevens Johnson syndrome
Yeah.
or
they never really tell you
that's
the good
that's
stuff.
just not even um um I'm sorry. I don't have a point. You
No,
guys
it's
go
just so
on.
if you start feeling dizzy in the first couple of days and the medication doesn't have any known interactions with other meds you're on, then the dizziness is probably just dizziness. But if there's one of those symptoms or those syndromes that is known to occur a lot more when you're on like two benzos and two AEDs, then I would expect that between the pharmacist and the doctor, the patient should be informed, the family should be informed, so that they know this time if you feel way too dizzy, then it could be serious. And it's just too easy to get prescribed the medication, trust them, start taking it, and risk something bad happening. So this one with struggling with work. I talk about accommodations for epilepsy, but HR is out until August 13th. I have epilepsy and need workplace accommodations to work safely. They took me off schedule because they were worried about safety of my clients. They said they're behavior tech. I've been out for 3 weeks, already submitted a doctor's note, did everything I was told to do, but then looked on HR Outlook I was in contact with, saw that the director who approves, the only one to approve accommodations, is out until August 13th. Tried reaching out to other staff. They say that's the only one who can make the decision. In the meantime, I'm stuck waiting, scared I might lose my job or benefits because I can't get back to work. And HR is not even answering me. I love this job so much. I'm stressed, losing my hair, and my mental health is actively declining. I don't want to take legal action. I just want to work and stay safe. Has anyone else been in this kind of situation? How did you handle it? Any advice or emotional support? This one's definitely overwhelmed. Anybody else ever actually gone, had successful accommodations for work?
I don't think my past few jobs were kind of careless about it. Um, yeah, every time I had a seizure on the job, they were always asking, "You want to stay?" And every time I stayed because it was a job and there's money involved. So I stayed. And when I thought about it, once I got older, I was like, people are leaving for, a headache and stuff. And they asked me if I wanted to stay for a seizure. And of course I did. The ambulance held me up. They said I was conscious enough to answer the questions they asked. And I went right back to being cashier after a seizure. Um, yes. No, that wasn't the first time. But yeah, I didn't think about it back then. Yeah, they don't look at it as bad as everything else. I don't even know where this came from, this conversation, but I know I veered left.
I guess my
Well,
job,
person who posted this, go ahead, Brandon.
I was just going to say, I guess my job is accommodating as much as they can be because we have such a small team. It's hard. So I try and push through a lot of times. But if we have enough people around, or like we have someone who can cover, my boss is 99% of the time going to be like, let's just get you home. Um, as long as it's not like has to call the ambulance situation, he's like, just head home once you feel like, you know. Um, but this is also the only job I've had since having epilepsy because I got diagnosed while having this job. So, and
Hey,
also
that's
when
cool
you
that
almost
they're sticking
die,
with you.
when you're basically at the point where your boss thinks that you're dying in his arms, it's hard for him to fire you because guilt.
So playing off a survivor's guilt while you're still alive, that's a benefit. Yeah, this one definitely it just sounds like they need support because they're saying they're stressing so bad, they're losing their hair, and of course they don't want to, probably maybe new at this job because they're saying they don't even want to take action. They just have to wait for probably 2 weeks for HR to get back and give them a decision. And until then, it's like you're not working. You can't.
Well, I
Behavior
guess
tech,
that's
is that's a medical thing, right? No, go ahead, Kevin. You think
I
is
suppose
behavior tech
that's
a
just
medical thing?
a matter of stress management. I mean, I can't tell you how to manage your stress, but um, you have to figure out a way to manage that. I mean, it's one of those difficult things, you know.
You just
You
need
can't give a you can't give a person confidence, but they have to find a way to, you know, it's just one of those things. You have to manage your stress for epilepsy. It's a horrible trigger, and uh,
The
okay,
most thorough responses are is just somebody from the UK because they have a lot of protections that I guess are, from what it sounds like, more thorough than here. They're saying they can literally get floor matting and access to a quiet area for rest after, assistance if you're just not feeling right. And on top of that, time off for appointments and, flexible schedule. I've never heard of anything more than a flexible schedule at the jobs that I've worked. And that's been at doctor's offices and fast food joints and in a call center after diagnosis. So that sounds like some pretty good accommodations.
Yeah, so I couldn't really take off because they needed a cashier. I mean, I could have actually taken off, but yeah, like that person said, they need to sit down and stuff like that. I didn't get a chance to sit down. I went and got some water, took my break real quick, 15 minutes, and came back. Shouldn't have done that. Really shouldn't. But
Wait, you're saying you shouldn't have gone back and
yes, I should have
continued,
went home.
made it a big enough deal that they respected it? You think that you set the precedent and the tone there, that it wasn't an issue that needed to be taken seriously?
I don't think they thought so because I didn't really ask. They were like, "Can you stay?" And then being that I need the money at the time, I was like, "Sure."
Yeah.
But yeah, they didn't ask like if I wanted to stay. Well, yeah, basically they did. They asked me, could I stay? Didn't ask me if I was okay or do I need any accommodations. She was like, if you need to take a break, go ahead.
It's interesting the way they framed that question, though. Like, rather than "Are you okay?" or "Do you need to leave?" it's like, "Can you stay?" Puts the onus on you to
Pretty suggestive.
reject working that day. I don't know. It just, it seems kind of sleazy.
Yeah.
Oh, lightning bolt.
He was like when I
Lightning.
put my arm in the fryer and did that. Um,
What?
yeah, I put my arm into a deep fryer, elbow deep, and pulled it out. And well, what they're saying is I had a seizure and then I did it. And then I came out of the seizure and I looked at it and then I had another seizure on the ground. So the fryer is what brought me back. That heat, yeah, brought me back.
Well, how long was it in there? I mean, I guess it couldn't have been too long if you still had skin, but
Yeah, there was no skin. There was a huge
oh, okay.
blister, and then there was blisters on my fingers, and it hurt so bad, the blisters, that I took a threaded needle and just went through them and let all the stuff come out because it hurt really bad. I couldn't grip anything, barely could move my fingers like that. Yeah.
How long was the recovery on that?
Say that again.
How long was the recovery time?
Depends on what you mean by recovery. How much
Well, I
time
mean,
did it take the bruises to heal?
Well, for your arm to be back to, 100%, I guess.
Well, I went to work again like 2 days later, so
God.
it was like I popped the blisters. I stayed at home a day, basically had a day off, which wasn't my actual day off. Then I just had the blisters there, and yeah, I got a video too. It's awesome. I'm gonna post it.
I've gone through and popped
But it's
blisters
not
before.
posted on the YouTube channel.
No, I might post it on Reddit. Just me going through the holes, and it's just like dripping. Yeah, you can imagine.
Yeah, make sure to tag that not safe for work.
Yeah.
I
don't want
I
to
do kind of want to watch this though because
make sure it's blurred out.
I'm one of those people who is not unopposed to watching those like pimple popping ones, sometimes.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess some of the
So
pimple popping
watching the
ones,
blister
but
ones might be like I gotta watch this moment.
the burns, the blisters seem a little excessive. Like a little pimple popping is very close
Have you ever
to
seen the
that of an
cyst?
aphid.
Have you ever seen like the absolutely like disgusting ones where it's like it's an actual like a medical problem and it's like there's just pus. Oh yeah, it'll be like on someone's back or something and it's fucking disgusting. Yeah, satisfying but disgusting.
like a big chunk of something, not a little.
Yeah, or
a
like
little liquid. It's like
it's like a lot. Yeah, I think they're like cysts or something. I
and
don't know.
like leaves a hole there and like a visible hole the
Yep.
shape of it. Yeah.
Well, hope they clean that up and get it addressed the right way. This person posted about just asking a question. Yeah, I can't get that shit out of my head now. Somebody asked a question here about the medications and finding words. So since all of us lose words, I wanted to read through this one, and people are actually suggesting. Okay, first of all, they said I failed Aptium and Trileptal due to low sodium. Keppra was the rage issue. Might try Briviact. Lamictal gave me really bad aphasia, and I stopped a while ago. Been on Vimpat for a couple of years. So obviously, this person's been through the catalog, and some of the too many of the comments are just saying stop blaming the meds. It's epilepsy. You're never getting your words back, and deal with it. And this person keeps replying, happy that worked for you, but obviously I would know the difference between medications and epilepsy, and I think it's definitely the meds. Somebody actually said Keppra worked for them, and somebody else is saying some kind of modified Atkins diet. But I don't know. I think the words do kind of get lost more when you're on all the medications that they try to prescribe. And 180, plenty more crosswords. I feel like I have a little bit easier time finding words than I did like this time last year. What do you get?
I think we know what Pookie's gonna say. Get you some B12.
Yeah,
nature's made.
I know. I've got nature's truth. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm gonna go take mine. By the way, go ahead.
Shout out to Nature's Made.
It does help with the aphasia.
Does
Helps
it
keep
really?
Well, I mean, it helps keep your brain functioning. B12 it's a brain vitamin basically.
Yeah.
So that's what this bruise looked like on my arm before.
You're saying bruise, but that's not a bruise.
That's like 3rd-degree burn.
Yeah.
It's a decent bruise, I guess. Scar.
I
Yeah.
want to refer
Wow.
to the Princess
Wow.
Bride. I think it is. I don't think you know what that word means.
Wow.
What word? You keep using it. I
Show us
don't think it
again.
means what you think it
What
means.
is it? It's my
Show.
arm.
That's a third-degree burn from his
That's
arm going
yeah.
into a deep fryer.
Deep.
Uh,
I went down to the elbow, and then I came out of the seizure. That I fell into the seizure is when I touched the grease, and then when I came out of the seizure is when I was like,
uh,
oh shit. Then I had another seizure. Then I
from the
woke up,
pain.
and they was like, "Do you need us to call an ambulance? You just had 2 seizures and put your arm in the fryer." I was like, "Hey, why not? You shouldn't call the ambulance. I can just handle this and go home."
No,
Yeah,
absolutely not.
that's what you do for the love of the money.
Mhm.
I thought I had
I'm
another
not sure
photo.
that any
Show
money or
us.
that any job involving a deep fryer really rolls in money.
Show us the before and after. After
Mainly just what
the
it looks like
aftermath.
now.
Roll up your sleeve.
Oh, you haven't seen that? I've showed that so many times.
We all forget everything.
The
Yeah, okay.
Oh, I can't see it.
It's the exact same shape, but yeah, 100%.
okay.
Yeah.
Exact
See,
same shape.
Pookie,
Oh,
Pookie, see,
this
this is
way.
how you
okay.
I
know it's
need
not a
a
bruise. A bruise would
I
not
No.
need
be there anymore.
Yeah. So
It looks like a birthmark.
a birthmark. I guess.
Well, no, that
No,
skin
that's
is
something your family would tell you is a birthmark to hide child abuse.
that
Oh,
is like
yeah.
that is roughed up like scar tissue. You know what I mean? Like, I mean,
Mhm.
this was from when I had a rock in my arm. That's very different, but like the skin has that, but that is scar tissue.
Yeah, so it was even worse around the wrist. I didn't show you that part. It looked like, you know, how you slam on the brakes and just slide. That's how it looks right there.
This is scar tissue.
Yeah, that's what that looks like. It's like all
Yeah.
the way from here, it just slid like here and got scars right here. So I touched the bottom of the thing. I have a video of what my fingers look like, but it was a video of also me smoking. So you can just see my hands and it was bad. And let me see if I can pause it.
This is scar tissue.
Yeah, it's a great video. I'm telling you, you guys missed out. Yeah, I'll get it together.
Also, wanted to give a
Those fingers are ugly. Okay, yeah, we'll get back to this. At least I know the picture is there. Yeah, that was rough. I really want the other picture.
Also wanted to give a shout out to the group tonight. Great group.
You never know which nights are going to be the best ones. Or, you know, it's still daytime over there.
Oh yeah, I know. We're sitting here at six almost 7.
Oh, I found it.
Somebody was talking about headaches earlier. Mark, I think yeah, you were talking about headaches earlier. Now I feel like I have a headache. God damn it.
No, Kev,
I'm sorry.
have another.
I'm just messing with you. It's okay. You didn't do anything.
No, I had a
Yeah,
headache
I'm
earlier.
trying to figure out who brought up
All better.
the headaches first so I can shift the blame over away from myself. I'm not too concerned about that.
All right, will you
No,
practice your
but-
I
deflection?
think somebody else mentioned it first.
Nobody did anything wrong. I work out
Oh.
in the heat all day. I'm sure I'm just dehydrated.
Drink water.
The body
Well,
armor.
I drink water
thing, right?
all day. Like my water bottle, I go through like a big water bottle like 6 times, 7 times a day. It's just constant. with the heat and sweating, and I'm just constantly losing it. So,
Somebody here is saying that I've been seizure free for 8 months, had the big Russia earthquake, and all of a sudden I had a grandma. Pookie, I'm not putting off the picture, I promise. But this person's asking if there's any link between earthquakes and tonic-clonics. There's only one comment, and they're just saying no link. You might have been stressed. That's about it.
definitely stress over a terrifying situation.
Okay, so I got the video. It's 59 seconds. If you want to see me popping blisters with a needle.
Yes, it's an ASMR.
Okay, hold on. I'll start it over. Awesome video, man. I'm telling you, you guys missed a good day of my life.
Could we go back to talking about like anal or something? Because that's
Okay. I won't do that one. This was a great video. I gotta save it in my phone. Yeah.
Send it through the chat.
I can't wait to see how much of this actually ends up being shown. Like, I gotta turn my head.
No, that's gotta be a short. That little piece of what Kevin just said, that's definitely gotta be a short.
We go back to talking about anal or something.
Yeah, so
I can barely see it, but it's okay.
The video it'll download on my phone, and then I'll show you. Great video though. I'll show you when I get a better video. Oh, I got a better video.
I hope Kevin didn't leave because he didn't want to see it, because like we're past it. You can come back now, bud.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's 59 seconds, but let's see if we can show it now. That's the blister.
Oh wow.
And then pop. It was so numb that I could not feel the needle. So I was just popping them all. And quite a bit of them too. There was like 3 or 4 in between the fingers and in the palm.
Send it through the chat. I'm cooking.
I'm gonna post it. Oh yeah, that's a nice one.
Look at those tiny dreadlocks.
Damn it, you froze.
They look so small compared to what you've grown out now.
Yeah.
Little Pookie.
Oh my god, it was just so big on your finger. Holy shit.
I wasn't even looking at myself. I forgot. You guys seen the young me.
Welcome, Courtney.
2019.
Courtney, you just missed some fun stuff. You have missed a very fun last hour.
Courtney did not.
Oh, and she's so smart with her expertise. She would have. Yeah, you're gonna definitely be able to give us some way better insight on
and stuff.
You'll see it online. I'll post it later. But I got something here, you guys. It says something is wrong and doctors don't listen. Hello, I have non-epileptic seizures, but there's activity in my brain. It's just it's not a lot. So my doctors say I'm in a gray zone. I've been having very frequent seizures, and I feel something is wrong. I've been having very concerning symptoms recently, and I've been in the ER, but they just discharged me because it's non-epileptic. I'm scared and don't know what to do. I feel something is very wrong. It's Sunday, and I'm trying to hold up and hold out, just keep myself calm as possible. Not ideas, advice. For those who have non-epileptic seizures, anybody got any advice? Because I don't, but I've heard of people getting the wrong diagnosis and they tell you you have non-epileptic and you don't. And so on. The first comment says, get a referral to a neurologist who can arrange a long-term EEG. They'll admit you to a hospital for 3 to 5 days and keep you hooked up. Hopefully it'll catch some activity. Another person says, how did they know they are not epileptic seizure? Damn doctors, took me 5 years to find a good neurologist. If you feel like something is bad going to happen, try going to an emergency room. Isn't that what the person said they did? Yeah, so advice about non-epileptic seizures. I heard somebody else had this, and I think Ann said just like don't give up. Yeah, you got to make them understand. I don't even exactly remember her exact words, but you got to advocate for yourself and tell them, no, I'm not taking that. Actually, they can put you out of the emergency room, can't they?
The second opinion was a recurring theme in a lot of what Ann says. Never be ashamed or, scared basically to ask for a second opinion, especially when, you come back for your follow-up after those ER visits and the doctor just sounds like they're not even asking questions. Like they're accepting whatever the ER physician says is like true.
Yeah.
Good night.
Definitely don't go to the same doctor that's in the ER that says you don't.
Right.
Go next.
Say that again.
Can I go next?
Go ahead. I was waiting for you. I stopped because I thought of you.
My ER doctor is an asshole. That's why I don't go here in Laredo. Mainly because I hate him. It bedside manner is horrible.
That's a good enough reason in itself. If he's also an idiot, adds even more.
Yes, and I hope he dies. Yes, that pretty much sums it up.
Well, as long as you don't name them, we don't have a problem. I can post it.
We can say his name.
No, don't do that. Then I gotta go and edit all kinds of stuff.
Okay.
Yeah.
Also,
But
none
I'm
of us
glad.
are going to end up in that hospital anyway, so we don't have to.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a rough one. But yeah, I'm sorry you had to go through that. Yeah. Someone else said it's ego when it's male doctor or male neurologist. How do you feel about that?
Yes, and he's also a male.
I love that my neurologist, like Twisted, she's an Indian woman. I don't know.
Indian woman?
Yeah.
I don't
Why?
think you guys heard each other right.
Oh, wait. Aren't you based in India? Or don't you live in India?
No.
Oh, I don't know why I thought that. I thought you said that at one point. I'm not. That wasn't me profiling or anything.
I'm from America.
Oh, sorry. I thought that you said you were. You live. I'm sorry.
Why? What?
Oh, precious. Oh, Brandon, you are so precious.
That was purely just me misremembering a comment that you probably made at one point. Sorry.
Oh, no. Oh, yes.
So, yeah, go more into this. One more comment. It says, this sounds weird, but it might help you too. I have to go somewhere I don't feel safe. If I put something soft in my pocket, it can kind of helps me regulate, but isn't the same as an adult bringing a bear to the ER because they're scared. Good luck. We're with you. Bringing a bear to the ER. I'm assuming they're being teddy bear.
What are they? I don't understand that. What are they? They say they bring something soft with them in their pocket.
Yeah, so that can't be a
to-
teddy bear.
Uh, so, what's the question? I don't get it.
There was just advice on being told you have epileptic seizures. I mean, non-epileptic seizures. Um, yeah, they were just asking, what should I do?
Oh,
You have an appointment
oh, it's still
coming up?
that same question?
Yeah, we
Was
kind of
that one of
went
the,
far
was
left.
that one of the replies? The keep something soft in your pocket?
Yeah, that was the response to that.
Oh, okay. I thought you had moved on to a different thing. I was like, what? How are they having a problem here? They just want to have like a little, um, yeah, that sounds kind of like they're suggesting like an autism stim toy kind of thing, a sensory stim toy, something small in the pocket with a sort of texture or shape or something that can be fiddled with, messed with, held, manipulated, and stuff to help with like relieve tension or uh, just in the background as they're processing. That's part of what I'm doing, like with the bass guitar. I'm thinking, doing with the fingers more so than actually playing anything. So, um, like something soft in the pocket like that reminds me of that sort of same concept. And it's a stress relief behavior in autistic individuals. So it's not unreasonable to assume that it would be, stress relieving to anybody who doesn't like soft things.
And rectum and then soft things in your pockets. Great topics.
Don't put this, well, I guess if you're gonna put things in your rectum, it would be better if they were soft, wouldn't it?
I've never heard of it getting in soft, but I mean,
All right, Pookie,
whatever works for you.
run the icebreaker to Courtney, please.
Oh yeah. So Courtney, if you think you came in at a bad time, I'm gonna tell you we were talking about rescue meds that go up the rectum. So that's why we were talking about anal when you got here. But we got an icebreaker for you.
Also, because Kevin wanted to get back into talking about it.
I just didn't want to talk about something else.
I'm just messing with you.
I know. That's what we do.
Yeah. So Court, if you're ready, the question is, oh, I forgot.
What was the
What's
best piece of advice?
There you go. Somebody.
What was the best piece of advice you ever got about your epilepsy?
That it doesn't have to be who I am. It's just a part of what I deal with. Because I fucking hate this shit. But excuse my French. I think y'all can handle it if y'all talking about butt stuff. So hi.
Don't excuse your French. It's all right.
I like
Yeah,
that
it's
answer.
really good advice. Not to let it define you, yeah.
Yeah, that's a good answer.
Okay, I got another one here. It says so I don't really know how to process this. It says I'm just going through the motions, telling people who care about who I haven't already heard. I had a seizure at work on Tuesday, no family history, no medical cause, no explanation. It just kind of happened. I was lucid, and then next thing I know, I'm waking up in the back of an ambulance. My coworkers filled me in on the rest of what happened. It was a whole ordeal. Some law enforcement officers restrained me to the ground, and it fucked me up. I'm not a big guy, but I'm not weak either. It took both of them to pin me down. I bit the ever living shit out of my tongue. It's bruised and I can't even taste good. How do y'all deal with this? I have zero experience with this, only minimal education on how to help someone having a seizure from when I was working in education with special needs adults. I never seen a seizure, so how do I handle that? I was told you to turn them on their side. Make sure they don't swallow their spit. Pretty basic, I guess.
Haven't they taken epilepsy seizure 101?
Don't think we have one of those.
They should follow me. I'm a big advocate for epilepsy.
Make sure they're not hitting their heads on anything hard.
There you go. That's a good one.
I think generally don't restrain them, don't hold them down. I think that's what I'm.
Oh, don't
one.
stick an object
or your hands.
That's the old one, right? They used to think you have to hold your tongue down or something. Yeah, that's outdated.
Don't stick
the
anything
wallet,
in their mouth. Yeah,
the wallet that they had, it was stick a wallet in their mouth so they don't swallow their tongue. But it's like, get your hands away from my mouth because I might chomp your
Bite
finger.
you. Yes.
And I don't want to wake up with a finger in my mouth.
I don't want to wake up
And
with
with
blood all over
the
my face
don't
that isn't mine.
restrain, with the don't restrain also goes don't tase.
Yeah.
Do you get
so-
extra like excitability if somebody tase you? Is it like a seizure square? Do y'all know what happens if you get tasered while you're
I
seizing?
don't know. I don't
Well,
know, but I can't
when you
imagine
get
it would do
tased,
anything.
when you get tased, it messes with the electrical current in your heart, and
Yeah.
I'm sure that it would also affect the electrical current in your brain,
No,
which is
epileptics can't get tased.
No way.
Yeah, you can.
you could
I
you
wonder
could tase
if
yourself if it
I
just
wonder
happens.
if it would like
If you're saying
interrupt the abnormal electrical brainwave activity, kind of like they do with cardiac patients and stuff. With an extremely high tachycardia, they administer adenosine, which stops the heart momentarily, and then when it resumes, it goes like normal. So I wonder if just a gigantic shock to the brain, like you get with a taser, would interrupt the haywire signaling and let the brain just kind of reboot normally.
I don't want to find out.
I wouldn't volunteer either, but I think it's an interesting question to consider at least.
Well, I guess it's probably happened. It has probably
get
happened in this
tased.
record.
It's a statement, not a question.
Well, have you ever seen someone with epilepsy get tased?
Yes.
So they can get tased then. You've seen it happen.
Well, I guess they can get tased. Should they be?
Yeah, that's the other question.
Yeah, I've had a taser pulled out on me, and my mom kept saying he has epilepsy. He has epilepsy. That cop did not care. So I can get tased. I'm from the San Francisco Bay Area. I don't know if the area is different or the states, but yeah, they will tase you to restrain you, especially because I'm bigger than most cops. It's instantly, let me put some cuffs on you for me and your safety. So yeah, if I make him feel unsafe, being that I'm 6'2", he will tase me. He told me that after my mom is screaming he has epilepsy. So yeah, we can be tased. We are not what they call it, like, yeah, we don't get no freedom just because you have epilepsy.
Like a taser immunity because they're already electrified, I guess you can say.
Yeah, I mean the other option is just to straight shoot you, but the gun and the taser are on two different sides. So yeah.
That's why I got a I showed you guys my cards and my letter from my doctor.
Oh yeah, you told us about that, but Yeah, I'm not gonna have time to pull anything out, especially out of my pocket. Not a letter either.
Check my wallet. Check my
Well,
wallet.
but
They'll check
cops
my. They're
will.
gonna check my wallet once I'm downtown.
Yeah, they will
Alarm! I'm
go
wearing a
more
disability
aggressive
bracelet.
first and figure it out later.
Yeah. Yes, you will get tased. So, you
I'm not
advise.
gonna resist. I'm not gonna resist. I can barely walk.
Well, no, but
I
this is more like if you have a full tonic clonic and you come out of it and you're, or even if you're in it, they'll think that you're overdosing on drugs. Um, or if they catch you postical, sometimes we don't know what we're doing. And if people try and, you know, it, restrain us or anything, our heads aren't there, you know. So if we get aggressive with them, they're gonna go with the all right, let's just get this person like detained or down, whatever, and then figure it out later. But like you're not gonna be going, I have my letter from my doctor. If you're coming out of it, like if you're postical, that's not happening.
Mhm.
Yeah, especially if you're black. Just throw that out there.
All right, just really quick, I looked this up very fast.
Just saying.
This is just from ChatGPT. So, yes, a taser can affect someone with epilepsy differently and potentially more severely than someone without the condition. Here's why. Severe trigger risk, electrical shock and physical stress from a taser can potentially trigger a seizure in someone with epilepsy, especially if their seizures are stress induced or sensitive to physical trauma. Pain, fear, and adrenaline spikes can also contribute to seizure onset or risk of injury during seizure. Also, medication interaction, uh, um, things like that are all things to consider when being tased. Um,
Not to mention
so,
implants, devices.
oh, yes, that too.
Hello, RNS, VNS. They try to bring a magnet around my head will blow up.
I think maybe the word you might have been trying to use was they should not tase us.
Should not, yes.
Yeah, they should not, but they will.
Just like they should not restrain us, but they
Yeah.
do.
Yeah, because they almost shot me one time. I had a seizure, a TC inside of Target. And in my postictal phase, I walked right out of Target. There was a bush to my right. I dropped my pants to the floor and started peeing. They were standing there wondering what the hell's going on. And luckily, my uncle was there. And it's like, he's having a seizure. He's having a seizure. And I don't think they believed it at first. But they were just like sitting there, holding the belt buckle like cops do and looking. And I think they finally understood when I kicked the rest of my pants off and just walked away.
Yeah, it's a huge problem, and then I always bring this up with not just the epileptic community. It's the people are too quick to react. They don't understand our community, and it's a good thing you're bringing awareness. Um, People with uh, mental conditions in general, and yeah, just too quick to react with uh, force like that. Yeah, it's a huge problem.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Speaking of too quick to react here, go ahead, Courtney.
Or are you about to no finish up? Because I was a
Oh
question.
no, I got
have
a
for
whole
you.
nother post. Please,
Oh,
please ask.
okay.
I
It
got a
was
whole nother post.
I don't want to go down this we like y'all already know it's about to be science time. You have a VNS, right, Kate? Or no? Is
RNS.
it something RNS? Okay. Okay, because does anybody have a VNS?
We do.
Okay, how is it for you?
Works very well.
Okay. Because do you have one that's is it the one that is surgery for, or do you have one that you just apply to your neck? Because there's two different types now. Yeah.
I am not aware that there was two different types. I have one in my chest,
Okay.
and it links up through the vagus nerve
Yeah.
and into my neck.
Okay. And how long have you had it?
9 years.
Oh, okay, okay. So there's the newer ones that you they don't have to be as invasive, I guess you can say. And then also there was this paper I found that's 27 page long. Sorry, y'all. It's about how vagus nerve stimulation naturally could be very beneficial for us soon. So that's why I was asking, because I have been trying to do stuff, and I remember Kate was talking about exercise too, so that's part of it. But yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's gonna be a whole different topic. So go ahead.
Well, I have to ask now, what are the methods of natural stimulation for the vagus nerve?
Just vagus nerve exercises that, you know, the deep breathing, the cold water exposure, like when you first wake up.
Yeah, you're telling me about the cold showers.
Yeah, it's just I can't think of all of them on top of my head, but yeah, now they also
It's cool.
have
It's
like
open in a tab. Now I'll go over it later.
oh yeah, okay, yeah.
Okay, so that thing about reacting too quickly, I saw this post here saying I had a seizure on a date and he left while I was unconscious. I'm still trying to process what happened, but I figured maybe someone out there can relate or at least offer some perspective. I've had refractory epilepsy for years. It's something that shaped a huge part of my life, whether I like it or not. I've struggled a lot socially because of it. I tend to keep myself not, oh yeah, not because I don't want connection. Oh, so they're saying keep to myself. Not because I don't want connection, but because I'm always afraid of being too much. The sick girl, the burden, the one people roll their eyes at or quietly distance themselves from. I've heard the comments before, she's always sick. Here we go again. And after a while, you start believing that maybe you're just not worth the trouble. But recently, I decided to take a chance, open up. I met someone, and for the first time in a long while, things felt hopeful. We saw each other for about 6 or 7 months. I told him about my epilepsy right from the start, full honesty. He seemed understanding, kind, said all the right things. I let my guard down, which doesn't come easy. Last week we had our first little sleepover date, just a movie night at my place. Everything was going well until I felt the deep sinking aura before a seizure. I told him I wasn't sure, but something felt off. He said, "Don't worry, I got this." I guess he didn't. I woke up confused, head pounding, barely aware of where I was. I pieced it together slowly, realized I must have had a seizure. And then I realized something else. He was gone. Completely vanished. No note, no message, no response to calls or texts. Days later, he finally sent a casual. Okay. Guess I can't finish it up. Go ahead, guys. Take it from.
Well, days later sent a casual, doesn't really matter what he sent. If it took days after disappearing mid-seizure, like the guy is not the one. That's pretty clear. I don't know what he could say that could change anything about that. Like,
All right, there's not much you can say now. You left me for dead, basically.
I
yeah,
can understand
Yes.
if he'd stayed and made sure that she was okay, and then maybe like cut contact down for a few days while he processed. But like
mm,
it's the leaving while unconscious that blows my friggin' mind.
I feel like we
Oh,
should at least wait till I'm there and then panic and like tell me,
so
talk to you later.
well,
can I hear that part again? So he texted her how many days later, and what did he say exactly?
We didn't get that far.
we don't
Okay,
know. We didn't.
okay.
Oh, hey, here's Kate. What did he
He,
text her?
And
What could
she,
possibly?
why is he? I would have blocked him. He wouldn't have been able to. Oh,
He hit her with the
yeah,
good morning. How you doing today?
he must have
That's
got
all.
out of there fast too. Seizures don't last that long, only a few minutes. He must have got out within like
casual message saying you didn't think a relationship would work just like that. I don't think anything has ever hurt like waking up alone after letting someone in only to realize that they decided I wasn't worth sticking around for. So, yeah, I took a chance. I let someone see me and I got left at my most vulnerable. Right now, it feels like maybe putting myself out there was a mistake, but I'm still here, still breathing, still fighting. And maybe someday someone will see all of me, including the hard parts, and choose to stay. If you've gone through something similar, how did you find the strength to keep putting yourself out there? Or if you're someone who's been on the other side supporting someone with a chronic illness, what helped you stay? So that was the rest of the post there.
Yeah.
So
I think he could have done that better. Could have handled that a little better. Just, hit her up like the same day. How you doing?
Yeah, I don't want to be that person, but she saved herself from some bullshit. Like he took the trash took itself out, as they like to say. Because, I don't know.
and it happened early in the relationship, it seems.
Was it one?
It seizure spared her a lot of mess. If he's not willing to stick around for something like that, then he's not going to be there for, well, I was going to say for life, but I don't know if that's, but yeah, I don't know.
Her life, at least.
Her life, yeah, that's very, in a very literal way, he's not going to be there for her life.
Yeah, I gotta agree, and he ran out right away, it seems. He bolted. It seems, I mean, if he wasn't there, even when she woke up, I mean, he was gone in a second. He didn't even think. It looks like, man, he was gone. Took off, you know,
Yeah.
That's
I think dating right now would be so hard as an epileptic. It's just, is anyone single in here or dating? Like, how has dating been for
Single,
anybody
not
that's
dating.
single? Hmm?
Oh, sorry, I raised my hand, but I'm
Mm-hmm.
single, but then you continued on dating, not dating, single
That's fine.
though. So that's,
That's fine.
yeah,
Dating's been
perpetually.
awesome, man. I don't know any other way to put it. It's been all right. I wouldn't even say I'm in a relationship. I might just be dating or spending the night, however that plays out. But yeah, not in a relationship.
I got lucky.
Brandon has a girlfriend.
Yeah, well, I got lucky where like all the people who were like the second they saw epilepsy ran, it made it so that my I could meet my girlfriend, and I had a seizure at her place the first time I ever stayed at her apartment. The morning after I had a seizure, um like a full TC, and she was right there for me every step of the way.
Yeah, I been with my boyfriend 5 years. I had my first seizure December 2022, a few days before 2023. That's how I remember. And he knew what to do. He still knows what to do. So I got really lucky with how things are set up. Like, yeah, I'm not gonna go into too many details, but yeah, I got super lucky. And I just hope like there's people who are a bit more empathetic because do y'all think it's just not enough information on what epilepsy looks like? Because I don't know, people underestimate it until they see it because I'm just confused because I always knew it was a serious condition. And I'm just like, why are people so shocked at how hard things are for us?
A lot of people they think they think seizure is not epilepsy. So a lot of people when I bring up epilepsy, they're like, "What's that?" Most people know what seizures are, but they don't know what epilepsy is. So that's also a thing you got to look for when you tell someone you have epilepsy. You have to say, "Also, I have seizures."
Okay.
But my bracelet, it says, "I have seizures. Call my mom. Don't Narcan me." So
I guess a better way of phrasing it would actually be I have epilepsy, which means I have seizures. Uh, you know what I mean? That way it connects the two even more. It's like not also, it's like because I have epilepsy, I have seizures. Now you know the connection.
yeah, when I went to the concert, I knew there was going to be a bunch of lights because it's the weekend. Um, but the girl that was next to me, she didn't know I sold that ticket to her online. But she sat next to me, and I was like, "You know what epilepsy is?" And she was like, "Yeah." And the music was playing, so she was like all excited. "Yeah, I know what epilepsy is." Then I was like, "Okay, I have seizures." She was like, "What?" And I was like, obviously, she did not know what epilepsy was. And when I had seizures, she put them together. Seizures come with epilepsy. Wait, no. Epilepsy is seizures, but seizures aren't exactly epilepsy. Can I put it that way? It's like saying, whatever.
Like not all seizures are epileptic, but all epileptics have seizures, I guess.
Yeah.
Unless
Yeah.
obviously the you're like Kevin here who like has managed to be on the longest streak out of all of us. Go, Kevin.
I was saying it like, like let's say an eagle is a bird, but a bird isn't an eagle. That was how I was trying to say it. I was trying to be kind of funny about it, but it never landed. So I got something else here. It said, "Did changing meds change the type of seizures you have? I've had many types of seizures over my life, anywhere from mild focal absences to tonic-clonic, and have dislocated my shoulder and the TC were the norm for over a decade until recently. My doctor switched me from Keppra to Vimpat to Excopri in about 3 months. The seizures weren't stopping and the side effects were horrible, so we wanted to try something new. In addition, I have a VNS implant, but that never changed my seizures. Fast forward to today, and I'm still having 1 to 2 a month, but they are back to what seems to be absent seizures or focal seizures. No more thrashing around or biting my tongue. And in that regard, I'd say this is an improvement. But I still want to achieve the goal of being seizure free. What do you think? Any similar experiences? No. Um, yeah, I was in my teens when I switched a lot. And once I got older, I don't think I was paying attention to my health for a long time. So I wouldn't say they changed. I think I always just been having grand mal seizures. And that's all I knew because every time I get put in the ambulance and the paramedics are like, "What kind of seizure was it?" I'd be like, "The shaking ones. That's the only type, right?" I did not know that there's more than that. So
I'm on my 12th medication. So, and I always get tolerant to the medication pretty quickly, especially when I was younger. So that was one of my fears of having my rescue med be the same thing as I'm taking nightly, you know, because if I become tolerant to that, that's not going to rescue me. Um, but
Are you not
yeah,
are you not a candidate for getting like a VNS or RNS or some sort of
no,
implant?
we haven't talked about that yet. They haven't. Um, I'm not aren't officially diagnosed yet, I guess, as medically resistant, even though I read up on it, and all you need is two, basically. But my doctors have. I even gave them the stuff I had from when I was younger. I've been through so many meds, and I was talking about it with Rick the other night. You know,
How
but
long can you be on one med before you switch? Like, what's your average amount of time you stay on one pill?
I think as I got older, it became I can stay on more time. But when I was younger, I think the reason why now, though, is because my liver issues. But um, when I was younger and way healthier, I would be constantly like, oh, he's got to up his dose again. He's got to up his dose again. He's got to, oh, we got to add this. And we got to change him to this medicine. Like, like I think I've been through 4 medications before I even got out of high school.
Didn't yours start in high school?
Mine started in 8th grade. So basically around the same time, but yeah.
Yeah, just about.
But yeah. Given that I've been through like 4 right before graduating, that's still a lot, a lot to go through.
Okay.
I mean, I feel it is.
One of the responses to that says, yeah, I used to have TCs. The first med they put me on was Keppra, which had them under control. However, once I hit 30 years old, I had another one, and upping the dose didn't help. So the doc put me on lamotrigine as well. After that, my TCs were under control, but then for the first time, I started having fogals. Since then, they upped my dosage, and everything has been relatively under control, but I'll still have a focal usually once every couple of months. I could try other meds if I wanted to and possibly try to get it under control. But honestly, my meds haven't given me any terrible side effects so far, and I don't want to subject myself to another one with all the potential side effects that it could cause. So I'm just sticking with this for now. Somebody else said, I'm convinced my meds are hiding and warning signs, or hiding my warning signs, but I also may be just paranoid. Someone else said I went. Huh? Hold
Sorry. Okay, you go. Sorry.
It said I went from having TCs every 6 months over 4 years. When I was finally medicated properly, they changed to focal impaired awareness. I'm on 3 different meds, and now since I have 3 to 4 seizures a month, now I'm looking at an implant or ablation or whatever my doctor decides. It's frustrating as fuck. Did you have something, Kevin?
Yes, about the person who asked the question. They said they had a VNS. I wanted to know if they said how long they had it or anything. Did they indicate?
They did not say the amount of time that they've had it. They just said in addition to. So yeah. Did you? Oh, you stopped having seizures all over. So, was you still here? No.
Well, it just might matter because it takes a while for the VNS to work, and I don't know. And
anybody else change medications and how that happened? How'd that go for you? No.
I just started Scopri like 3 months ago. I started with lamotrigine first and only then. And then, like I told y'all, I was 10 months seizure free my first year. So basically, my first year, I only had one tonic colonic, and technically wasn't in a year. And then I started having the focal impaired awareness seizures mid 2024. Yeah, what year is it? Yeah. So I tried lamotrigine, I tried lacosamide, Riviac scared me, and I am on lacosamide. I know, give me a second. So that's the only thing with meds right now. Like I say, Copri is rough because you have to titrate for like 2 weeks, and that's like a really strong med. So, but other than that, I didn't try anything a huge wide range of medicine, and it's only for my complex partial seizures or focal impaired
2
awareness.
weeks. I
Yeah,
gotta go 12.
12.5 is like the first amount you had to try.
I'm on week 8.
Yeah, of which one?
Excopri.
Yes. And then you started 12.5 milligrams. And what dosage are you at now?
I think I'm on the 50 milligrams. About to go up to 100.
And then 150, then 200.
No, yeah.
I tried to get up to 200, but I had to come down back to 150 because they messed up my sleep too bad.
Did your Courtney, did your seizures change when you switched medications?
No, I haven't had a change in seizures since I switched. It's just
Like the kind of seizure.
I only have complex partial seizures now. They haven't changed since I went through a really stressful event, and those are the only ones I really get now. So not necessarily.
Okay, yeah. So the other people, they said they took a medication and the tonic stopped, but they started having focals. That's what I meant by like change.
Oh yeah, for sure. The Motrigine controls my tonic-clonic. Nothing controls my complex partial seizures, which is why I was asking Kevin about his VNS. He's saying he's never had focals, so that's why I'm kind of interested.
Everybody's body is different. Tom has the VNS too. I think he said he just his auras now.
I think
though.
he has a RNS too. Tom.
Don't take my word for it, but I think it was the VNS.
I thought he had two.
We had a one-on-one. We did have somebody who had two. I forgot his name, but we'll move to the next one. It says suggestions for nausea. Any recommendations for how to treat nausea from epilepsy, or even if meds that we take? I've heard good things about ginger, but have only drunk either ginger tea or ginger ale. Does anyone have a specific way to consume ginger for nausea? I really need something for on the go. I've been experiencing a lot of nausea in the car since getting epilepsy, starting meds, but still haven't found a good way to deal with it. Please help and thank you.
They may need to do a gut issue, like look into their gut issues. That sounds like that might be a nerve thing with their like nausea and epilepsy, because it hits your three parts: your heart, your brain, and your gut. They might need to look into that. And I guess ginger tea would be my first suggestion if they're trying to start something. But they probably need to look into probiotics, prebiotics diet.
Yeah, so the ginger is a good idea. And somebody also said that they ended up with onzofran, a form of Zofran. Somebody else said, for me, it's Sprite. I don't know if it's because of the stomach acid or what, but I have a Sprite at least once or twice a day when the nausea, and it helps me.
Try smoothies, making fresh smoothies if you're on the go, because I like to eat foods as fresh as possible, and make like a fruit smoothie or a veggie smoothie and throw the ginger in there. Maybe a couple, just, scrape it in there. Very, very simple. It's very fresh, very good.
So I got Raven in the comments. She said, I like plain carbonated water. It's just like a sparkling mineral water type of thing. Not sure what that means. Yeah, so the Sprite is what someone else said, I guess. Smoking usually helps for me. Helps me just go to sleep, I guess. MCT oil. I had a friend whose daughter is epileptic recommend I try MCT oil in my 11 years of epilepsy. I have never heard of it that I remember. Input and recommendations. Anybody know what MCT oil is?
Medium chain
Chain
triglycerides,
from coconut.
Talk about it.
fatty acids kind of
Please
thing.
explain.
Like, sort of. Well, let Kate explain. Or Court, sorry.
I'm explaining with food in mind.
Guys know what it is, but have no way to explain it.
It's the ideal energy source for, if I'm not mistaken, your blood. It's saturated in coconut and palm kernel oil, but it's best to get it from coconut oil, and it's just basically a quick source of energy. It's easily digested and absorbed. So that's what it is.
Someone said apparently it can help the keto diet more palatable and converts the ketones more easily than the fats. Someone said I consumed a ton of MCT oil while trying the modified Atkins diet. Obligatory, not a doctor, but my understanding is that the ketosis state, that it's beneficial, not the MCT oil itself. It's possible the MCT oil does help. I'm not an expert at this study, but here is a study on modified Atkins diet if you need help. It's just a link.
You just have to be careful still because it's a saturated fat, and how your body deals with saturated fats. You have to be careful because of your heart, like the solidifying of it.
I'm invincible. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah. Good one, pretty easy one. When to drive. Hi guys, I'm hoping to find others who might understand. About a year ago, I had my first ever seizure. Some might recall my previous post for more. Before it, I had jolting movements causing confusion and involuntary actions. These worsened, leading from my left temporal lobe epilepsy, focal diagnosis. Though it wasn't indefinite, I'm 20 and still no driver's license. It's tough, especially with my parents and others constantly shaming me about it, making me feel worse. Even after just having one seizure, I'm genuinely hesitant to drive. I'm on Devalparex and lacosamide, working with my neurologist on dosage. I still have moments where I don't feel entirely normal, in quotes, making me question if I'm ready to drive safely. I know it might sound dramatic after a year, but this is a real anxiety-inducing fear for me. For those who do drive, how do you decide you were ready and after your first seizure? Do you ever feel 100% normal, normal's in quotes again, and confident on the road? Any advice would be great. I don't drive and I don't suggest it, so thoughts, you guys? Any guys you driving? Anybody? I don't think so, right?
Nope.
So advice to this guy, you just say not drive. Somebody tell him something.
And don't feel peer pressure to drive just because you think it is. You know, I'm 40. I'm in my 40s, and I was taking my driver's license, my exams and stuff. But after a tonic-clonic, I decided, nope, I would rather take public transportation for the rest of my life than hurt somebody.
I'm 29. I've never had a license at all, and that was before even starting getting even before I started getting seizures. Didn't have a license. For me, it just didn't matter, I guess, but it's different for everyone. Depends on where you live and what somebody just mentioned, like transport. Yeah, it's like what the public transportation system is. You know, I'm with James on the bike thing where it's like if I have a seizure while I'm riding, the only person I can hurt is myself. Hopefully.
Yeah. I've never had a license. Never even been to the DMV to fill out that form. Yeah, so like Brandon, I didn't get that far. I drove, but I never got a license. So yeah, it's very irresponsible. It's probably against the law. I'm not sure. Might have to edit that out. But
So, Court, you're
why not?
looking into actually getting the bike?
Huh?
Do you usually go without long enough? Courtney said in the chat that boyfriends is suggesting that she gets an electric bike, and I've always wanted to try that, but you know,
Go for
still
the
think it's a little too risky.
go for the electric Brompton. It folds up. It's like an amazing bike. My boss, who literally races bikes, like nice bikes, he got one for his partner recently, to use to get to work. And he's been stealing it here and there when he can, because he's like, this thing is amazing with the slight just electric assist. You do basically no work, but you still have to pedal, so you have control, and it's not a full throttle, which that's where like you run into the people and who are riding e-bikes like maniacs when it's a full throttle, basically a motorcycle. But yeah, go for the electric Brompton.
Hey Siri.
Great suggestion. So that last post about the guy who ditched, she just finished up by saying basically anyone who's ever had a similar situation, how do you keep finding the strength to keep putting yourself out there? You know, continue dating after you've had one go wrong because of a seizure. And on the other side, if you're someone who's been supporting someone with a chronic illness, what helped you stay? Never been one on the other side to support with a chronic illness. But as far as, you know, putting yourself out there, it's more of that initial thing that I think Courtney said of you don't let this define you. What do you guys think?
We went through this when you left.
Yeah, go figure. Okay, so another one of the comments is saying, I had a seizure during a job interview for a role as a solicitor at a research institute, very high level job. They asked me to leave when the seizure ended. You'd expect way better, right? It made me realize that people who do not come into contact with epilepsy just don't understand it on any level and are just afraid. They have a lot of fear of the unknown, and they live in very small worlds that they don't intend to venture out of. Epilepsy forces us to do that every day, and we are just very different people reject scary unknown disabilities. I'm really sorry that you came across someone like this, but it's not about you. Take care of yourself. Take care of yourself and do something nice for yourself. Yeah, so being asked to leave a job interview after a seizure would be
Earlier we were talking about how easy it is to date, but I said it's pretty easy. I mean, if you try, or you just want to spend the night with somebody, that might be easier. But
yeah, but in the job interview, I mean, there's expectations, at least on a date. I mean, yeah, you know, the happy ending there, but on the job interview, they didn't ask questions. They just literally sent that one home. No long term there.
Did they at least get back in contact with the the people they were interviewing with? I mean, did they follow up? And
It sounds like they're definitely upset about it, but come to terms by saying they were just scared, fear of the unknown, live in small world. So that's kind of an indication to me that maybe the job interview was over. They didn't get back in touch, and this person had to rationalize how they could be such assholes. Chalked it up to just being scared. Anything
it's a horrible
unrecognized.
thing. It's a horrible thing that happened and unfortunate, but we still have to be aggressive in these situations and always follow up with job interviews, even if something like that happens,
Yeah, reschedule.
Cheerio.
I got one here. It says seizure pain. Does a seizure, does it having a seizure, wait, does having a seizure hurt? Also, do you guys feel any signs of it coming? Thanks in advance. I usually just wake up with paramedics there or my siblings or somebody in panic, but let them go through the hurt. Afterwards, the postictal headache and all that. If I fell on my arm, I fell on my back, then I have that. But otherwise, I don't feel it coming. I don't have any signs. I wish I knew since I can avoid the signs, but yeah, once it happens, it happens.
I just feel pain the next day after the tonic-clonics anyway. I mean, unless it's,
Instantly.
an immediate injury and, bleeding or something. But no,
It's
actually,
just,
during the postictals, nothing actually hurts that bad. Now that I think about it.
I think it's
Nothing
because
worse
I
in my
focus
head.
more on my head. Focus more on my
Yeah.
head, I don't pay attention. Then days later, I figure out I got a bruised wrist or something. Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
and
a
those
late
sore muscles
reaction.
just don't kick in if I stretch enough.
That is
Something
weird about
manifests.
the sonic clonics. I don't hurt that day as much. I feel like the pain with the tongue the next day. I don't know
Yeah.
why.
Well,
Like I
obviously it's
eat.
swollen the same day.
Yeah.
You actually eat after a tonic-clonic with the biting?
I got one that says, oh, was somebody saying something?
No.
Hmm. It says, so confused. I stopped cold turkey about 3 days ago because I was getting inseminated, hoping it was the best thing. I was wrong. Yesterday I was sleeping. I had a seizure. Luckily, my husband felt me and did the right precautions. Still in the hospital, and they are saying it could be the focal epilepsy. Has anyone else gone through the same thing? Maybe not insemination. Anyone else have any advice for going cold turkey on smoking weed? I don't think that was the weed.
Cold turkey smoking weed, to just do it. It's not that. I don't think that smoking weed has ever been something that you need to taper off of. Is that actually the question?
I'm suspicious of what they're handing out at the dispensaries nowadays.
Basically, they were
You
like,
try to stop cold turkey on that shit, that they turn nasty
yeah,
from my
basically the
experience.
person said they cold turkey and about 3 days ago. Now they're having a seizure. Um, stopped because she was getting inseminated, hoping that was the best thing, but I was wrong. Yesterday I was sleeping and had a seizure. Luckily, my husband felt it and did the right precaution. Still in the hospital and saying it could be focal epilepsy. Anyone else has gone through the same thing? Maybe not insemination. They just need advice. I
I
never
mean, if
stopped weed
it's,
cold turkey, and I would not assume that it did that in particular.
yeah,
Haven't heard that. Mark, you think going cold turkey is make you have a seizure?
no, that's why I was saying if it's triggered by it's going like stopping the weed, then it's not the weed. It's probably she's actually got some form of, epilepsy or seizure disorder that has the, lower seizure threshold, because typically the average the average smoker can stop without significant side effects. Like, I mean, average smoker. Some people these days go a little overboard with like concentrates and oils and dabs and like, I don't know. But a typical person like smoking a bowl or two each day, you don't you don't go into withdrawals, and certainly any withdrawals from cannabis use do not carry the same sort of seizure risk that GABAergics do, like the alcohol, benzodiazepines, barbiturates. Those all act on GABA receptors, and tolerance at those receptors from addiction with a sudden abrupt cold turkey can trigger seizures in people who even aren't epileptic. But those are really the only examples where the actual withdrawal symptom itself is capable of producing, side effects that are potentially lethal, the seizures from those. But um, cannabis does not act on the receptors that regulate anything that could potentially be lethal. The CB1 receptors with the psychoactive effect don't cause respiratory depression like benzodiazepines or others.
Yeah, that makes
So
sense. So as long as they're getting the right stuff and not overdoing it on the other concentrates, cold turkey shouldn't be an issue.
yeah,
I got something else here. It says, gradually been increasing my Excopri dosage. I just got to 200 milligrams a few days ago, and then we'll be heading towards 250 milligrams. I have noticed it does seem to be helping, but I am curious as how long it took to see the full results. I am also on Keppra and lamotrigine. I've been on them for years. I don't have grand mal seizures anymore, thanks to lamotrigine. But I still have these mini episodes that causes my brain just to think certain things over and over and not be able to really speak to anyone while it's happening. Those are usually less than 30 seconds. I even hear people around me saying things that I know they aren't saying, or sometimes read things and they have the same thing written over and over and over. After a few seconds of looking away, it goes back to normal. Last month, I had 9 instances that this happened, of this happening since taking the medicine. This month so far, I've only had 5. I hope it stays there. I know it's different for everyone, but I'm more or less curious for those who take this medicine, at the time frame it took to fully be on it, and how much luck have you had? Who is on Excopri? Angel's
Me,
on Excopri. How long did it take? Is what the person is asking.
can I'm on week 8, and I still got 4 more weeks before I get to the 200 milligrams.
Mm. So this person just got to 200, they're saying, a few days ago.
Yeah, I'm still in the titration process.
Okay, so yeah, telling the person you got 12 weeks, then that's pretty good help, I guess.
Yeah, yeah. The titration packs they give you, they give you a pill, basically what to do every week, and it's basically that. And if you start feeling too strong of effects, you have to report it to your specialist right away, because then they have to stop it right there. But
is it a controlled substance?
Yes, it's a level 5.
Oh.
Do they tell
Schedule
you
5.
what they mean by too extreme of effects? Is there a specific criteria that they give for that, or is it just if you as the patient feel uncomfortable with um the level that you're at, that you can just stop it like right there?
I would say extreme effects, like for someone who's feeling the heart rhythm, I would call that extreme effect. If you're getting the rash, that one can be deadly.
Yeah. Is it the Stevens Johnson syndrome again? Like
Yeah,
Lamictal?
I think so. I have to look it up again, but yeah, that they talked to me 3 hours about it, and
Wow.
the main thing they focused on was definitely like, if you get this rash, it is deadly, you know.
Does it cause like just a regular sun sensitive rash, like not the Stevens Johnson syndrome as well, or is that not something that they went into? Because I ended up getting the just not the emergency condition, but I had to stay out of the sun because I would get like little bumps and stuff. So
Focal echoes not stopping this time. I have catamenial seizures every month. I usually get 4 days of focal clusters, getting less strong each day until I have what they call blips or echoes, just brief moments that feel like focals. Well, this month, it's not freaking stopping. I'm on day 11 since the focals started. My blips are still going strong. I hate my brain and I want a new one. I didn't sign up for this bullshit. It's under advice, so I would assume the person's looking for advice. Does anybody get blips?
I think those are just like really short focals.
Actually, I don't even think I could answer this because this is catamenial seizures.
oh well, yeah, never mind then.
Yeah, I mean, I get blips, but they aren't for that same reason. Um, yeah, and I stopped having focals. Shout out to
Maybe
Mel.
maybe we should just discuss our blips anyway, even though they're not, maybe there'd be enough similarity to have some.
Yeah,
I don't know,
so
what are yours?
my blips are like sometimes I might think maybe I smoked too much, or like it's like a quick nod. It's like not even seconds. It's like, what did I just nod, or am I tired, or what's going on? It could be a second where I just feel like the quickest little thing, like I fell asleep really quick. It happens sometimes. I didn't know if that was a seizure or not, but um, just little blips. How are yours?
Yeah,
Sometimes
they're
those
kind of
blips are
similar.
long blips. I've blipped and missed a bus stop, so yeah.
Yeah, I've never blipped like that and missed anything, but yeah, it's kind of a similar. I get kind of just like sitting, I mean, usually watching TV or something, and just like a sudden drop, and like things aren't the way they were just a second ago, but I can't really describe how or why. And then it's kind of like, okay, moving on or something. It's like the
Yeah.
way a lot of people describe the dropping, kind of drop in the stomach, like roller coaster type thing. I get that, but kind of on one side of the body usually. My blips, I kind of would say like just not dropping, but like just at the peak where you're just about to go over. You're not moving down, you're not accelerating, just kind of like something's about to be different or was different than it was a second ago, but it's not like full blown falling down, free fall. So I don't know. I hope that makes sense. It's so hard
No,
to
I mean it
describe these
sounds
things.
like pretty much a brief, like momentary lapse in awareness. Whether you think you're nodding off or it looks like some people describe it as like a sense of something going wrong. But either way, they're always brief from what I understand. A blip is never more than a couple seconds and not a full-blown seizure. And if they're linking it to catamenial, then that's just more around that time of the month.
Yeah, the
So
blip I
Does
hormones will
that
explained,
cause, be careful.
the blip I
do
explained for that I missed the bus stop, I think that was a focal unaware because I was trying to fight it and couldn't fight it and fell into a focal unaware and missed the bus stop. I found it funny, but yeah, that was only at the moment.
Better
do
laugh it
the
off.
do the hormones of catamenial seizures, is that like lowering the seizure threshold sort of thing, or is it something where there's an active triggering effect of because the way you spoke there, it kind of makes me wonder if it's how this is slightly different, because it
Well,
seems
yeah, I mean,
very
you have to understand for women, the cycle is all month. So if there's a more consistent balance of the sex hormones, estrogen and progesterone, then around that, 7 to 10 days sometimes is when the changes occur to initiate the period. And that's when it does lower the threshold. And I think they would have to get a little more specific about individuals to determine whether or not it's an actual trigger. But a lot of times, if there's a trigger that's kind of easy to come by, which could be dehydration, another, sensitive thing around that time of the month. So I think for most it's lowering the threshold, but for anybody it could also be a trigger at different points in your life.
well, thank you.
Yeah, no
It's
problem.
hard to
This teacher
understand
at
these
a
things.
oh, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I was just saying thank you. It's hard to understand these things from, you know, this end.
Yeah, it's understandable. So this teacher here is saying they had a seizure at work and the students were great about it. Sixth grade or sixth form college. I don't know. I don't know if they're in this country. Had a focal aware seizures, rarely tonic-clonics. Normally I get an aura. They call it an ocular migraine, dread, sweating a couple of hours beforehand and can get myself somewhere safe. But this morning it hit me out of nowhere as I was walking across my teaching lab. Apparently I sat on the floor before falling and said out loud, "Please get me some help." One of my students ran to the reception to get a first aider. One gave me her unopened water bottle. Another brought me my lab coat to use as a blanket. Don't remember any of this. Lost a good 45 minutes of memory there, and apparently my right arm was seized up and shaking. But I have been told by the first aider that my class was super calm. One had started a timer, another one had Googled what to do if someone has a seizure, and they were reading out instructions of what to do from the NHS site. Now home, I'm taking the rest of the day off, but I am very proud of how well a group of 16-year-olds responded to what must have been a very freaky situation for them. That's inspirational.
I can
They
say
all did very
Brandon
well.
Brandon had a seizure in front of children at school or at work. He said that the children came up to him the next day and asked him, "Are you that guy who had a seizure?"
And that's why I'm looking in the comments, noticing. I think it's because in the UK, school, college atmosphere seems a lot different to the US. This coming from a British person, so don't take my word for it. I could be wrong, but what school in the US is like, yeah. So everybody in the comments is saying this can't be in the US.
Yeah,
Like for
sixth
the students to
form,
stay
I
calm.
think it means it sounds like it's a British school.
Yeah.
Yeah. What did they say, 16-year-olds?
Yeah, they said 16 to 19, sixth form college. So even to
Oh,
bring the
sixth form
college word in
college?
is like standard. Yeah, I'm not sure. But yeah, all the
Oh,
comments are just really positive, saying glad to hear, young ones can still step up and starting the timer was a great idea. Yeah, staying calm is a good one. This one was first diagnosed, asking seizure questions. Thanks for taking the time to read. So a few questions, but background. Before that, first seizure was 4 months ago. Never had one before that. It was kind of just I stood and sat and stood and sat consecutively after a day where I had slept late, had 6 to 7 hours of sleep, 2 cups of coffee, very little water and food. Second time was 2 months later, happened Memorial Day. Slept late, 6 or 7 hours, felt tired, complained about being tired, ate food but didn't hydrate, and drank a cup of coffee. Got up to grab some socks, knelt down, and had a seizure. The third time was 2 months later, a few days ago, had a decent sleep, went to bed later than usual, another 6 to 7 hours, went on a run for the first time in a while, came back and felt wrecked. Made a coffee halfway through drinking it when I had a seizure. I'm now on Keppra, but I wanted to ask about what this is. I don't feel an aura or anything, and I also all 3 times made a groaning noise before blacking out. I also remember groaning, thinking, what's happening? Or wait, is this happening again? And blackout. Third time felt much quicker when it happened in the first two, and my contacts fell out when I was awake. It was most likely the worst of the bunch, but I always make the same groaning sound, then black out, wake up after 2 or 3 minutes, can't remember what I did during the day for about half an hour. Second time, drank electrolytes, Gatorade, and recovered quicker. I just can't tell what this is. Anyone have a similar story? I don't know about you guys, but the coffee stands out to me. What do you think?
But hope it doesn't exactly bother me. But yeah, could be a thing. Could be a real big thing. Certainly, people. Um, uh,
And then when they at the bottom there where they say I drank electrolytes, the Gatorade. I think we went over that before. If people are calling it out as sugar, not real electrolytes. Definitely not the way to rehydrate.
makes me want to go get a Gatorade right now.
I mean, there is salt in there too. It's not just sugar. But yeah, not enough of the good quality electrolytes. Like Lufus said, you gotta get something better than just the Gatorade, salty, sugary stuff. But
I go through like 3 cases of water a month.
you don't drink tap water or like filtered tap water, anything?
I don't really know anybody who drinks tap water anymore. But as soon as we
No.
get low on water, my sister's like, let me know when we're low on water so we don't run out. So, yeah.
Is that a regional thing, I wonder? I don't know. Or maybe I'm just
I would say national.
Yeah, people are
national.
kind of what they call posh or bougie. In the UK, they say posh. You know, too good to drink tap. Like I drank a lot of tap water as a kid, but now everywhere I go, they got water bottles and not as many cups. Um, so yeah, people are
This
getting
tap
full.
water. I mean,
That
this is a
seems,
bottle of water, but I refill it with tap water.
yeah, I mean I use tap water. I just run it through a filter and it's fine. It doesn't hurt anything. I don't
Everybody
know.
got disappointed at me
But I mean,
because
look
I
at
made ice cubes with tap water.
look at look at that lifeline, man. I don't have anything to worry about. So I'm good.
Good to know. The chlorine and lead, it looks like, is the only they're most common like harmful chemicals associated with tap water, and like you said, you filter it, so
Yeah.
that should be that extra
I
protection.
mean, yeah.
What is all this nonsense about tap water being poisonous or
I mean, in aging
The
infrastructure, I guess I
fluoride
can understand.
to control our minds that turns the frogs gay, right?
Wait, where are you coming from
From
with this? What are you talking?
Alex Jones was freaking out about the fluoride in the tap water. He was like accusing the Obama administration of using it, like adding it to the water to affect some sort of mind control plan. And as a side effect of the tap water having these chemicals and byproducts of this, like, I don't know if it was a voter manipulation kind of scheme or something, but the frogs, there was some like what was interpreted as homosexual behavior that was observed by some frogs somewhere in the country, and he was flipping out that the frogs were becoming gay because Obama was adding chemicals to the water. So,
Okay,
yeah,
that was a conspiracy I definitely don't remember.
Right.
yeah.
The water
Well,
can turn you gay. I'm sorry.
well, I literally drink hose water every day, all day. All the water I drink is from a fucking hose.
Yeah,
I'm
someone
fine.
I made
I'm
ice cubes and out of tap water. Someone came over and used them. And I don't know what they thought I made ice cubes out of. I'm not gonna take a bottle of water and pour it into an ice tray. It never even came to my mind. It's just
Yeah,
always been like that. And they got disappointed that I had ice cubes from tap water. Then they told me we only use tap water to boil stuff.
I
This
mean,
is the generation.
just tell them that it was bottled water. They're not gonna know.
yeah, you couldn't
well.
tell
Then
this
they
was
start at then they'll at that point this person would go, what brand though?
The same
oh
brand
yeah.
as the one that you're pouring into
What
the glass
brand of
for
tap
'em.
water
Just
do you
tell them
want?
that's your brand.
If this person is that bougie that they can tell the difference between bottled ice and tap ice, it's like, okay, they're gonna be already questioning it. Like, no. I know the difference.
Yeah, and
No.
they mixed it with alcohol. They poured alcohol in these ice cubes. So I don't even
Oh,
think you.
there's no, yeah,
Yeah.
it's,
So then once they found out, they were kind of disappointed, and I was just like, "Hey, my bad. I didn't know ice
Yeah.
cubes and water, putting water from a water bottle in a tap. I mean, and an ice tray was a thing. And yeah, it's a thing, I guess.
I mean, maybe if it was some sort of like $1,000 bottle of scotch or something, and you're going through all of this ceremonial, like pouring it carefully into these particular special, like
From the rocks.
the Glencairn
Swirling around the glass,
glasses, and like, yeah, those cups that like right right in your nose so that you can taste like smell all of
smell
the
it.
wood and the smokiness of the barrel and everything, and the age, the 200 years it's spent in that barrel. um I don't know, I might spend a couple bucks on an ice cube in that sort of case, but otherwise that's excessive.
Go ahead, Kevin. Next one, swirl it around. Check what Rick said in the chat. Evian spelled backwards. And that's what
That
it
tap
is.
water smells good, huh?
Yeah.
And I got a bunch of bottles of water right here, just drinking water, drinking water.
Whenever I go to the grocery store and I see like the family is leaving with like six of the giant like packs of water bottles, my only thought is just okay. Well, okay, I have two thoughts. One is get a fucking water filter. Two, there's you're getting plastic in your water from the water bottle. How is that any better?
I try not to think about it. Let's put it like that. I try to just read the bottle. Crystal Geyser, that's what's in here.
And then so many of these survivalists like store all those gallons and cases of plastic water in the shed or an outdoor like facility and let it boil all year round and just say they're prepared in case of an emergency.
Like you're gonna get sick drinking that. I don't know what you're talking about.
So it says they're made in Weed, California. 50% recycled PET plastic. What is PET plastic?
Yeah. So it's a kind of plastic. PET is polyethylene terephthalate plastic, a widely used thermoplastic polymer known for its recyclability and versatility. Yeah, they use it in a lot of stuff: clothing, carpeting, other products.
Yeah, I see they make clothes.
I mean, what was the name? I mean, polyethylene is, you know, everywhere. But what was the second part? I don't.
They're making
Yeah,
clothes.
what was the post about? Yeah.
Polyethylene.
Oh, terephthalate?
Ter,
You asking for the word? Oh.
Polyethanol?
But what? PHTHALAT.
It's actually
just PAT.
polyethylene.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, I got it.
It's there in the chat. Rick put it up.
Well, I had Google open, so I did not see that. Right. I only have this tiny little 14-inch laptop thing. I gotta get
No, it
a
looks like they're
side
endorsing it
monitor
for
or something.
waste reduction, that it's easier to recycle.
Yeah,
Reduces the amount of plastic.
PET.
Well, concerns do exist about microplastics leaching
thought it
the
was something
chemicals from
fancy.
pet products. So they still call it valuable, but clearly mention that microplastics are an issue. Still consider it safe.
Okay, I got something new here other than plastic. Only thing I've
Considered
ever
safe and safe are two different things, though.
Oh yeah, far from that. But if they're still making money off of it, that's good enough.
like it. The only topics I remember was plastic, rectums, and seizures. Yeah, you guys missed the rectum conversation. That was hilarious.
There was another,
that's
no, there was
Smirnoff
another weird
tampon
one.
is gonna be.
Oh yeah. Yes. Oh wait, no, wasn't there something else that was weird too?
Syringe, the Smirnoff tampon, the
oh
yeah, there was some days, and then the videos that Pookie wasn't gonna stop until he found.
Oh right, yeah, that stuff. Right. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that rectum rescue med is that's different.
Yeah,
It's
the
been
look
around,
on
though,
Rick's
that's-
face, I think that he's glad that he missed all of that part of the conversation.
Rick is gonna want to watch this episode when it gets posted.
So, got one that says, "Can a neurologist force you to stop taking your medication?" 24 years old, and I've been experiencing generalized tonic-clonic seizures since I was 15. Since then, I've been taking carbamazepine. When I was 19, it was believed I had outgrown my epilepsy. So, in agreement with my neurologist, I stopped taking the medication. However, 2 months later, I had another seizure. Since then, I've been back on carbamazepine and have been on seizure-free for 4 years, which I'm very grateful for. That made me wonder, can a neurologist advise you to stop taking your medication? I've read that it's possible to outgrow epilepsy, but ideally, I'd never even want to stop, as these medications give me peace of mind. Do more people keep the medicine their whole life without seizures? I just take my medication because I'm told, and I've noticed that I don't have seizures when I take it. So I've noticed that I do when I don't. So that's all I need to know. You're gonna have seizures if you don't take it. You might be all right if you do. So yeah, I'll
Doctors
listen to
can
my
always
neurologist.
refuse to write a prescription. They stop giving you refills, then you're not taking it anymore.
Oh yeah, I heard Ann say that. I believe. Um,
Plenty of them go that route.
you're not gonna listen to me. I'll let you go, and won't have you as a patient. That sucks. But one of the comments says he can advise it, but the decision is always yours.
In theory.
Another one says a doctor may suggest you stop your meds, but since the return of seizures is always a possibility, it's your call. And yes, a lot of people stay with their meds for life, no matter how long they have been seizure free. One thing I've come to learn is that doctors may present their suggestions in a manner that leads us to accept it without second thought, and we may end up agreeing with their suggestions when we aren't, in fact, being properly informed. Like someone said, we do really need to advocate for ourselves, ask for second opinions, educate ourselves. I wish you stay perfect. I wish you stay perfectly well. Another one. Absolutely not. If you feel uncomfortable with the direction he is going, feel free to get a new neurologist. You're never stuck with one doctor. There are tons of neurologists out there that may be better fit. Says, could my medication have caused my seizures? Before I started having focal seizures, I was on Zoloft and Buspirone together for a long time, but would always would sometimes randomly drop the drug for a while, not knowing it was bad for me to stop. Does anyone else know either of these medications or randomly dropping them could have caused these seizures? Zoloft and Buspirone, I'm not sure.
Yeah,
Using those together
Zoloft
can
is
increase
a
the risk of serotonin syndrome.
yeah, Zoloft is an SSRI medication, antidepressant, and Buspirone is I think it's classed as an atypical antidepressant. It is a monoamine releasing agent. It releases dopamine, serotonin, and norepinephrine. I think I'm not sure. I think I recall that it may block the reuptake also, but basically the serotonin, um, well, SSRI, selective serotonin reuptake. Yeah, wait, what was I saying?
Maybe you're getting to the interaction, how too many happy pills can
Oh,
be bad.
yeah. Well, the serotonin released by the buspirone is not the biggest, um, the strongest effect of the monoamines. It's mostly the dopamine that it acts on as far as its mechanism of action. Um, so and yeah, SSRIs are mysterious. I've been on an SSRI with buspirone before. I don't recall if it was Zoloft specifically because it was on the generic version. Um, I think sertraline was the name. But I'm sorry, what was the question about it? Anybody
Basically,
was
they were
Zoloft and
asking,
buspirone.
yeah, could it be their medication that caused them seizures?
Oh,
When you stop
yeah,
taking
it
Zoloft and
absolutely.
Buspirone together.
I mean, stopping an SSRI suddenly can cause a phenomenon known as brain zaps. Those are weird, like electrical zapping sort of sensation that occur in the head. As far as I know, they're not actually seizures, despite the symptomology really resembling seizure activity. But I would want to double check all of that before believing any of it. I I've taken my medication for the evening, so
One of the comments said, yes, side effects and inconsistency like dropping for a while can cause seizures.
I wouldn't expect stopping a monoamine releasing agent, something that is releasing the dopamine. That's the positive, like active stimulation of more electrical activity in the brain. To stop that abruptly, it seems like the withdrawal symptom from that mechanism of action would be, reacting in the opposite direction and having extremely low, like depressed, um, activity, kind of a sluggish, low mood sort of thing. I wouldn't expect, um, like excessive stimulation from buspirone withdrawal, like abrupt cold turkey withdrawal. So, excuse me. So I don't know what sensations they were necessarily feeling, but um, that's why I would think that it's more likely to be a serotonin, selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor symptom, and brain zaps being um, interpreted as seizures, because the other medication doesn't seem likely to actually cause seizures. Um, so I don't know. That would be my theory.
Somebody saying a new side effect after 10 years on Keppra. I feel like I'm losing my mind. Have been on Keppra, brand name and generic, for over 10 years, slowly increasing dosage, never experiencing side effects. Currently at 1500 milligrams in the morning and 2000 at night. Here's the kicker. I just moved to the US from Canada and recently switched to the US version of the generic. I'm now absolutely riddled with fatigue, memory issues. I even had a seizure, which are typically caused by lack of sleep, after sleeping 11 hours last week. I suddenly remembered reading about the side effects when I first got on it. Could be related. I'm absolutely struggling and having a hard time at work. Welcome to the US. What do you guys think?
Like amazed that it's a different, like it's that different, the med just going from Canada to the US, like they noticed it that fast, meaning that is not the same medication. I want to know what the Canadian version is.
Right.
Yeah, me
How can
too.
it be anything other than levetiracetam in Canada?
Right? Like that's what it should be. I don't get it.
I was here with somebody maybe like the second time I did this, and I believe Rick was there. There was another guy. He has the regular Keppra, and he said he was in Canada. He doesn't have the generic version. He has Keppra. Um,
Oof, fancy man.
The one comment on here says I have to wait for my Canadian neurologist to transfer my files to the US, which takes 4 months before the US one accepts me as a new patient. The pharmacist friend suggested switching to the brand name.
okay.
So apparently the pharmacist
between here and Canada, just across the board, say if it's not working, then go back to the brand name.
Yeah,
That's pretty
being that they give their
suspicious.
meds and stuff for free, why not give you Keppra for free instead of give you a generic?
It's not even a high schedule. Like, why would it take so long?
Mhm.
I think I was on Kemper when I went to Cancun, and I got to go take that.
You said
So
Cancun or Canada?
Cancun, but
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's a little different. You can get a
it's
whole lot
still
over there.
across the border of the USA.
yeah, he was out there riding dolphins. Um, but that one that says no, I have no memory of reading something, but my kids say I did. The title says it, but I guess I was reading a story to my kids and I thought I skipped a page, but they said I read it. I have absolutely no memory of reading it. Short page, like 3 sentences, but still. Is this seizure related or maybe medication side effects? I just started lacosamide, 50 milligrams twice a day this week. I haven't felt any negative side effects so far. I feel like I feel like I'm posting in here a bunch because all this is so new to me. Also documenting everything for my next appointment. Memory is a thing, so if you haven't felt any side effects, memory is that side effect. Personally, I say that. Yeah. Do you guys think it could be seizure related or medication related or both?
It could be both or either. Um, I don't know. I
It's hard to say because we all been on different meds and we all have memory issues and
So it's the meds. Um, yeah.
when my medications have caused memory issues, it's generally like after the fact and kind of a big chunk of time. It's not like a specific single page in a storybook. That level of, specificity would make me think it's probably more likely to be seizure related. Some sort of brief, I don't know what it would be, but something that just interrupted the recording of memory without stopping his ability to read the page. Um, and to his daughter, if he continues reading, then nothing would appear abnormal. So it's really, really interesting, honestly. I feel kind of bad talking about it like it's some sort of science experiment, but
Somebody's seeing this and it's helping somebody.
it's a puzzle.
I
One of
know
the
I wasn't here
comments
for the whole
said,
thing, but how often do we feel like experiments with our doctors anyway?
Um,
You
very
guys
often they
never get that
call it the
vibe?
guinea pig effect.
Yeah, I'm
yeah.
thinking so. All right, sorry, Pookie. What was that comment you said?
I was just gonna go through the comments when you're done talking. I'll let you finish because the comments are gonna be here. I don't know if you're remembering.
Yeah, the guinea pig thing definitely comes into play when it is the NeuroPace data. How I still don't have access to it.
The
No closer.
NeuroPace is your RNS
Yes.
or yeah.
Yeah, they expect daily
What's
data transfers, and I don't have access to that data.
but you
And I
have
don't
to
think that's
send it
fair.
over to them daily?
Yep, send it over to them. Use the wand on the head, just like
when they do in the office to adjust the settings. They expect the data transfers daily, and they pitch it as making it easier when you go into your appointments, that they're supposed to discuss with you any seizures that stood out over the previous 3 months and match it up with when you either swipe the magnet to kind of bookmark it for them, and they match it up, use that, or use the ones that the patient brings up to adjust the settings accordingly. Um, and yeah, I got curious in the last 6 months or so of how to view my own data so I could see if there's just anything out of whack, when sometimes I feel like something might have happened, but nobody was around. There's no way to tell. And they just explained you wouldn't know what you're looking at. So don't call back. Between the doctor's office and NeuroPace, pretty much got a similar response.
Is it something where you signed a bunch of paperwork that gave them the right to use data from like the um from the implant for like training purposes on their own AI models to predict
Yeah,
seizures
that's
or
that's the
to
assumption, not to mention
analyze?
it was done at a teaching hospital.
Yeah.
So every pre-op test and scan and everything was done at the teaching hospital, as well as all the surgeries. And that sounds about right. I'm assuming that it was just agreed to as a part of the. Yeah, so we'll
I
see. Got to
mean,
go back to change the battery eventually, and hopefully we'll be at a different hospital and take it from there.
if that's the case, though, then the data from the implant would probably be in some sort of like raw format, just like big tables of spreadsheets and numbers and stuff. I don't know.
Well, the reason I was curious about that is because when the RNS rep comes in to make the adjustments, they have the exact same software. Their laptop looks exactly like mine, except for they sign in with obviously a different username and password, and it opens up a whole nother row of prompts, and that's where they can access the data. And it reads just like an EEG in in the format, and the lines, the spikes, however many electrodes are in there, have their own, it's 2 axis. Look at it like that.
Yeah,
And yeah, definitely can't get that username. Nowhere close.
right. Yeah, I mean, what are they afraid you would do with it? I don't know.
That's
I,
that's what I'm
I don't
curious
know.
about.
It's, it's really interesting. I could see why they would want to be very protective of that data and not
I
want
think
it.
they're hesitant because they don't want me to ask any more questions. They never really give a detailed description of what they're adjusting on the settings. If they're changing the length, or I just kind of overhear what they discuss when the tech is teaching. Yeah, the tech was teaching the neurologist for a long time after the surgery, and she would point something out and say, "Okay, so you're um, gonna set it off beforehand, like make a impulse, set the impulse prior to this, mark or level of read. I don't remember what word she used, but um, essentially that did I concluded from what I heard in their discussion that they were definitely making the impulses longer and sooner, but not making them any more. I don't want to. I think stronger is the word, but they were saying that that'll kill the battery, so don't do that because that's what the doctor, or the neurologist prompted him. So you're not upping the intensity. That's what it was. You're not making the intensity higher at this point, and the tech came back with that'll kill the battery. So let's make it sooner. And that was on one of the appointments that they didn't even ask me about my diary. because that's the other thing that comes with NeuroPace is a subscription to myseizurediary.com. And that's how I record all my seizures. They have access to it, and they used to discuss it at every appointment, but not anymore.
I didn't know that was a website. That's kind of funny.
Yeah.
The name, at least, but I don't know why I find that funny, but
I mean, it's user friendly. It
yeah.
helps notice trends, and they do have a lot of different types of seizures on there. So when you look at it as a calendar version, if I see more orange than blue, then I know it was more absence than tonic-clonics.
Oh, oh, that's interesting. So it's not just like, because what I'm doing is just a big list or something, essentially just a single note and like the Google Notepad thing and just individual dates and times, and I give them like 1 star, 2 star, 3 star, 4 star, depending on the intensity. Um, so yeah, just a single list like that. It doesn't does it give like graphs or
It has
something
two
show
different
like
views.
when I
Yeah, you can see it as a list version or the calendar version, kind of like an Apple calendar, where you can look at the whole calendar and it'll just give the tabs of like blue or orange depending on what kind you have. And in the list version is where you can see more details. I like using it because after a seizure, I'm not always thinking about what I'm supposed to be making note of. So when I record it
Mhm.
on my seizurediary.com, it gives you prompts as to um, cause. It has a little drop down if you skipped meds or dehydrated are like the most common causes. And then it asks what type of seizure. And then there's a blank box to make any notes. And there's more details than that, but you don't always have to fill out. It's not like it won't let you record the seizure without filling in every field. So that's another convenient thing. And yeah,
Okay, that
if I record it
sounds
way
like
later too, I can always change the date and time.
an online version of my physical copy that I have right here that also gives you all the prompts and stuff.
There you go. There you go. It just has to be digital, so NeuroPace can use it for their benefit too, or
Yeah,
other
that's true.
patients' benefits.
It may seem like over the top though, but like corporate espionage is really that ridiculous. Like between NeuroPace and their competitors, like even part of a single patient's raw data file, it would be of value to a competitor. So
Yeah,
it's
that's probably what it
ridiculous
comes
that
down to.
it's gotten to
Don't
that
even risk
point.
that you can sell it.
Mm. Oh,
Okay.
Great suggestion, Brandon. Glad you like it.
yeah.
I'll stay off the grid. Nobody gets my info.
Right?
Well,
You
the
can just dance with
benefit to
it on your own.
I've brought it up before. There's the benefit to the physical act of writing it down on a piece of paper.
Yeah, if I did something like that, maybe I would remember the prompts that I'm supposed to be focusing on for each episode.
Hey, hey.
I brought up the like actual like physical writing of stuff down just when I was talking about um teaching. Like I've noticed because like my program doesn't require a lot of like writing, but I'm around the educators who are working with the kids in the classroom, and they're like, yeah, no, ever since we swapped to digital or like online everything from when COVID happened, the kids can't remember shit because they don't write anything down, you know?
Nope. Math still has to be written out in this home. Math especially. Like
Yeah.
checking your work, that can't be done online. Just no.
Yeah. I mean, math, yeah. I agree with you 100%. Um Yeah, if you haven't written out step by step every how you've done it, then you haven't actually
Yeah,
solved
anything
the
online is going to
problem.
simplify it for you. You
Yeah,
can't write, 2/4 is a fraction
it's
online. It's going to adjust it automatically, and that's not
yeah.
not how it's
Um,
supposed to work.
I remember going through school, I felt like getting the answer felt like the goal, and now like having finished my degree, I'm realizing no, the process of the solution is more important than the correct answer at the end. So, yeah,
It's those like thinking and learning skills that are more important than just being able to
yes,
answer. Like
yes.
if you're out in the world and yeah, you can do like fractions and calculus and whatever, but if you can't apply it or come up with a solution to an actual problem, what does that really solve? What use is that?
The word problems everybody hated, but those are the ones that actually introduce problem solving.
The word problems were always my favorite, but I was the math systems type autistic nerdy high IQ weirdo kid. So that was my
Embrace your
jam.
skills.
But I was too outside of the norm. I had to be pulled out of school at fourth grade to be homeschooled because I just could not fit in. But let's not talk about the story of my life right now. I
So I got one that says the EEG glue took the dye out of my hair. This is kind of funny, but also I'm upset about it. I dyed my hair a week before my EMU stay because I wanted to be able I wanted to be able to be myself more and also just protest of my increasing seizures. It was so cool and vibrant, not at all fading the day of admission. I got discharged yesterday and came home and took a shower and got most of the glue off. The glue was bright blue and my hair was now severely faded. Has this ever happened to anyone?
Yeah. Then that's what you learn the lesson of don't go to the salon until after,
Uh,
because
I've
that's when it
never
feels
dyed
like
my
a
hair, but
horrible waste of money.
I never would have thought about that. I've never dyed my hair, but I never would have thought about that being, something that happens, but it makes sense.
Yeah. Anybody who dyes their hair regularly knows to think about what events or things are coming up that might mess it up
anybody take
because there's no point.
anybody take clonazepam?
You mean clobazam or
Clonazepam.
Clonazepam,
sorry,
the
they're all
cream.
so.
Clonazepam is a generic Klonopin.
Yeah,
It's a benzo.
and
What about
yeah,
clobazam? They're all cloves.
They're all
Clobazam.
so
Clobazam,
Yeah,
similar.
they're
clobazam,
confusing.
clove.
Well, clonazepam is there's like the big name and then there's like the little name. So like on my thingy, it'll say clonazepam is just like the whatever, and then common brands it'll just say Clonopin.
yeah.
Okay. Says
But
question for everyone. My nonverbal autistic
like
son
it's
has been having
the same.
seizures since he was 15.
And like
Initially
the friend's not
stated as absent seizures and now has escalated to tonic-clonic seizures. He was started on Keppra 500 milligrams um, 2 times a day, and lacosamide 50 milligrams 3 times a day. His episodes increased and his doctor changed. New doctor suggested to up the meds now. Now he's taking 1,000 milligrams of Keppra and 200 milligrams of lacosamide 2 times a day. Now he's having cluster seizures as we prescribed. We were prescribed clonazepam for the clusters. We are only able to administer this after 3 or more in the course of a day. I asked his neurologist if we look at doing the clonazepam as a regular dose and eliminate the Keppra and the cosamide. His response, no. I'm curious if anyone else takes clonazepam regularly. Lufa, is
No,
that a
that's just
regular
clonazepam.
thing? Oh. Anybody?
For me, I take it nightly. I
You
was
take it nightly?
prescribed to take it every night. It happened after my first cluster.
Take it every morning and every night.
I take clobazam every night, 20 milligrams. Seems to work.
Is everybody's neurologist more likely to stack up the AEDs before the benzos? I think at the most they wanted me to take 3 different AEDs and 2 benzos. I don't know. I don't remember if I compa.
I'm on, well, basically, 'cause I'm considered the benzo part of the AED solution. I'm on 4 altogether right now. Yeah, they were just stacking them up, and I was like, that's not working.
I guess
I
for
think that's why they had to go to when I went into the cluster, they went into the benzos as the rescue.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so they're trying not to put you on the benzo regularly.
Yeah.
They're just saying take it as a rescue.
The first comment says your body builds a tolerance to benzodiazepines. You would have to increase his dose continually over time. Also, they are addictive. Is it a controlled substance?
Always.
That's how they're addictive. It says, like others have said, benzos work, but also come with severe and dangerous side effects when used long term. Benzos and alcohol are 2 of the only drugs that can kill you just from the withdrawal. So in the future, if he were to need come off them after taking them for a long time, he would have to very slowly titrate down and would probably hate it. They're also very sedative, especially at higher doses. I'll take a small dose as an emergency med, but only use as needed. I've told my neurologist I'll take the benzos. I'll never take the benzos as a regular medication.
Yeah, it took me 1.5 years to taper off of 1 milligram clonazepam daily. So they are highly addictive. Not only um, dependence, but addiction, like actual addiction, like craving and the withdrawals, the severe withdrawals, like they said.
Someone said, I'm prescribed 200 milligrams of lamictal, 2 milligrams of Klonopin a day. Adding the Klonopin is what got my seizures under control. I've been on several medications over the past 40 years. The only time I've been seizure free is while on Klonopin. Congratulations to you.
You guys got to hear this beautiful story. I've been in an abusive relationship on every level. He'd use my post-ictal phase for his pleasure, and I'd learn about it later. The night I left, he grabbed my meds out of my hands and scattered them across our lawn. I was single for 4 years, thinking I'd never find someone who could handle it. I found my now fiance, who has been seizure-free for 15 years. I don't know how I got so lucky. That does sound like a miracle.
That sounds really messed up. Beginning.
The beginning, of course, but the end, knowing that you're with somebody who can definitely handle it. Because I always get so confused when people say that they just want to be open, tell everybody, or tell anybody that they're dating or who they meet right away. I would never do that. That's a little too much about yourself, especially when we're all under the, operating under this idea that you don't let it define you. It's not, all about who you are. So that's just never really
it would take away, it would distract somebody when you first meet them. If you say I have this disability, if the whole conversation in the evening is not him learning about your disability, then he's probably just going to be thinking something about it in the back of his head. So I think it's too much of a distractor if you throw it out there too quick. Is it different for the guys?
I told my girlfriend within like the first like 5 messages, just because I was sick of people finding out too late and then being like, I already had sort of developed we had sort of a rapport and stuff, and then it was like, oh yeah, I'm not getting into this. So I just started not letting it define me, but being like, hey, this is a thing that I have, and if that's a problem, that's a problem for you, not for me.
So for me, no, it hasn't really been hard. Yeah, the pros outweigh the cons. Got epilepsy, but I'm a pro, so
Yeah, I never like I don't even think I told my ex-wife um and this is in our first month of dating.
Even though you didn't drive?
I didn't drive, but I told her, like, I never told her I had seizures or something, and she just had experienced it when she was going to go pick up her son.
Oh, so
And
that's how
she
she
just
found out
stood
about it.
back, and I thought, that's, that was different. But for me, it's like, I, I don't want my life to be about my epilepsy, basically holding everything back, you know, because it's like I can accomplish a lot without it.
Yeah, that's a better way to look at it.
Yeah.
Pookie got his hand up.
what was I gonna say? Oh, yeah, usually throw that out there first. It usually helps for the most part. Yeah, you put that out there first, then they usually have that, and then like, oh, this is one of my red flags. I have epilepsy and I got kids. Can we get past that? All right, then we'll see you later. I always put that out there, and it hasn't been a problem yet. Yet, and it doesn't. So,
Anybody think dating is more of a status issue than anything else?
come again?
The status part of dating.
Yeah, for some people. Some people
Yes.
don't feel like it's like you're in a good place if you're not with someone, I guess.
So that being so, um, if someone is having a disability would make you in a lesser status. And I don't think people necessarily how do I say this? I think it's
Want to put
different.
up with it?
No, I think people are fine with dating people with a disability, but I think it's difficult. I think it's
Like for the
difficult.
public to look at it, accepting?
No. Uh, no, I don't think people have a problem with disabilities, but okay. All right, for a person like me who is almost older, has no job, no money, is disabled, what would you think about dating me? Anyone? How would a woman think about dating me? Lives
Hot
with his
shit, bro.
parents.
They would off the bat probably, they have an unclear seeing of your situation. They would genuinely probably think you're a bum because
Yeah, hot shit, bro.
that's how women will be. Um,
There you go.
I don't
I
like
think
school
that's
because
a story right
the
there.
guy kept trying to force me to fucking drive, and I was like, "Do you not understand the concept of do you not get it? Like, you're trying to make me feel stupid, but you look fucking stupid." So I get what you're saying. People are gonna think that you're just a bum, and they just don't truly have the entire concept of or really grasp the severity of what it actually is that you deal with on a daily basis.
So that's what I mean by status.
Okay. But you
I enjoy
do
being
ever think that you're not a resume?
Yeah, it was funny how bad it was.
Yeah.
I had to watch it a few times, and I was like, and then all right, bye guys, and I was like, oh, okay, bye, I guess. Um, but I guess like I feel like if you truly believe that's what a seizure looks like, then you've got some digging to do in your brain to might want to rethink.
Can birds have
Maybe
seizures?
I'm watching too much cinema. Maybe I should look up what a real seizure looks like because that definitely doesn't look anything like a seizure. And I've seen, seizure on here. And that person that was really forced. And even if it wasn't, then I feel bad.
There's not really a lot of photos or videos online when I looked up epilepsy, when I looked up seizures. The lady at the store, she lives downstairs. So I was telling her, the ambulance yesterday, they came because I had a seizure. And she was like, "What's a seizure?" So I'm looking for like 30 minutes looking for a video. It is so hard to find a video of a seizure. And I was like, this is ridiculous. The videos are like you can't see the person, or yeah, there's not much on seizures, period. So yeah, it
No,
was
anybody who
just
actually has footage isn't looking to post it.
I'm looking to post it. What's going on? I
That
already posted
would
it.
be like too graphic for YouTube or whatever that people would call it, too graphic. But then the next post you see is woman half naked and something, and I'm like, whoa, slow down, slow
I'm
down.
gonna post mine
Where
at
did
the
you
end of
get
this
that from?
video.
My algorithm. I'm literally looking at internet hoaxes and conspiracy theories.
And then your next suggestion is some like full frontal.
Even my mom
Yeah, they do.
describing
No, I will
my
never look at your
seizure to
page.
me is like, oh God, I don't want to hear no more.
Someone here says it shouldn't be portrayed by actors at all. It's almost never serves any purpose, and it's almost always really ignorant and tasteless. Medical shows are absolute worst. My objection isn't that it should be, in quotes, off the table if you don't have epilepsy or anything like that. It's just that it's always so bad, always reinforces bad stereotypes and that sort of thing. It's not that the actors or writers' intentions are bad, but it's always a disaster. Part of the problem is that it's not something that people usually see in everyday life. And when they do see it, in reality, they're too freaked out to remember or experience it accurately. As a result, it's not intelligible in drama. There are no tropes, passions, or common experiences the actors and audience can rely on to make it intelligible. the only good portrayal of a seizure or epilepsy that I've seen is the original Andromeda Strain, which I strongly recommend. Andromeda Strain is a movie, I'm assuming.
I think that was a TV series.
A movie in the 70s.
Movie in the 70s. Andromeda Strain.
It was a book
1969
though.
novel.
Yeah.
Oh. The novel was wrote in 69 and the movie was in 71. Ooh.
Another thing somebody else said about that video on EU was that it was like just so offensive because the girl looked like an addict to begin with. So somebody commented saying she looks like a faker or an addict to begin with, just trying to figure out how to act out a seizure to get more attention.
Well, I mean, this is all about context, right? If it's fiction and we know what's going on and it's well written and well acted, then people should know what's going on. Then people should, I mean, people should be able to tell then, right? I mean,
There's a comment here that says, I tentatively think TC seizures shouldn't be portrayed directly on camera because nobody can safely stiffen and shake every muscle group like that. The human body is not well suited to moving like that. Maybe CGI could do it convincingly, but it's also just a bit unnecessary. If we film a character sick, we don't generally look into the toilet to see the vomit. What are your motivations for showing the actual seizure instead of just looking at the effects?
CGI is even worse.
Really?
That's even more insulting. God. That's like literally calling us cartoons.
Yeah. So, yeah, I agree with Kevin.
I don't know why I find that funny. I think I found it funny that you said something. I was waiting for somebody to respond. Yeah, that was hilarious.
Now he's got me just picturing the cartoon in my head. That just got me laughing over here.
I was picturing someone in Family Guy or something.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me? That maybe they've done an episode like that. Family Guy popped into my head too. I think they've done that before.
Yeah, they have. I mean, I watch a lot of cartoons and I've seen cartoon seizures and
I can imagine them saying giggity giggity and having a seizure. That would be the most
The
hilarious
dog, Brian. Yeah.
Anyway,
I know that's Pragmar, yeah.
got something that says insurance. I've been on lamotrigine for a while now and it works. However, I've recently been getting some focal aware seizures. My epileptologist decided to prescribe me Briviac as an add-on because I am on the highest dose of lamotrigine. My insurance denied coverage of the Briviac because my doctor needs to provide documentation that I tried Keppra and didn't work and why. I haven't tried it, but it wasn't my doctor's recommendation, so I don't know. I don't want to be forced into it. Has anyone ever experienced this? Been forced into taking a med, I'm assuming, is what the question was. Yeah, basically that's what it was. They tell them you got to take Keppra first.
Yeah, I don't think you
Yeah,
could be
doctors can
forced
be
into
pushy.
doing anything you don't want to be doing or starting.
The one comment says you can talk to your doctor about getting them to instead provide documentation. That's why you're not a good candidate for Keppra and rather require a different prescription. I will say I'm a loving Keppra. The negative reviews are discontent, people yelling into the void because they need it. The ones doing well on Keppra don't make posts about it because they're just living their lives. I'm not saying take Keppra instead. I'm saying if you have a fear of it, don't base it on internet venting. I did that and almost refused an incredible prescription. ETA, did I get a down vote? from someone who had a poor experience with Keppra. I'm not caring about the downvote, but I were to stress that Keppra is not for everyone. The people who have poor experiences are compelled to talk about it because it's an awful experience. The ones who haven't had a reason to talk about it, we hear more from discontent people because they have something to say, which is valid. If you didn't like Keppra, great. You shouldn't take it. I never told the OP to take Keppra, and the first and foremost, I have OP advice. Help them get their prescription, and their neurologist wins. I don't exactly get that, but yeah, neurologist always wins. Interesting. Is epilepsy a disability? I never thought about it because I was never treated even as a patient who has epilepsy. But recently I started to see it. I researched to myself, and the question of whether it could be a neurological disability stuck in my mind. Also, is it a win, not a win? Because I don't know, but people says that it's bad, can't find a job or something. And I never tried it or experienced it, and I'm just curious about it. Thoughts? Is epilepsy a disability, you guys? This person seriously wants to know.
It does inhibit your daily life. It is a disability.
About getting on disability or
it says is epilepsy a disability? That's all. And
certainly.
Very much.
If it's something that affects your daily life in a way that if it is a health risk, it's a disability.
I think it is. My neurologist doesn't, so that's why I argue with my neurologist about it.
Though also another question was, is it a win or not a win? It's not a win. I hate everything about it. Win, not a win. Why? Brandon?
Only win was getting to meet all you folks.
Rick, was it a win for you?
No.
Like, yeah, I got epilepsy. Like win the Super Bowl.
This is better than some other things I could have had, but no, it's not a win. I guess it's a win that I was diagnosed, but not a win that I have it.
Yeah. Epilepsy is never a win.
Someone said, for me, it's a physical disability. I cannot drive. I regularly have plans interrupted by my epilepsy. I have other disabilities as well, and my epilepsy feeds off of them. That absolutely sucks. Someone said, yes, it is. In the US, if you are unable to work, like uncontrolled seizures that can be caused from it, like injuries, etc., might be a disability, but you can't give disability. Someone said, well, I can't be a pilot or a police officer, but otherwise my mental capacity is perfectly fine. So it's more of a life disadvantage. No tax breaks for it in Canada, as far as I know.
We can't get drafted.
Freaking Canadians. Someone said here in the UK, it's classified as a disability, but it's really your decision as to whether or not you want to carry that label. I like that one. The last one says, my epilepsy is a disability. I've had 15 grand mal seizures this year. The one that led to my diagnosis was I had 6 in a 36-hour time frame. At one point, the EMS were afraid I wouldn't come out of it. I filed for disability because the symptoms are impairing my ability to do things like work. I explain my mind lapses as if I were telling a long joke. At some point, the mind goes blank and it seems like the punchline of the joke. My heart goes out to anyone diagnosed or is having seizures because it is a very serious issue. I feel like each seizure changes my personality and who I am just a little bit every time. Thanks to whomever built this community. Yeah, we're not this. I use the word condition sometimes because the Center for Disease Control, they named it as a disease. I use the word disorder sometimes or condition. Doesn't sound as bad.
Better than syndrome. Sometimes some of the whatever it's called, those epilepsy conditions, they put that syndrome label in there, and I always think that makes it sound worse. More unknown.
My first seizure. Go ahead.
When I'm not feeling good and there's kids around and they ask me if I'm okay, I just go, yeah, I just got some brain stuff.
Yeah, we were just talking about a teacher who had epilepsy. And I was like, Brandon's just left. Missed him. But yeah,
But it
the
was a
person
class in the UK, and all his students, he spoke about how, one right before he went down said, I need help. One student ran to the front desk. One student looked up and started recording a seizure and saw looked up on like the NSH website or something what to do, like, the right kind of first aid on a seizure. And somebody else got his lab coat and like covered him up with it. So yeah, that post was about a teacher who was just really proud of his class.
I'd be insanely proud. Yeah, that's awesome. And clearly, there's more knowledge about what to do in that scenario. I don't know if it might have just been his class in particular, if that was mentioned at all, like if he informed his class of what to do, or if it was just like, no, the kids just
No, I think that's
went.
why he was so impressed that he made no indication of ever explaining to the class any kind of preparation. And they were 16. He mentioned 16 to 19-year-old, and just, yeah, must have posted that like right after leaving the job because he was so impressed.
That's fucking awesome. I love that.
It could also have just been staged for the video.
No, they were timing it. They nothing in the post ever said anything about recording it. And we're back to talk about the teacher.
Says, had my first seizure at 26 years old. I'm a male, need some reassurances and guidance. Sadly, I had my first seizure yesterday at work. It was absolutely humiliating. Felt off, started losing my vision, and woke up on the floor surrounded by my coworkers. I was then taken to the hospital in an ambulance and released a couple hours later. After some Valium, I was pretty freaked out and clear CT scan. Since it was Friday afternoon, I couldn't schedule a follow-up with my neurologist right away, but will hopefully be going soon. My hope is that this is a weird one-off thing. I was dehydrated and hadn't eaten a lot. Stress was a little high too. Of course, I'm not asking for medical advice, but are there odds of that being the case? Today, I feel really ached and off. Is this normal? Additionally, what can I expect from a neurologist visit? Lastly, I have a trip with friends planned in a few weeks. We're flying. Is that going to be an issue? Of course, the doctor will be able to tell me more, but I'm just curious. Apologies for so many questions. I'm just lost and kind of scared.
I want to say, don't be humiliated for having, even if you don't end up having epilepsy, don't be humiliated for having a seizure. You didn't choose it. Your brain just went off, you know? It's like you can't control it. We can't control it. It controls itself.
This guy literally described like how my first seizure went. 26, at work, dehydrated, stressed out, and woke up with my coworkers around me. Went to the hospital. literally, it was like I wrote that with small differences. Yeah, absolutely. Like don't let it take it over your brain. You know, you're still you. You just have a little bit more to you now.
Anybody ever had a seizure at work? I have.
Like that's a weird thing because I've always liked my jobs. Like they were like an escape from stressful life. I don't know, they weren't very stressful, and like school always sucked, and family life was not terrible, but they weren't. I don't know. I just really liked getting away, and work was just really. It was like very zen almost. It was like an escape, and I could just blank out, and yeah, it was just the
I always thought
opposite
it
of
was ironic
stressful.
that the jobs at the medical center were the one where I got the most like side eyes when I went back. The fast food places, maybe I was because those were the first ones, and like in high school they were just nervous and all like, "Are you okay? What happened? What's going on?" And the jobs at the doctor's offices were just like, so trying to, so you're not going to stay here, right? They were the quickest ones to just be like, okay, get your referral from this one in HR. They'll actually like not fuck you over when you try to get another job.
Mm.
But yeah, that medical center, working anywhere in a doctor's office or anywhere near patients went out the window fast. Welcome, Sailor Mom. Missed you.
I missed you guys too. I'm sorry. It ended up taking way, way longer to do what I needed to do. So,
Always.
yeah.
We all get tied up. So the opening question today was, what is the best advice you've received about having epilepsy?
Um,
Didn't get the question, did he?
Rick, get the question? I don't know.
No. That gives you some time. We got Rick.
I guess rest after, because if you don't, you're gonna have another one. Because I don't know, I still don't like to do that. Like, I want to get back up and just like get back to it. And I think that's probably not, I'm going to cause myself to have another one, but the guilt and everything, when you're a mom, you just want to get up and go take care of stuff. So yeah, I guess that's the best advice. If I think of anything else, I'll let you know. Gosh, I wish I had better ones. Oh, and take your medicine on time, I guess.
That was mine. Mine was take your meds on time every day.
Take your meds on time. Rest afterwards. Yeah. Eat. Get plenty of sleep.
Yeah, I was told to eat too. Rick, what's yours?
The best advice is listen to your body. It'll let you know if you're overdoing it. Make sure you get plenty of rest. Understand that you can't go 100% of what you were doing before. If you do 30%, be happy with that. And, listen to cues. If you're reading something and you find yourself rereading the paragraph over and over, not understanding it, it's time to stop reading. If you're getting ready to help out with yard work and you feel a little bit dizzy, don't do it. Explain to everybody that plans can't be concrete. You got to be fluid with it. So that's what I do is all my plans that I make, I let people know, yes, I'd like to go to the movies with you. However, I don't know how I'm going to feel that day. So either go without me or reschedule if at the last minute I can't.
It does sound like good advice, but probably the hardest ones to follow. So thank you for that absolutely genuine answer. That was really good.
Also, Rick, I'm glad that you had such a great group of people with you when you did go to the movies the other night. So that if anything happened, you knew that you had people there who were there to help as well.
Yep, absolutely.
Okay. One right here says body aging. So I'm curious on other effects seizures have on us other than our nerves and brain. Does it cause your body to age quicker than others? I have had some pretty gnarly seizures and are not under control. I'm curious on what y'all think. The first comment says, oh, that's a long one. I don't know about aging, but we definitely experience more damage to our brains and our bodies. The last time I went to the dentist, they told me my teeth had the wear and tear of someone in their 30s, which is a result of dozen tonic-clonic seizures. I also have scarring on my tongue and inner cheeks. I don't know how the rest of my body, but between the seizures and my meds, I'm usually pretty low on energy and struggle to stand for long periods of time. I definitely don't function like other people my age, but that's the nature of having a disability. This is just my anecdotal experience. Everyone experiences epilepsy differently. Correct. Body aging, anybody? I don't feel like my body's aging at all. Some ways I'm getting better.
I
Yeah,
don't
if
know.
anything, I'm
You
doing my
look like
research
you
on
were
all
ready
these
to
meds
party
and
at that
making
weekend
sure.
concert.
Say that again?
I said you look like you were ready to party at that weekend concert like an 18-year-old.
I was ready to party. I spent most of my time recording it. And I thought about that once I went home. Like, damn, I was looking at the camera the whole time.
And
But
anybody that's over 6 feet can see over the crowd. So like that was a total waste.
right, I was like this. Most people were shorter than me. Like most people I usually meet are shorter than me. The tallest people I ever meet are in Costco because it's always like I never see anyone taller than me until I look around. There's some guy with some short woman and he's towering over. And that's the only places I ask guys, like, how tall are you? And they're always like 6'5", 6'6", something like that. Yeah. The big
And
ones
you know
are at
this when you're
Costco.
shopping in the warehouse.
Right.
They're like, no, the ceilings here are tall, and they've got giant, like portions of everything, and I need that. So,
Have
I'm
you
not
asked Tom how
That's
tall
where
he
everybody's
is?
gonna bring their tall friends.
Rick,
Don't
how
worry,
tall are
Brandy.
you?
You're still growing.
5'6" 3/4" is what I write down, but really 5'6".
Oh, you're shorter than Brandon. Not that that's a bad thing, Brandon. I'm
no, no,
sorry.
no.
I can fit
I
in
have
the outer
already
really
said
well.
I am totally fine with my height because the average
The
male
average
height
height of a
in
male is
America
5'9".
5'9". I am completely average, and I am totally fine with that.
I'm
Yeah,
5'7.5". Or
that's
5'8".
pretty tall for a woman.
That's tall, yeah.
Yay.
And I know a woman
No,
that's
that's a good height. You don't
6'10".
have to worry about shopping for certain jeans or anything. Cool.
My aunts started at 4'9" and went up to like my grandmother was like 5 foot. My mom's like 5'1.5", I'm like 5'3". Yeah, that's real tall. I mean, in my family anyway.
Angel's 6 feet, and I would have thought that.
Yeah, I'm 6 foot.
And Kevin said he's 6 foot too, or he just puts that on Tinder applications.
Mark, how about you?
Actually, I had to measure my niece for her birthday the other week, and so I decided to measure myself too, and I'm actually 5'11".
Okay.
So
Never imagined you being that tall. But then
nah.
again, I can see everybody's upper body.
I am 5'10", like honest soul to scalp 5'10". So that's like 6'1" in dating app feet, right?
Yeah, something like that.
But
Yeah.
I should start putting 6'6".
we got to keep lying for the dating app because they don't. We got to keep saying we're 6 feet for dating apps. You know that.
The first person that told me I was really tall is because he said he seen me standing next to a grocery cart on a picture I took, and the cart's like at my waist. I never imagined people being shorter than a grocery cart. I don't think I've seen anybody with the cart at their chest. But just
I
me.
used to work at a grocery store. I have seen that before. Yes, 7.5 years at a grocery store. You see a lot of customers.
Yeah, you probably seen a lot of short people, especially
Yeah.
at the register.
Oh yeah. I worked
Height
at
really gets
Big
your
Lots
attention
for
on the
about
road too.
Oh yeah. Oh, my aunt, 5'9", driving. Oh my God. Used to scare the hell out of me. What? How can you see? How? You can't reach your countertop to cut things, sweetheart. How do you see? I was taller than
How
her when I was
tall are you?
11. How tall am I? I
Yeah.
am 5'3". But I mean, I was taller than her when I was 11. It was very surreal because I'm
Yeah.
not tall.
I got a 10-year-old that's 5'3". But me. So yeah, about the body aging, do you guys believe our bodies are aging with seizures? Seizures, personally, no, I don't think it's that. Thoughts on that?
I wouldn't
Kevin
doubt
said he's
to say the
drinking.
brain might be.
And that's what I was gonna say. It's like, I guess it depends on how you look at aging. It's like just because our body might not be aging, our brain is going through so much and trying to recover all the time, that I think that is definitely going to be a factor more so than our body. But if whenever you have seizures, you're falling over and you're like just smashing your body into the ground, like clearly that's going to like affect you as well.
Right?
Might not
Like,
age you, but you're going to feel older.
yeah, like Annie's shoulder problems and so forth. Yeah, I mean, oh, and I fell down on my concrete driveway and slid all the way down on my face. And I mean, I'm sure that wasn't very good for my body. It hurt for a while. So yeah, I mean, the beating up we do to ourselves, I don't know if it ages us, but it certainly slows our bodies down from healing and so forth. And yeah, I totally agree with the brain thing. Definitely aging my brain, sadly.
There's a comment here, and the guy says, I'm 43. Well, I don't even know if it's a guy. Says, I'm 43 and everybody thinks I'm 20. I guess it depends on whether you avoid all the toxins or heavy metals, things that dehydrate you, etc. I don't want to say that person's a woman, but they said something else. The bruising is probably the most annoying part because you don't have to hit your leg on something to get a bruise. All you have to do is work something where you have to lean up or on something or that has a knob. And if a knob touches your leg for multiple hours, you're going to have a bruise there. When I was working at a hotel, there was knobs in front of everything, every single location that I had to stand in front of. When I would move from one location to another, it would bruise my right leg and then my left leg, and then I would go to the kitchen and it would bruise my lower part of my leg. And then I went to the doctor and told him that this was the Kepler causing me the bruise abnormally. And he asked me if I did drugs and then drug tested me for a boatload of drugs because he thought that I was getting drugged and abused, and I was so offended. I had to quit going to that doctor because I couldn't afford him anymore, but also because he's so fucking stupid. Just because that, just because I said that I do smoke marijuana. How do you pronounce? Just because I do smoke marijuana, and he said, "How do I get it?" And I said, "Off the streets, like everybody else." Only in the last 2 years have I ever had a doctor that I could talk to freely that didn't drug test me. Yeah, this is helpful and healing. The person said to write this. Um, yeah, I'd be quite offended. Drug testing me for all this stuff just because I say so only smoke weed. Yeah.
The bruising is annoying, but she's saying just from leaning up against the knob.
Yeah,
I
that
would
part I
be
didn't
kind of
understand.
suspicious.
I
I
mean,
Yeah,
didn't
I would
get
be kind of
that.
suspicious that that's just the Keppra.
I would say she probably has like anemia or something like
Yeah.
that, because that's when I tend to bruise the worst.
Yeah. Sometimes
also,
if I lean up against something for too long, I get a bruise because I have anemia.
well, also depends on like their body type. And I'm saying this because it like when I was in just like, grade school and stuff, those wooden desks, my spine protrudes a little bit. And I'm very skinny. So when I would sit up against the chairs, it like and just leaning up against them, I would get bruises. So my spine would just be constantly bruised. And it's not even like I was getting hit. I was just sitting in a chair.
Someone else said, I don't have an answer for you, but I'm also curious, and I don't think it's a dumb question. So little is known about epilepsy, and in my experience, a lot is dismissed. So, of course, we are comparing notes and scratching our heads. It's like type 2 diabetes or something, very familiar to the general public. I told my Uber driver the other day I had epilepsy, and he asked if that was the same thing as being psychic. My sarcasm took over.
Yes.
My sarcasm took over, and I said yes, and then felt like an asshole for the rest of the rest of the ride.
No.
Yes, I'm psychic. I gotta use that.
They did used to think that, like seers and stuff, it could predict the future when really they were just like having a seizure.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yep.
Oh, I tore my sock. So one more. It says, I don't know about aging, but we definitely experience more damage to our brains and our bodies. The last time I went, oh no, I read that one. Not going through that again. It's pretty long.
I
Could hurting?
yeah,
Oh,
I broke a bridge, a brand new bridge that they had put in like 3 months later from seizing, grinding, nocturnal, something. Cracked it just into three pieces. It fell out. And the dentist that had done it, $5,000, sent me a letter the next week saying he had gone out of business and would not pay for any fixing of teeth or help anybody. Horrible, horrible thing. Didn't know I was doing that to my teeth.
When you first said bridge, I was picturing like a construction crew really upset that they just finished a bridge and you went and destroyed it.
me too. That's where I took off at. Like
Yeah.
she broke the bridge.
It's right here, right? See that hole right there? I don't know if y'all can see it, but it's the big tooth right here. And he had ground down both of the teeth on the other side and put a big white bridge in, and it just from me
Welcome to the Broken
grinding.
Bridge Club.
Yeah, man. Oh, I've got a lot of broken teeth, but that's the one that I was like, doggone it, you can see it when I smile.
I got a chip one in the front, and recently I was quite offended. The dentist called me and was like, "Your doctor referred you for a dentist appointment." I was like, "That's one thing I did not ask for." He's seen the chipped tooth. Is that what he was thinking? I need a dentist. Um, I haven't talked to him, but I was just thought that was weird. I was just like, I asked you to get my arm checked on and find me a neurologist, and you call the dentist. It's hey, I'll go, I guess. Um, if
But
you
yeah,
all still fans.
isn't the adhesive that they use for teeth like a version of like cement?
I don't know.
Oh, it is. So yeah. Okay. So Sailor Mom, you really did break a bridge. There was cement involved in everything.
I got one new one. It says, "Could hurting legs be a side effect?" We have been changing my daughter's meds due to increasing focal seizures. She is on 8 milliliters Keppra, 5.7 milliliters of Vimpat 2 times daily. Recently, she has started complaining about her legs hurt and being tired or claiming her legs aren't working. Could this be caused by the med? She also has a benign brain tumor, so that's another possibility. We see her specialist in a week.
I'm gonna go brain tumor on that
Vimpat and Keppra people. Go ahead, Rick.
So yes, when I first was put on Depakote, my legs didn't want to work at all and they hurt. And then when I switched over to lacosamide, which is Vinpat, if I don't take magnesium and potassium daily, my legs hurt and I can't sleep. They don't want to move easily. If I'm sitting down at work, they hurt. So I have to take extra magnesium and potassium.
Someone here says mine have too. They've been what I can describe as heavy and sore. It didn't occur to me that there would be any kind of connection. Someone else said when I was on a high dose of carbamazepine, Tegretol, a side effect I noticed was very similar. My legs felt very uncoordinated, as if they aren't working properly. When I tried to walk, I felt like a newborn horse. I felt like a newborn horse leaning to walk for the first time. Really scary, but it happened to me the first time. My neurologist tweaked my dosage and it hasn't been an issue since. I hope this helps. Someone said I was in my late 30s when I started Keppra, but I did get a leg pain also, and it felt a lot of muscular atrophy in my legs. Electrolytes and hydration helps with the pain, but until I quit Keppra, my muscles seem to keep wasting away and feeling weaker. Throughout my entire body, but especially in my legs is where I felt the most. Brandon, how are your legs doing?
My legs are fine.
You ride a bike every day, so I don't even know why I asked.
Yeah, my legs are fine. I noticed this happened a couple weeks ago, but I fell asleep and I think I had just a small seizure while I was asleep. Um, I apparently did not like shake around at all. Um, but I woke up feeling like crap. And I was really pissed because I couldn't I had no muscle strength in my right hand, like my right arm. Um, so like I couldn't close my fist. I could like take my other hand and close it, but it was just like loosely held there. I grabbed a water bottle and I was just trying to squeeze the water bottle to like get feeling back. And it took about like 10-15 minutes before I finally got like full muscle strength back. But that's the only time that's ever happened.
Hypnosis and epilepsy. My husband has epilepsy. He also suffers from addiction to alcohol. In addition to that, he's dealing with major stress factors with work and just having epilepsy in general. He started to see a therapist just this Friday who brought up the idea of hypnosis to help with his stress and addiction. I'm curious if anyone else in this group with epilepsy has ever had hypnotherapy before, and if it triggered more seizures or if it may have been helpful. Thank you in advance. Um, Personally, I've never been hypnotized or had hypnotherapy. I really like to hear it if you guys have, and what is that like? Well, obviously, we're still having seizures here, so probably didn't work. Um, but yeah, how's that going, guys? Anybody has hypnotherapy or even heard of it?
Heard about it, but not I guess in connection with epilepsy, but I guess getting it to cut down on drinking and overall stress would help with the seizures.
Do believe in it. I do think uh, I have heard of its efficacy. I think in relation to epilepsy, I don't I don't know, but I think it can be used. Uh, Perhaps to control, yeah, maybe lowering stress and controlling certain things. Yeah, in relation to maybe um I don't know. I just know that hypnotherapy is effective, and maybe that can be used in controlling certain triggers. I don't know.
One comment says it's definitely worth a try. You could also try self hypnosis initially before going into hypnotherapy. Tons of content on YouTube and apps that will help you doing this. I personally use Harmony Hypnosis and would recommend it.
I'm just I guess we're all kind of on the same wavelength though of it would help in terms of cutting down on the things that would cause seizures, but there's no way of sort of like hypno like getting hypnosis that's gonna like train your brain not to have a seizure at all.
Well, no, I'm not saying it's a cure for epilepsy, but yeah, I'm just saying.
I didn't think you were.
No, 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 certainly not. Um, but it has been proven to work on many things, and uh, I um okay. For example, there was a a doctor who had surgery performed on himself using no painkillers, but just self hypnosis. Um, I mean, that's a good example of the power of just how you can train your brain to really uh, control yourself to exit out certain things. And um, I actually used self hypnosis for a while when I was actually not before I was diagnosed with epilepsy to help me sleep better as a kid. So um, it does work. I mean, it really does work.
Oh yeah, hypnosis has been proven to be effective, and it absolutely like hypnosis works. It's just the application of the hypnosis and what you're expecting to get out of it. It's like hypnosis is not curing a seizure or curing epilepsy. If it was, we'd all be getting hypnotized.
Right, but I'm saying maybe you can use it to, okay, triggers cause seizures. Maybe you can use it to lower stress and such. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's that's what I said. We were all on the same page about.
Okay, good.
We're saying the same thing.
Oh, okay.
This one says, anyone start music after epilepsy? Good evening. Anyone start a guitar, bass, drums, etc. after your seizures and seizure medicine? I love to pick back up music. I'm just wondering how much harder it would be now. FYI, I'm in my 50s and a stoner, so that helps and hurts the process. Have a great night. Start music. I want to learn how to play the piano, but to that question, then no, I haven't started music after epilepsy yet. Anyone get epilepsy and end up playing an instrument? Oh, Brandon, you're playing an instrument right now. Were you playing the instrument before epilepsy?
Yeah, I've owned a guitar for years, and I took some lessons when I was in high school. That didn't change, but now I sit around on the couch a lot more. So it's been more of a, you know, get back into it situation.
Mark, did you
I look
start before epilepsy? You're on mute. Oh, somebody.
I learned drums in high school, right after I was diagnosed, and I learned very fast to taught myself, and that was very good.
Nice.
So I didn't keep up with it, but I would like to learn more instruments like piano. Piano is an excellent thing, but yeah.
Oh yeah, Mark. What was I asking? Oh, did you pick up a guitar after epilepsy or before epilepsy?
I picked it up like, I don't know, a few years before, several, no, 10-ish. I don't know, long time, but I never really took it seriously. Um, I had a friend who wanted to start a band, and he knew a guy who played drums, and he played guitar, and he was pretty good at guitar. So he needed somebody to play the bass, and he said nobody listens to the bass anyway. So it was perfect. Um, so yeah, I I I don't know. I never practiced that hard. We learned a few like 90s grunge songs, and that was about it. Um, but my bass is really pretty though, so I look cool holding it.
Yeah, it is cool. Um, Rick, you said you played the guitar in your 20s? You have a
Yeah,
picture with the guitar?
um, I'll have to find it. I had long hair and stuff like that, but I'm sure I have it somewhere. I'll have to get it for you.
We need to see this. We need to see it.
Yeah, I used to have long black hair like past my shoulders for a bit.
Cool. I couldn't imagine it.
Yeah, I'll
saying
dig
I
it up
need
for
to
you
see
guys.
it.
All right, I'll dig it up for you guys.
So for anyone start playing music after epilepsy, one of the comments was, "I'm a professional orchestra or orchestra musician, and start up on stuff all the time. Go for it. I forget a bunch of stuff and all the time, but it comes back. LOL. Yep, it hurts and hurts." Someone said, "I started to learn guitar after seizure meds, brain surgeries, and going off seizure meds. Still not great at all, but I'm slowly learning." The last one says, "I took up guitar and it has seemed to help me managing some of the fine motor control issues I've been experiencing. Absolutely suck at the guitar player because I said fine motor control issues, but it's fun and I enjoy it. My dad, who does not have epilepsy, picked it up a couple years ago, and he's in his 70s, and now he can play John Prine and Old Crow Medicine Show like it's nothing."
Okay, now I'm just jealous because I freaking love John Prine.
Now I'm jealous because I don't know who John Prine is.
Oh, okay. Look up a song called Illegal Smile. That's all you need to know.
Yeah, I'll do it later. But yeah, oh, it did pop up. John Prine, 1972 Underground. Okay, yeah, we'll come back to that one. Says husband having breakthrough seizures, started a new med, need to talk to someone. He hadn't had seizures for quite some time. They came back out of nowhere, and I feel so alone and scared. I'm trying to be as understanding as I can be, but on these new meds, he is sleeping constantly. He is like a villain because I have to check on him when I feel like the villain because I have to check on him here and there and to make sure he's breathing. And he just groans at me. I'm beyond exhausted. This crap sucks. What is going on? I think the context of what is going on could be used a couple ways. Because you could be yelling, "What is going on?" Or you could be like, "What's going on?" I'm asking for advice. So what's going on? I think this guy, new meds, I've heard how it could make you tired. So I think you just got to ride it out. I mean, it sucks to say, sucks to hear as a wife, but yeah, sounds like he just got to titrate up until his body balances out, I guess. And
And maybe make sure his salt levels are high enough because apparently a bunch of our meds like just mess our salt levels up, and I had no idea about that. So
I
that
didn't
could,
either until right now.
yeah, that can affect apparently like we should be drinking Gatorade and stuff whenever we're changing our meds from one to another, and maybe even just all the time because there's certain ones. I know Vimpat was one somebody mentioned, and there was a couple other ones. I was like so shocked. Really? How many times have I not had enough salt and then, had a seizure because of it, right? I don't know. That's something now I'm trying to look at.
Yeah, we were having that Gatorade conversation earlier. You just said Gatorade. Um, it was a no-go. Earlier, there was all kinds of decisions, but Gatorade was the least favorite. It was called fake sugar.
Yeah, I'm not saying gotta be Gatorade, but I'm just saying it's got, having
Yeah.
a drink that's got salt and sugar or, something like that in it to help your body absorb it. That's all. It doesn't have to be Gatorade. I just mentioned that because that's the first one that comes to mind.
Was I unmuted that whole time I was listening to that song? I am so sorry, folks.
You were muted. We didn't hear anything.
Which song?
I was listening to the song. I was listening to Illegal Smile. It is so good. I couldn't.
Yes.
I had to keep listening to it, and then I looked up and I realized I was unmuted, and I was like, "Shit! Did everyone just hear that?" Sorry.
No,
Nope,
we
not
didn't.
at all.
It's a fantastic song. Actually, I just went through a bunch of his songs and I forgot. It's just almost everything John Prine did is fantastic. I think he's still alive, but yeah, he's awesome. Illegal Smile is awesome. It's got another one called Spanish Pipe Dream. And Donald and Lydia is one of the ones that I absolutely adore. Yeah, he's pretty awesome. I don't know.
I opened a tab with it so I can look it up later.
Yeah.
One of the comments.
Don't forget him. Oh, his other famous song, Never Even Call Me By My Name. You might know that one. You never even call me by my name. Anybody? No? Okay.
No, haven't heard of that. Been out of music for a while. But one of the comments to that husband having breakthrough seizures, someone says there's absolutely nothing about seizures that doesn't suck. Be patient and loving. I can guarantee that he's probably going through worse. When I was sleeping constantly, I felt like an absolute loser and a burden to my wife and kids. It made me want to sleep more to avoid thinking about it. And I didn't want to talk about it. It's embarrassing and frustrating when seizures come back. He could be dealing with depression, which just makes things even harder. Honestly, you both sound like you might need some outside help from counseling. Ask his neurologist's office for resources to turn to. Hopefully, he'll be open, but he might need time to get used to the idea. So don't push him too much. Guys are stupidly stubborn. I know because I am. I know because I still am. Yeah. Someone said it doesn't suck. Oh, it does suck. Remember that his body is still adjusting. When I start new epilepsy med, I'm prone to the side effects. I'd give it some time, and if the med procedure produces too many side effects, there are other options. Someone said he has the weirdest seizures too. It's traumatizing to witness and then be alone. I would do anything for him, though I love him so much, but so alone. Any advice on learning how to drive and epilepsy? I'm 17 now. People are starting to learn how to drive in my country, but I haven't gotten my provisional. I was gathering together documents to get it last year, but then I was diagnosed with epilepsy. My last recorded seizure was in October, so I can actually start to learn to drive then. It terrifies me at the idea that if I have a TC behind the wheel, I'd kill family or people. I'd kill a family or people I'm driving with in the car. Already, that's a risk, I guess, when anyone's learns to drive, but this is different. My meds also make me hard to concentrate sometimes, and I'm so tired from them every day since I had to take them. I swear before all this, I had a couple more notches of energy per day, but now it feels capped. Like I would love more of anything to have this independence to drive to work or drive to parties or at friends or school on my own terms, but I physically don't feel comfortable behind the wheel. It's not like my seizures gave me warnings at the first time. My ma'am has been pressing me to get on to applying for a license and lessons and everything. I wouldn't know. I wouldn't even know how to tell her how uncomfortable and anxious and overwhelmed it is and how overwhelmed it makes me feel. She'd just think I was all excuses anyway. Have any advice for any similar experiences? The similar experience I had with people not taking me serious. That's what I caught. Love to.
Best advice is don't.
Yeah, if you already know you have it, I mean, I don't know, I guess it just depends on your breakthrough seizures, but like, I know a guy who was 8 years seizure free and he worked with my mom and he had a seizure while he was driving and he killed everybody in the other car. And clearly he'll never be able to forgive himself for that, right? But doctors said it was okay to drive. 8 years is a very long time. But that's how I think about it. I'm like, if they tried to give it back to me, I don't think I could do it just because I couldn't live with myself. I don't know.
Right.
Yeah. I'm sorry. OP.
Kevin, you know how to drive?
Well, I did. I do know how to drive.
Oh, I was asking Kevin, you know how to drive?
Kevin?
I got my permit at 16. That's like the closest I came to driving. So
Yeah, I got my permit at 16, and then it was literally like a few weeks later, I got epilepsy, and the doctor was like, "I'm going to call the DMV and let them know you can't get a license." So yeah, I'm not sure how else that works. Did your doctor call your DMV and tell them you shouldn't get a license? I didn't know how that happens, but I guess it worked somehow. Yeah, but in the comments, one says, "Oh, Jeff," he says, "don't drive, regardless of the pressure. You could be damaging or destroying two families." Another person says, "I would wait until your last two seizure, at least 2 years seizure free. If you're in the UK, you need to have a medical professional prove for you to get a license." My concern is that your meds still cause you to be tired and lack of concentration. Drowsy driving is dangerous as drunk driving. To be safe, I would try to find another way to increase my energy and concentration without lowering my seizure threshold. I can consume caffeine without affecting my epilepsy, but many other people with epilepsy can't drive with caffeine. You know your body best, though an appointment with your neuro would be helpful. Also, I don't know the UK driving laws, but a doctor's note may be required to get a license. You have to have a conversation with your mom about why you're uncomfortable behind the wheel. Bring the drowsy driving statistics with you. This may lead to shouting and threats, but an angry person, even if it's your mom, is better than an injured people. I love driving and the independence it brings me. I would love for your license. It's a good tool I have. Remember, just because you have a driving license don't mean you should be driving. Another person says, my son totaled 2 cars due to seizures. We are so very blessed no one else was hurt, though he is now got titanium plates in his face and extensive dental work. We weren't such we weren't sure if this was what caused the first wreck, but after the second one in 4 years, he stopped driving. Let your mom know the risk. Raven says, it sounds like you know it's not safe for you to drive, which is good because it really isn't. I'm sorry. Giving up your independence is so hard, but a car accident could kill you or others. Heck, you could even hit someone and cause brain injury, and they could develop epilepsy as well. Just don't drive. Oh, yeah, Raven, there you are. Yeah, that was good advice, Raven.
Hi. Yeah, actually, as I'm listening to you read it out, I'm realizing I didn't really answer their question anyway of how to handle things with their mom. So maybe not the best advice, actually.
Okay, I got another one. It says, I walked directly into a chair. I was having dinner with my family and got up to get seconds. I had to go around the chair, and I remember I was trying to squeeze past it, and suddenly the chair was on the floor. My husband said I walked right into it. Afterwards, I felt like my left leg was slightly numb, not from walking into the chair. I get this feeling a lot as part of my focals. I guess its internal gyroscope was off. Sharing this to see if anybody has had similar experiences. Personally, I've walked into quite a few things. I think I'm more along the lines of clumsy when I walk into things because I just happen to walk into things kind of often, a little too often. Maybe I'm not paying attention, and once you're one step too close, yeah, so turn around sometimes and ran into walls. Um, yeah, you guys have focals and blame it on the reason you're running into things.
I've been wondering that about myself lately. My balance has been high. I know my camera's off. I've been running into things and falling off balance so much more since my last cluster. So maybe it's related.
Yeah, it also sounds like she blacked out for a few seconds. And she said, I remember trying to squeeze
Yeah.
by. My husband said I walked into the chair. She doesn't even remember walking into the chair, is what it sounds like.
Well then, yeah, that's probably a focal. If you don't even remember doing it.
Yeah. She did remember trying to squeeze by, but yeah, didn't remember walking into it. Sounds like a focal.
It does.
It does sound like a focal to me too. Sometimes I do things I have absolutely no memory of doing, but I remember before. So yeah, that sounds like a focal to me.
And the comments said, I've had issues like this. There's been 2 times I've gone to step over things, like the baby gate or a big step. And next thing you know, I'm on the ground because I missed it. I'm not sure what it is, but it's very frustrating. Someone else said I have balance issues all the time. I always attributed mine to the meds, as they all seem to list coordination and balance as side effects. I run into chairs, countertops, walls, etc. Never really hard where I've fallen, but hard even for people to notice and where I've had to catch myself.
Usually, if it's on one side, if it starts on one side and you have focals, the side that it starts on, the opposite side will go numb or limp or you just lose control of that side sometimes. And I got that from two of the technicians that were putting on the electrodes for like my fourth EEG. Like, I think it was for one that I was going home, the ambulatory, and she said, the two of them were in there together, and she said, which side does your epilepsy start on? And I told her, and she said, oh, so then your right side will sometimes just go numb, or you'll trip, or you'll drop something on your right side. And I was like, yeah, actually, I do kind of do that. So yeah, it can, if you know what side it starts on, you can predict a little bit which side will go. But if it's just a straight focal seizure, you can't predict much of it. But yeah, I've got lots of dropping and tripping and running into things.
Yeah, I've dropped a lot of things. Food, hot grease in a pan.
I didn't know that that could have anything to do with it until she said that. And I'm like, seriously? I'm 3 years in and you're going to tell me this? And it's a technician that's telling me instead of like a doctor? Thanks.
Dude, I got a good one. I think I've seen this one before. It says I sleep too much and it's hurting my relationship. The relationship is amazing. My husband loves me so much. This is not a complaining about significant other post. I will sleep in late with zero recollection of being woken up numerous times, and I fall asleep in the afternoons while he's working. This is our first great summer, like in like 6 years, and I'm temporarily off work. He feels like I'm wasting it. I do get out a lot, but after I sleep, I'm on a bunch of drugs, and this has always been a bit of a problem, but it's gotten worse with cinnamate, which has worked wonders on my seizures, on my seizure frequency and intensity. I don't know. It's just a hard thing when I get in trouble. In trouble is in quotes. When I get in trouble after an afternoon nap. Am I lazy? Am I a lazy butt, or is this in I've been an epileptic for 31 years type of thing?
This drug is Xcopri.
Yeah, you're not lazy. I could say ruin your relationships. That would suck. You sleeping too much.
That's comes with the territory, as I say.
You're sleeping too much is definitely not your fault. It is definitely Xcopri.
That's what I was going to say. But I mean, I don't know. Not everybody has the same thing with Xcopri as I did. But yeah, like it's almost always the drugs. And then if it isn't the drugs, it's the fact that you're trying to heal from the seizures, the breakthroughs. So yeah, I mean, I understand because it's really bad. My relationships too. And I feel guilty all the time about, not getting up and doing more sometimes, but
yeah, been there.
You gotta deal with it and try not to hate yourself and apologize. Tell them you feel bad about it. It's not good. It's not ideal, but you're on this medication that just does this. And, other people have been on this medication say the same thing. It's not just you, sweetie. That's all I've got. Anybody else?
This person is on Xcopri, Vimpat, Prevlara, Pregabalin, and clonazepam. All those sound like sleepy drugs.
Half of those are sleepy, at least half of those are sleepy drugs. And if you combine them, you will sleep, because I have combined at least 3 of those together. I mean, my doctor, put me on.
That sounds like a recipe for a coma.
Even if you're medication resistant, maybe it's time to try to talk to your doctor about finding a combination that works better for you. They never want to do that. But if you push, don't know. Anybody?
If you look at the Vimpat and stuff, Vimpat and Xcopri are pretty much the same thing, except Xcopri's on a higher dosage, higher level of it.
The first comment says, "Hey, I have a TBI and epilepsy. I only recently diagnosed. I sleep 10 to 12 hours a day plus a nap." 10 to 12 hours a day plus a nap. I was like this my entire life since the head injury in my childhood. I've always slept a lot. My mom was always angry with me for having a nap straight after school. I spent my lunch break sleeping in my car. In my first work, I fell asleep in people's houses at their birthday parties. I caused arguments on holidays when my friends wanted to do a 12 hours of sightseeing, but I had to split and go back to the hotel room for a nap after merely 6 hours. I felt bad my entire life. Eventually, I came to accept that this is the way my brain is. I didn't ask for epilepsy or the brain injury. I wish I didn't have them and wasn't tired all the time, but people who don't really have epilepsy, TBI, will see us as lazy. But who the hell are they to judge? Your partner should be more understanding and tire you tire more easily and you recover more slowly than him. That's why you need to have more sleep. You're not wasting time or wasting your summer. Sleep as much as you need. You're telling her to ruin the relationship. And then she responded, "He's been with me for 11 years now, and my sleep hasn't always been like this. I used to be a tip top after like 6 hours of nighttime sleep. So it's weird now. It's weird to me, even. He cares a lot and is concerned. I don't quite know what's up, how this will affect my career and life, what's causing this, etc. It's concerning. Damn TBI since childhood and only recently diagnosed, eh? That's rough to go. Do you ever think you're missing out on stuff?" Kind of, but gave up on that thought. Another comment says, "I'm pretty open about my condition with my friends and family, and many of them still get that the main side effects of seizures meds cause drowsiness and fatigue. I drink coffee to counteract that, but I get that it's not feasible for everyone." One more comment. Since I had blood work done today, I also was really sleepy all the time, no matter how much sleep I got. Turns out it was the vitamin B12 deficiency. Shout out to Nature's Made. Epilepsy drugs can do that. I recommend getting checked now that I take a supplement regularly and have zero issues. That is very good to hear.
There are several things that they can suck out of your body that make you really tired, weak, just make things out of balance. Yeah, right. The B12, D3 can get whacked out. Salt, right? Your sodium. And what was the other one? Oh, calcium. And in order to like keep the calcium in your body and help it to like, use it and not just go through you, you have to take like a folic acid with it. I don't know. My very first epileptic medications were like, "Oh, this sucks all the calcium out of your body." And I was like, yo, I had 5 kids. I can't have this calcium sucked out of my body again. No. So I looked up looking for it, finding out how to fix it. But yeah, that's something that happens. She should iron. That's the other one, right? We just said anemia. Lufa said it too. That's another one that makes you tired and exhausted no matter what. So yeah, maybe look into some supplements too. Definitely the B12, some iron. Yeah. Anybody else got anything else?
Well, I was wondering if this person had been tested for sleep apnea. I mean, oh, you're muted.
I'm just agreeing with you. Yeah, falling asleep
You did.
everywhere is weird.
Well, I thought I had depression when I was told by my doctor that I might have sleep apnea. And sure enough, I had both kinds. There's 2 kinds. Did you guys know that?
No.
Yeah, there's obstructive sleep apnea, which is how your body is shaped, and that it can be caused by anything. Like a lot of, I don't know about a lot of people, but some people get sleep apnea because of being overweight. But I'm getting fitted for a device in my jaw I used to have the mask, and that puts air down your throat, but I can't do that now. And so I'm getting one in my jaw, and they found that my tongue is too big for my mouth, which they said is really, really common. When you go to sleep, your tongue falls back into your throat. And that's why they said that's why a lot of people have sleep apnea. That is obstructive sleep apnea. Something because of the way your body is shaped. You go to sleep and the way your body is shaped, it cuts off air into going into your lungs. Central sleep apnea has to do with your brain. Central sleep apnea is where your brain simply forgets to tell your body to breathe. So I was wondering if with a traumatic brain injury, this person's brain is forgetting to tell their body to breathe. And who knows? That's why I was wondering if maybe they have sleep apnea and maybe they could get tested for it. I have both kinds, central and obstructive. So,
They told me I have sleep apnea.
do you know what kind?
The kind where they gave me this CPAP machine that I don't use.
Well, the sleep apnea machine that forces air into your lungs, that helps both obstructive and central. The central is where your brain just forgets to tell your body to breathe every once in a while when you're sleeping. That sucks.
Oh, that's always weird because I've always felt like my tongue was very large.
Yes.
That's so weird because
It can
after
have, yeah.
so many years of chewing on my tongue, having vicious, I felt like that made my tongue larger. Is
Maybe
that some?
well,
I don't
it
know.
could be. Yeah, I went to get this device for my mouth. It's simply like a bite guard, like it goes on the top and the bottom of your mouth, and it pulls your jaw forward just a little bit. Like if you put your jaw forward, it actually gives you more room. You can kind of feel it. More room back here in the back of your throat. And
Mm.
so that's supposedly going to give me more airway when I sleep. Anyways, isn't that interesting? It's a like not a dentist, but they're people who deal with TMJ when you click your jaws. And so we'll see if this works. Anyways, I found that interesting. And central sleep apnea can have to do with your brain. But yeah, like if your tongue is too large for your mouth, it could fall back in there. And I don't know if you have that's really interesting that you said that. Because isn't that interesting that when people have these seizures and you chew and you damage your tongue, I wonder if it would reshape your tongue.
Well, that's what I've always thought, and now
Yeah,
that you're saying it, I'll look into it.
that's so interesting.
I don't know why I was thinking about shaving. Wrong thing to do right now. There was something I wanted to say, something about what Kevin was saying. Oh no, something about something Jocelyn was saying. I asked someone in the CPAP subreddit, could sleep apnea be caused by epilepsy? And a lot of people said they don't know. And then I told them, what if I don't use my CPAP? And then some guy said, what if you looked at the side effects? And I didn't do that. So I'm
Well,
assuming it's
do you want to know a little bit about that?
not really. But
Okay, that's fine. I loved my CPAP. I would put it on even to go read a book. Because it helped me sleep better. That's why I felt a lot better after I wore my CPAP. I felt a lot better the next day, but that's all. I'm sorry.
A
so
lot of post-COVID
um
patients do acknowledge that, but they say also causes dependence,
yeah, I heard
What
that
is
part too.
dependence?
I mean you're gonna
where you
need
can't
air.
sleep without it.
Yeah, you're gonna start needing it.
Oh,
Heard that
yeah,
too.
I know. I know. That's true.
Side effects to everything. I need no more side effects. So new things are kind of cut thin these days. There was something you said that I wanted to say something about, and it's too late now because I forgot. Um, oh, I was thinking since all my seizures Well, no, yeah, most of my seizures are out of bed. So wearing the sleep apnea thing, I'm not sure if it'll work because I mean it'll work, I guess, for whatever it's supposed to work for. But I don't think it could be a cause. I was thinking, could that be a cause of my seizures not doing that in particular that I'm supposed to be doing? But yeah, I have no problems breathing, walking around the house. Um, so I gotta look that up. Um, I'm having seizures every 2 years. 31-year-old female. I faint every 2 years since 2009. I just feel heavy and collapse for a couple seconds. If I manage to lay down or get cold water on my head, I don't faint. I was thinking probably low BP, something like this. In my last episode last June, I went to the hospital. They did an EEG and told me I am having seizures. I have epilepsy, which shocked me. Doctor put me on medicine, which I had so many bad side effects. I stopped the medicine and haven't been back to the doctor yet. I don't want to use the medicine the rest of my life just because I faint every 2 years. I don't know what to do. Anyone? Um, you're doing better than me. Every 2 years, you're doing pretty good. Uh, just got to work on that. Eventually, not be 2 years. Um, I see you talk to Kevin. Um,
Oh, it, better safe than sorry. Talk to a doctor. If just to, if you're having any issues, just look into anything because if there's any residual problems, you know, you still want to make sure your brain's okay. That's what I would say.
yeah.
Because if you're still having them, you want to just check up on, just get a checkup on your brain.
Well, at least after
Just
that
to be
long, a
sure.
doctor might take them seriously if they go to the
Yeah,
doctor saying, I haven't had seizures for a long time, so I need to start, weaning off, seeing if I really need to take this much even. Doctor might actually take that seriously. That's the only reason
yeah,
anybody else that I know that weaned off their own medications did it that way, because a doctor would never agree to doing that. It's always either get off of this one and get on another one, or no.
Um,
But no more clobazam here for 3 months now, and I feel a lot better.
nice.
All
You
right.
feel better because of that B12? Shout out to Major's Maid. Is that the
You look really good.
Thank you very much, Sailor Mom. Same to you. And B12 has been a couple weeks. So either way, B12 is definitely helping with the energy too.
All right, at least I can agree there. Um, so the comments of this, someone said I can relate. I had my first one at 45 years old. That was about 10 years ago or so. After that, I had about 8 grand mal seizures in about 5 years. Haven't had any for 4+ years. Congratulations to you. And yes, the meds suck. I took generic for years, but it caused dangerously low sodium. So I was thirsty every few hours, every day, every year. Tired. Oh, I tried off and on meds, got to Briviac in winter and had bad side effects. Couldn't sleep, tight leg muscles, went back to my old one, but tried it again on Briviac, but never taking half the doses. Is it a trial and error with meds and you have to listen to your body? My take on research I have done, seizure meds are heavy effing meds with potentially awful side effects. Have to chat if you want. Oh, happy to chat if you want. What's the worst part? No one has a clue what you're going through. And at some point, you become tired of complaining about it. I knew what you're going through. I can relate. The first grand mal really shook me up mentally. I was just in shock. Again, happy to chat, even even to have peace of mind talking to someone who knows what this hell is like all of a sudden to be diagnosed. I love people who are helpful. Someone else said, don't stop taking your meds without consulting your doctor. I cannot stress that enough. I took my meds all through my childhood, and my neurologist took me off of them when I was 18 to 19 in college and realized my seizures had transitioned to stress seizures. Further research after my daughter was diagnosed 8 years ago, when I realized our seizures are genetic from my dad's side of the family. She is currently on meds, and I am not. My last big seizure was in 2022 and 2016. Hospital trip. I've had epilepsy for 30 years. Congrats on that. I applaud everyone who's went longer than me, just 3 months. Has anyone ever tried any special diets with your medications? I've heard that keto is a common diet used, but it can also be often ineffective. Did keto help you?
For
Have you
epilepsy.
tried any other diets that are known to help seizures and control? If so, which ones, and did any help?
We did
I have
keto.
not.
We transitioned to keto to try that, and I think we did it for a couple months, and it didn't make any difference in my seizures. But I'm medication resistant, so didn't really expect that it would, but I was willing to try. But no, I don't know any other diets except just eating lots of small meals. It's like snacking all day is better for me than just like, I don't get hungry, so just little snacks now and then. So that, I guess that kind of a diet, healthy small snacks throughout the day so that I don't, I don't know. Do you guys have any trouble with you when you don't eat? Seizures?
Yes, I do.
Nope. Been on a water diet for a while.
For me, it has to be more than 2 days.
Well, I mean, you always talk about
If I don't eat.
being vitamin deficient and eat, like those B vitamins, and you can get those through eating a lot of fish, and I eat a lot of salmon and stuff like that. I eat that twice a week. Um, eat 2 of those a week. I eat a lot of greens and stuff like that. I yeah, eat that, and I eat a lot of Brussels sprouts and leafy greens.
I want some salmon steak right now.
Yeah, it's always really good.
Those are two of my favorite things. We do eat those kinds of things. My husband he has still upped the protein, even though it's not a straight keto diet. He's really pushes
Me
the protein
neither.
on me. So
I wasn't a big guy on that until like after my liver started giving me problems, and it's like, okay, I gotta really take care of myself because I got epilepsy and everything's going to hell.
See, the thing about the keto diet is you really got to go all in with that, and it can be dangerous. You might want to just try um, a balanced diet. That's what maybe just some lean meats to get those vitamins that you all need. You know, like like yeah, just stick with the lean meats and healthy vegetables. Yeah, like it sounds simple, but that's what I
But
do.
it is still better than cutting out dairy entirely.
Yeah, I've been cutting out dairy a lot.
Almond milk is really good though.
Well,
I like that oat milk, almond milk.
I drink all.
I drink I drink almond milk.
We used to have soy milk all the time, but Costco's too far away now. And I need more fat.
Anyone eat tofu here?
Oh yes, my husband did run a vegan deli in my hometown at the vitamin shop there. So he was vegan for a long time. And when my kids were little, we used to eat at least half our meals were vegetarian, tofu, this stuff. And I lived with another vegetarian for 5 years before I married my husband. So oh yeah, I know tofu. Anybody else?
How you like it?
I'll eat tofu. Yeah. Yeah.
I bet
I
Brandon
basically
does.
will eat anything. Yeah.
Because I know Brandon's vegetarian, so he probably eats a lot of tofu.
Yeah, he did. He showed me some fried tofu. It looked good. I
It
didn't know
is.
what it
It's
was.
really good.
Fried tofu. Tofu is great. It'll basically taste like whatever you cook it in.
Yeah.
It just wants to soak up whatever wonderful flavors you give it. Yeah, it's great.
Mark, you ready for bed?
Yeah. It's pretty late here too. So
Yeah, all you East Coasters look like you're falling asleep.
What are you
Yeah.
talking about? It's only 8 o'clock. I just got started.
Right.
Yeah. Uh, is it you're on the San Francisco, right?
Yep. And I have
Is it
insomnia, so I'll be here much, much longer if you're ready to come back.
are they doing anything with the Grateful Dead over there?
The great what?
Grateful Dead. It's
The Dead.
yeah,
The
it's
Grateful Dead.
Grateful Dead week over there.
My husband met Phil Lesh several times, and he met Garcia and one of the other members. Darn it, I can't, because he's been to a lot of Dead shows.
Weir, Bob
I
Weir,
took my
probably.
meds an hour ago, so if I
It was
pass
weird.
out, I pass out.
Yeah, Bob Weir.
It's all right. I understand what like Scalper does from your experiences personally. But yeah, go these comments here about the sleepy. Oh no, about the diets. Someone here says, "Hi there. So my son, 8 years old, was diagnosed in April after having his very first seizure in March with frontal lobe epilepsy. I understand people are not always all the same. However, this was one of the first things we started researching when he was diagnosed, and truly think it's always contributing to the success we are seeing with his meds. All that said to this is he is following a keto-ish diet. We have eliminated all the unnecessary carbs. We also have followed a fairly strict no sugar or half the daily sugar intake that is recommended for kids his age. As we were told, a low sugar diet was also better for his doctor. Also, another interesting tidbit she told us is that fasting can also be beneficial for people with epilepsy. Obviously, not for kids, but knowing that we make sure dinner snacks are always available, done like 6 to 8. So his body has at least 2 hours awake time to digest before sleeping. Can I
don't
for
know
sure
if
say
fasting is good for us because sometimes we don't get those cues.
Yeah, I fast all the time, but that's different. So it says dinner's done by 7 or 8, so his body is at least 2 hours awake just to digest before sleeping. Can I for sure say it's his diet would work? No, but I do know what his medication dosage combined with the schedule, routine, and diet has led us 2 months without any seizures. But please, please, please speak to your doctor to see if they think this is beneficial for you. I can only relay and share the information we have gotten in regards to our son's case. And I am no medical professional. No has 6 O's. Someone else said keto is the only thing that helps my depression. I will be keto for life if the only way I don't get fat also. Everyone's so different. I did pure keto for about 8 months. I kept having seizures. Absolutely works for some. I just wasn't one of them. Talk to your neuro, see if he thinks it'd be a good thing to test out. It's also a pretty rigid diet, but imagine you already know that, and it's doable. I love mashed potatoes, and cauliflower mash ended up being a welcome substitute. Cauliflower mash. Interesting. Someone also said I tried intermittent fasting, but it didn't do much for me. Can't bring myself to try keto. Cost benefit, not good. Not a good ROI for me. Not a good ROI for me as someone who loves cookies. Yeah, I love cookies too. How am I going to deal with my epilepsy? Someone help. I don't know what to do. I think I said that pretty well. It sounded like I was acting. Help me. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. That was the question. How am I supposed to deal with focal aware seizures? Help me. I don't know what to do. Shout out to Nature's Made. I take B12 for the focals and pretty much working for the past 3 months. If you can't see that, it's maybe because the light's right there. There you go. Shout out to Nature's Made. Anyhow, yeah, focals are pretty gone for me, but maybe that's a me thing. Check it out. Someone else told me it works for them. Not doesn't work for you. Just everybody's different. But everybody I've told about it, they said it worked the same. More energy, less focals. I have more energy, no focals, and too much energy at times. I don't like that I'm not getting as much sleep as I used to. I like sleeping. And for some reason, I can wake up at 7. I'm not able to go back to sleep. I don't like that. I like waking up at 10 to take my pills and then stay up. So yeah, this new no sleep thing is new to me. Also being that I have insomnia, so still don't like to sleep. But yeah, sometimes sleeping is good for me.
It's tough talking to the doctors because the doctors aren't really necessarily nutritionists, and they don't know a lot about food, and it's that's the worst thing to talk to them about sometimes. Yeah.
Anybody still having focals here? Oh, sorry, Kevin. Go ahead.
Oh no, I thought we were talking about food or nutrition still, but no, go on with the vocals.
We can talk about food if you want to. I am kind of hungry. I got some water.
No, no. I really don't know anything about vocals, so that's not my area of specialty.
I'm actually really hungry, so I'm gonna take a swig of this water.
All right, well, you go ahead and fix yourself a sandwich. I
I
was thinking after that
honestly
last
good.
post, I would tell him take notes.
That swig just
What you got, Raven?
Oh, I said I only have focals, but I can't be any help because I missed the question.
It says, how TF am I supposed to deal with these focal seizures? I don't know what to do.
I'm sorry, but I missed what his symptoms
what do
were
they
of the
mean
focal
deal
awares.
with?
That's all it says. How
I
TF
guess like
are you
we
supposed
need
to
more
deal with these?
context.
Yeah, I need to know what are the focals? What does he or she feel?
I'm assuming this person is new to this, and that's all
Okay.
it says is how TF are you supposed to deal with these focal aware seizures? What am I to do? I need help. Or yeah, I'm paraphrasing a little bit, but yeah.
Well, I
don't
feel
know
the
what to
frustration
do.
out of that. I feel the frustration out of that person. I mean, I didn't do anything when I was having mine. Unfortunately, I did nothing. So I don't have any help. I ignored them. I didn't even go see a neurologist. I went to my primary care physician
That's what I
and
did.
said, and I said, "Do you know what these are?" Because I couldn't get words out of my mouth. I said, "Do you think this is perimenopause?" And she said, "No, I don't think so." And I said, "Okay." And I just went on with my life. And then I had uh, uh, what do you call it when you pass out and
Blackout?
shake? Uh,
Chronic.
Oh, seizure.
tonic clonic. I call it a floppy
Oh,
fish.
okay.
Floppy
Then I
fish.
had a tonic clonic and was taken to the hospital in an
Floppy
ambulance.
fish. Floppy fish. I like that
I
name
call it a
better.
floppy fish. I had a floppy fish. And so then my focal aware seizures continued, but I didn't know they were seizures. I called them brain glitches to everyone. And when I told the neurologist about it, she was like, okay." And then she went back to it, but she didn't really take them seriously. She just like wrote it down in the chart, brain glitches. And it wasn't until I got my really good neurologist that I have now that has a similar last name to me. But it wasn't until I got him that he said, "Oh, those are focal aware seizures and they come from the temporal lobe." And they were three different kinds. So I didn't do anything because I didn't know what it was. I would sit there here in my chair and witness my brain malfunction. So that's what happened to me. I didn't do anything. Now, looking back, I realize I'm like, why didn't I do anything? That's really scary. But I had so much else going on in my life that I was like, oh, okay. And I just ignored it. So that's what I did. Nothing.
Yeah, you called them brain glitches, and I called them precursors. So for like 10 years, I was having these and I wasn't explaining it to my doctor. And when I did explain it to him, it's because I found out here that it's actually a seizure and instead of a precursor. And then when I told him, he was already on his way out the door to retiring in a few days.
Did
So,
you did you tell friends or family?
about what, the precursors?
Yeah.
No, I just decided let's go lay down because this means I might have a seizure. And come to find out, I was actually having a seizure. And like I said,
Whoa.
it's been happening for 10 years. And I told my doctor, my neurologist, and he was quite disappointed. But with his tone, I was just kind of like, "You're retiring, so why are you yelling at me?" And it went in one ear and out the other.
Whoa.
I think I did have those. I did have a lot of those blame. It's late for me. Sorry. Brain glitches. Is it like a twerk in your brain? Like it turns off for like a split second. Like
Yeah.
it's like a shock in your brain really quick. I don't
Yeah.
know. It's really hard to describe. I did have
Mhm.
a
Like your brain flickers.
all the time. Yeah.
I swear, can I tell my three different kinds?
Go
Sure. Go
ahead.
ahead.
So I would get a feeling at first, like a deja vu feeling, and then I would get a stomach drop, like I'm going over a roller coaster. And then it was one of three things. Either like words that I was reading in English would all of a sudden seem foreign, and I'd be like,
Oh,
"What?
I
That's
get that.
weird." Or I'm like watching TV and the English words I'm listening to all of a sudden sound foreign, and I'm like, "Oh." Or I can't get words out of my mouth. It was one of three things. And it happened one time in front of a client. I was talking with someone on Zoom and all of a sudden I just couldn't talk. So I just stopped talking and looked at her on Zoom and she didn't talk. It was very awkward for like 30 seconds, like this. And afterwards, I said, she's like younger than me. And I was like, I think I'm going through perimenopause. And it's like, she did not contact me again. I don't blame her. Like, you do not want to hire a CPA who, for like 30 seconds, just sits there looking at you. So I don't blame her. That was really funny to me. Okay. And then one time I'm driving a car with my friend and the same thing happens. I can't talk to her and she's like talking to me and I can't answer her questions. And then I get this really big hot flash all over my body. And then it goes away and I can have a conversation with her and she's like, "Was it that one of those things?" And I said, "Yep, that was one of those things." And she's like, "Are you okay to drive?" I'm like, "Yeah, I've been okay to drive the whole time." And I keep driving. So my friends and family all knew about this. And then after that one, I had like my floppy fish seizure like a week later. So we are both so lucky I didn't have the floppy fish in the car. So anyways, thank you for listening.
I don't know.
Thank you
I
for
I
laughing about it.
the confusion because I get those leading up to the grand malls. Like I get more and more confused, and so I start to shut down my body. That's what I get or used to get. But yeah,
Yeah.
that
I had
sounds familiar.
those feeling like those like one of them is called aphasia. I think that's where you can't talk, and those other things where I can't read and can't understand people talking, like brain glitches. That's what I call them, brain glitches. Like
Yeah.
brain glitches. Though
I
those
get the
stupid things.
aphasia often.
Yeah, man,
My
those things were happening
son.
twice a week for
Oh,
many, many months. Oh my God, all the time. And like
scary.
my friends knew it, my mom knew it. Like I'd be on FaceTime with her and I'd just stop talking. She would just sit there and be like, "Okay, I'll just wait." And so like no one told me to go to the doctor. Like
I don't. That's terrible.
well, none of us knew it was happening. And
Right?
like, so,
Well,
I'm sorry, but like
I know. I'm not saying it's terrible, your family or
no,
anything. I'm just
no,
like
but
that's so sad. Like,
I'm
oh
fascinated by all of this now. Looking back, I had all these other like all these other things going on. Like my dad's getting cancer, and like I can't go. It was a really horrible year, and I'm also like having this stuff dripping out of my nose, the CSF leak, like all these other things, horrible. And so this is just like this little teeny part of it.
no. Right. So it's hard to figure out where the hell is this coming from and why.
Yeah,
And
and
yeah,
none of them are connected. The CSF leak and the epilepsy are not connected.
wild, wild.
So,
Yeah.
anyways, those to me are brain glitches, but they're temporal lobe seizures. This person was questioning focal aware seizures.
Mm-hmm.
We're talking about focal aware seizures. That's
Mm-hmm.
how I experienced them.
Right.
And I told my friends and my family, and we would all watch it happen. And I didn't do anything about it.
Yeah.
That was my answer to the question.
I've had some very similar to that too. My husband was, I mean, I knew that like when I was coming out of it, I would be burning hot and I'd be like, God, why am I so hot?
All over your body?
Oh, yes. And just sometimes I'm soaking wet too. And
Mine lasted like 30, 45 seconds, and then they'd go away and I'd feel normal again.
mine
Yeah.
they can happen during, before, after, they can last for a while, but usually if it's a big one, I'll be so hot that I'll actually wake my husband up, and if he touches my skin, he'll be like, I can't touch you. You're so hot. And I'm like, okay, just give me some meds or something then, because I don't know. I just feel awful. Yeah,
You know
but the
what's
stomach
odd?
drop thing, had that before. Not fun.
You know what's odd?
What's that?
With my wife, she used to say I was really like I would give off so much heat.
It can be an aura, or it can be part of the seizure, which obviously we all know auras technically are part of seizures now. But yeah, like that's, I believe it, Angel, because I don't know where the heck it's coming from or where it has come from, but it certainly is a thing with me. The heat. And yeah.
It's always better to get it's always good to get a better understanding of this, and on that note, I gotta get out of here because it's like 11:15 here.
Yeah, you need your sleep, Kevin.
Yeah, and
Who needs
food
sleep?
too because I haven't eaten yet. So I'll see you Friday, I hope, and I'll see everyone
We'll
later.
tuck
All
you
right,
in.
Hey
Bye.
guys. Bye,
it was a
Kevin.
good meeting.
I'm here other days. Too late now.
Amadeus. Amadeus.
He can always come back for insomnia if he can't sleep, right?
I'm gonna fall asleep to Insomniac.
Hey, people are welcome to try back anytime.
You gonna
Yeah,
stay up for Insomniacs tonight?
I'm gonna sneak the computer upstairs if I'm still awake.
Yeah, I figured we don't switch it to Insomniacs until midnight because that would just make it like 9 over there. But I don't mind going off topic a little earlier tonight.
All right.
I usually try to go in between 9:30 and 10. Then you're
We'll stick to
officially
your
have
schedule.
insomnia if you're up at 1 o'clock over there. You know what I mean? We're up right now just playing video games and watching movies. You don't have insomnia. It's
You
almost
watching
1 o'clock.
Muppets?
Movies.
Huh?
Movies.
Are you watching Muppets?
No, afraid not.
Oh, I was about to say, which one's your favorite Muppet?
I can't even remember.
Animal.
Animal's my favorite.
Me
I
too.
have an
the
animal
drummer.
T-shirt still.
Me too. When my daughter was born, I was wearing an animal T-shirt.
I mean, how could we all not love Animal?
Exactly.
If you think Muppets are creepy.
What?
Sorry, I lumped that right in with Barney and Teletubbies and all that. Yeah.
Some of the responses to the how am I supposed to deal with seizures, focal aware seizures? One was live the living dream. I know they feel crazy. What does that even mean?
I have no idea.
Another one says, I mean, I guess my answer depends on what on what you mean by deal with them. Like I kind of just let them happen. If my emergency med doesn't work, which usually they do, and sleep a ton after. Someone else said deep breaths, try not to follow the deja vu and wait for them to pass. Use a clobazam as a rescue med because I get long predromes or prodromes, so I can predict when mine will hit. So I will take one of those and usually works for around 20 minutes or so. People who have never experienced focal seizures don't seem to able to comprehend how awful they are and feel. The drop in your stomach and the sudden terror and the racing heart and sweating, the feeling of feeling everything and anyone at one time, anyone says or does just compounds the deja vu. They're horrible. That sounded like a lot.
Grateful to have them unaware now.
Someone
I
else
used to
said,
think
I
just
am.
losing time was annoying.
Yeah,
That was an
missing time is
excellent
annoying, especially when I don't know how much times I missed.
Or
Were you
somebody
saying something,
tells
Raven?
you.
Oh, sorry. I said it was an excellent description.
Another one says, I sit it out and hope they don't progress into a TC. Me too. I thought they were precursors, so I just sit it out. Another one, I am completely unaware that they are going on and out of control of what I'm doing with no aura whatsoever. I've gone so far as to be on the phone and driving in a car at the same time while going through one. They always generalize. Somebody else here mentioned benzos, and I'm the same. If I don't get on Ativan drip, I'm going down. The driving on the phone and all that, that's not much to brag about, but pray for the people around you. Telling employers of your epilepsy. Do you tell employers of your epilepsy in your interviews? You're going to, in your interviews, you're going to, that you have epilepsy specifically if they ask. I always feel like I'm not going to get the job because people hear that word and don't want to risk the and liability. So I tell them, but sometimes I feel like it's unnecessary. And if I haven't had a seizure in over a year, I feel like I'm cured, even though I'm not. and you can never really be cured. I never told the employer until afterwards. Some I didn't point it out until a seizure. Yeah, but you should. I'm older now. I think you should definitely let your job know. I mean, not get the job and then let them know, so they can accommodate you through that. But yeah, don't start off by I have epilepsy. Where do I sign? Usually doesn't work for me. Someone else said, nope. Lawyers have told me never tell them until after you're hired, if you have to. Someone else said, you are not legally obligated. I was once having a great interview, found a way to ease my condition into the conversation, reassure them that I was medicated and all that jazz, didn't get hired. Went back 2 weeks later and 3 people in the room instead of 2, didn't mention my epilepsy, hired on the spot. Last time I had a seizure in my late teens. I'm 26 now, but I definitely would let any future employers know that I have a history of epilepsy. Better to be safe than sorry, and they'd always at least know I have a history of seizures should I ever have one at work. Yeah, that's a good one. Tell them. Is every tongue bite a seizure? Normally, when I have a seizure, I bite the side of my tongue and bite the side of my tongue severely, pee, injure myself, etc. And I'm on a medication that has finally kept me stable. But lately, I wake up with bites at the top of my mouth and the top of my tongue. It's tiny, like the type you get when you accidentally injure yourself when chewing food. There's nothing else to indicate a seizure, so I'm not sure if it's a seizure still. Can you help me out? I usually take it as when I wake up with a chewed up tongue, I had something going on in my sleep. Something. There's no other reason for that. So I'm not chewing in my sleep. So obviously, yeah. Chewed up tongue is a sign. Anyone else get a chewed up tongue and take it not as a sign? Oh yeah, and the part where tongue severely, pee and injury, those are definitely signs.
If I had my tongue is chewed up, I had a bad one, and for some reason somebody didn't wake up. Yeah, I don't know anybody else.
Yeah, someone also said, with all these years of research I've done, I've never found a single shred that tells me otherwise. Yeah, but it's better than sawing off a chunk, literally. It is. Advice for being home alone. Hi, I currently have a diagnosis of PNES, but because of my symptoms, I'm on the wait list for the EMU stay in 5 weeks. I was sent to a psych ward, but they treated me absolutely horrible, accusing me of faking, just being stressed, actually physically hurting me to prove I was conscious. I wasn't. I'm being discharged in an hour, and I just need to know what I'm going to do when I get home alone. I do have PNES. Some seizures are fully aware despite being tonic-clonic, so those are definitely PNES. However, I had seizures where I'm completely gone, unreasonable, froth at the mouth, and my O2 sats drop in the 80s. Yesterday, a nurse told me it went exactly 80 when they called the ambulance. I have regular seizures daily to every few days, and I don't know in advance. It's going to be PNES or not. I never have more than 2 seizures in a day, but the epileptic looking ones do cluster at times. I'm wondering how to deal with it when I'm home alone. I have no rescue med or any medication whatsoever, really, and I'm horribly terrified that if I call an ambulance every time, by the 3rd time, they'll just hang up on me. What do I do? How can I keep myself safe, alive for 5 weeks? Do you have any advice? Alive for 5 weeks? I live day by day. Jocelyn, you can answer this one. You're home alone a lot.
I'm sorry, but I zoned out.
Um,
Can you
this
summarize it
person,
really quick for me?
advice for being home alone with no rescue bed.
With no rescue med? I mean, this is tough. I mean, where do they have neighbors, family?
Didn't say.
They didn't say. You know, I tried getting a smartwatch to like have it call a friend if I fell over, you know, if I had a seizure. And I got one of the Apple Watches and I couldn't get it to work. And it, I know, I tested it. Like I hear that other people get it to work, but it kept calling 911 when I was sleeping. And
Uh,
I know, and so that was frustrating. The 911 people were really friendly. They said it happens a lot. So they would call me back. They'd call my phone and be like, "Are you sure you meant to call 911?" And I'd say, "No, it was my Apple Watch." And they said, "Yeah, it happens all the time." So I gave that up. Um, I still like the smartwatch, so it's fine. But so I'm stupid with technology, so you know, you could get a smart like it's not necessarily affordable for everyone, but you know, you could try getting a smartwatch to call a neighbor or a friend in case you have a seizure. So that's what I tried doing. I was pretty nervous about that. And, what else? I have, I'm very fortunate in that I'm very close with my neighbors. They go and get my prescriptions once a month when they're in, because I'm not allowed to drive until December 7th. Um, we can, you know, like, if you live in a city, we can take the bus. Um, yeah, it's really hard when you're not allowed to drive, I have to say. I rely on my friends and my neighbors a lot. I really do. I don't know if my family is they live out of state, so I don't have them. They wish they could be here, but they can't right now. So I rely on my neighbors and friends a lot.
um, yeah. I try to rely on a few people around. It has its times. But I got one here. It says, "How much do you eat? How much does what you eat affect your seizures?" The first comment says, "100% affects me. I've had doctors, not neuros, reject the idea of it, but they have zero idea, and I'm the one living with it." Uh, how does what I eat affect my seizures? Um, I don't know. They told me water was good for me. So working with that. You guys have any diets that you think you should not have?
I just need to eat more. I have a problem with not eating enough, and I lost 20 odd pounds since I got epilepsy, and I only weighed like 125 pounds to begin with, so it's not very healthy, but you know, it's hard to eat when you don't want to.
Yeah, the height to weight ratio. Yeah, you said you're 125 pounds.
I am 102 pounds now. I was 125 pounds and 5'3", and I lifted 50-pound buckets of ice cream all day long. I mean, all weight all day. I would work 10-hour shifts and outwork all the little teenagers and 20 somethings that were running around me. And I still have, I can still do it. You can still see the muscle go, but I had really big muscles and everything. I was very, very fit. And then I got sick. And just all of the weight just dropped off because of all the different medications. It's just not, when you're going through them, everybody talks about it, right? sleeping all the time and you're trying to make, is this medication going to work? And you're having more seizures. Y'all know what I'm talking about. It's just when it's really, really intense, it's really intense and you lose weight. Don't do that, everybody. It's not good.
Yeah. Also, Sia's here.
Yes.
And Jocelyn, you said something earlier that I was like, maybe Sia could help you with that. But she's here, and I don't know when she got here. I wasn't looking. So, hey Sia, how you doing?
She got here 5 minutes ago.
I haven't been here for very long, but I'm doing okay, just resting still.
Jocelyn has the Apple Watch, and she said it's not working for her.
I did ask in chat what series she had.
I know. I have to look up how to find that out. I'm looking. This is how technology challenged I am. So
no, it's all good.
Yeah, no, I appreciate. As soon as I figure this out, I'll tell you.
No worries. Take your time.
Thank you.
Of course.
But what is it called? Sia, how much does what you eat affect your seizures, if any?
I would say, I mean, I thought for a while that the keto diet was helping. But obviously I'm still not doing the greatest, and I literally like I think it was maybe like a week and a half ago went back on the diet. And I started to feel pretty weak, but I do have the med increases to deal with now too. So I don't know how much that is like causing me to feel worse right now. But I would say that it is still helpful to have less sugar intake, less caffeine, and less carbs. Because I think Court has talked about this before. Helping the vagus nerve system helps, your brain. It's all connected. So it's still very helpful.
So to that question, also someone said I unintentionally ate keto for a few days because I'm on a weight loss journey, and I noticed it helped me a lot. Same with intermittent fasting for 18 to 24 hours a day. Someone said, admittedly, I eat like shit and I haven't had a seizure since March 2024. It depends on the person, I guess. Yes. Someone said if I eat a lot of carbs, I will 100% have a seizure, so it affects me massively. I have to eat before I take my meds or I will get terrible stomach aches. I don't for some reason.
I used to throw them up like within a few minutes, but my stomach's a little more used to it now, I think. But I still try to eat right before, which means I'm gonna have to go eat now.
Did drinking, like more than a bottle of water or something, do the same thing for you? It cause the nausea if you drink too much, just like if you eat too much?
No. Well, I mean, that's just me.
What about cinema?
So I always have a big, like a giant bottle of water, a cup of water with me all the time. Because, yeah, they took away my coffee, and all the caffeine, and all the sugar stuff. So a lot of water. But yeah, if I drink a lot of water and don't have any solid food on my stomach, and then I take the pills, because I also take Epidiolex, which is the liquid cannabis that's made by the pharmacy, and I think it has some kind of alcohol base or something, and when it hits my stomach without something solid with the pills. I think the combination of the two just sets me off.
Doesn't go. Yeah.
It doesn't go well. Yeah. It's pretty sad too. The few times it's happened, I've had to like call the pharmacy, be like, I lost my meds. I need a couple extra doses. And I know it's stupid, but please.
Don't ask me to elaborate.
Yeah, just don't. Yeah.
Boom. So I got something here, you guys. So it says, I need some support. Lost my partner to epilepsy. Every other time he has had a seizure, I've been there to call for help and catch him or move him. I slept in later that day and I found him already gone in the bathroom. The guilt and pain is unbearable. Our 4-year anniversary is just a few days away, and I loved him so much. I can't stop tearing myself apart thinking about how I could have saved him. He was my whole world, and my heart breaks over and over again. I'm really sorry to hear that.
I'm so sorry. That's
Yeah.
awful. Really.
Yeah.
It isn't your fault. It could have happened any time. It could have happened when you were in bed with him and you might not have woke up. I've stopped breathing a bunch of times in bed with my husband, and thankfully he has mostly woken up. But yeah, I mean, it's not your fault. I'm sure you feel like it is, but it's not. It can happen anytime to any one of us, unfortunately. And I don't know what else to say except you should probably get some counseling. Because
Right. I don't know what else to say either. That's rough.
Just don't beat yourself up about it anymore. And you definitely need to get some grief counseling for sure. Yeah. I mean, I think we're all feeling your loss. And it's not even our loss, but
Yeah, it sucks also that her anniversary is in a few days, she said.
Yeah, I mean, that's...
They're alone now.
It's just...
The timing.
So horrible. I can't imagine. But
start with don't blame yourself.
That's what I'm saying. Don't blame yourself. It was not your fault. And even if you had been there, that doesn't mean you could have done anything. Sometimes it just happens. It's too late. And that's all I have. And I'm really, 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 really sorry. But definitely.
The first comment says, holding yourself responsible for always being in the right place at the right time to save someone's life is super unfair to you. He likely lived much longer and much happier with you in his life. Your absence didn't end his life. The disease did. I'm sorry for your loss. I hope one day you find peace. And the writer said, thank you. This really means a lot. I hadn't thought about that all this way. It still really, really hurts, but this helped. He was only 31 and the love of my life. Oh, that's even worse. He was so young. The next comment says, I'm so sorry. This made me cry. It's very scary for us. My dad's best friend daughter, who would have been the same age as me, died in the shower on her honeymoon. This was back when we were in our 20s. Same thing, epilepsy, and we both got diagnosed with the petit mal around the same time. Somehow she went to a full-blown grand mal on her honeymoon. I didn't get my first grand mal until I was older. Someone else says, I don't know a lot, but I know 2 things. You love and were a blessing to your partner, and his passing was not because of anything you did. Please don't put this on yourself. You don't have any power to prevent it. That sucks. So, Now there's one that says physical limitations in college applications. I'm 25 years old and I have complex epilepsy. I was diagnosed with childhood absences as a kid and got all that cleared at 18. At 19, seizures came back with a vengeance as as a carer at the time and over the last few years unable to work, not necessarily of not necessarily a bad thing as I started realizing everything I'd done was for everyone else. I decided to apply for college, but it's quite far away. The only one available for my course. I'm currently in a state of being terrified. I do get in terrified of being terrified. I do get in and terrified, and I don't. I don't want to be defined by my seizures anymore. I haven't been in education since I was younger teen, so going back with as many obstacles as there are completely new scary experience. Epilepsy stole my mind, mobility, memory. For years, the physical limitations were insane, and everyone around me is telling me I'm wrong to apply, that I should just wait. The way I see it, it's been 5 to 6 years, and this could be my life. What if I wait and instead lose the opportunities? Anyways, I know I won't be only one who's questioned pushing themselves of their future. Any advice though? Your own experiences would be appreciated. Um, it sounds like me. My family didn't want me to work. Like I love working. Like I would love to be at work right now if I could. But yeah, I turned in my resignation letter and I didn't even know it was a resignation letter until I was walking in the door. Um, yeah, I was working, then I had a seizure, and then my stepmom decided you shouldn't be working. And she gave me an envelope and she's like, give this to your boss. And I didn't read it till I was putting everything in my locker. I was like, this is a resignation letter. What is going on? And yeah, he was like, you leaving? And I was like, I guess so. My stepmom gave me this to give to you. So I haven't worked since. I didn't give up on my own. I stayed every job after every seizure. It was always family. You should leave. You should leave. Stop this, stop that, and so on. Um, so yeah, college applications haven't did that at all lately. Did it one time, it worked, and been here ever since.
It was hard not to be resentful about something like that, though, because when it came to my family, they were saying, we won't drive you anymore. And catching the bus around here to get to those places wasn't always an option. It just didn't run that far. So that's pretty much the only reason I ended up resigning from mine is because I literally had to.
Yeah, so uh, learning new things. So going back to school right now wouldn't be exactly the best idea for me because retaining info has been a big deal for me. I can't remember anything new, possibly, unless I write everything on a sticky note, basically. Um, yeah, so at the time, I think like trying to learn things, I would literally need some one-on-one teaching because maybe sitting in a class situation is not going to work for me. Um, but yeah, I guess I'm not saying don't go to college or don't fill out the applications, but personal experiences they ask for. Anybody have any physical limitations? That's what this is. Um, personally, no. No. Um, my boyfriend is having absent seizures. Hi guys, bit of a backstory here. I'm in a LDR with this guy. What is that? I need to know before we
Long
go.
distance.
Oh, okay. Bit of a backstory. I'm in an LDR with this guy who has epilepsy. Although he hasn't had a full-on seizure, I'm sorry, I know all about seizures and are real and dangerous. I just don't know how else to describe it. The seizure was shaking and other symptoms. For a few months now, and before that, a few years, he does seem to have absent seizures, like a lot. We FaceTime a lot, and he will regularly, mid-sentence, He'll regularly be mid-sentence and then for a few seconds, 3 to 10 usually, stare off into space and stop talking. He then often either resumes the conversation like nothing happened or forgets what we were talking about. Before I knew what it was, I just thought it was the weed he had smoked. I made a joke and he seemed unaware of it, so I let it go. Now it keeps happening, and much more in the mornings. I've done some research and believe them to be absent seizures, very short ones, but very frequent. We called the hour. We called an hour the other night, and he had one every few minutes. I'm worried about him and want to bring it to his attention, but honestly, don't know how to bring it up or how worried I should be. Please let me know what you guys think. Um, I think you should be more worried that I don't know. I think you should ask and let him know. Then be worried if he doesn't want to talk about it. Ladies,
Definitely bring it up.
Yeah, bring it up instantly.
Oh, think about how the conversation might go. I mean, prepare the reasons that you have for being concerned and bringing it up so that he doesn't, or maybe is less likely to just shut it down if he can see why you're actually concerned and why this conversation is important. You heard that one, Lupa?
I'm sorry, what was that one?
Boyfriend having absent seizures. She didn't know how to tell him that he's having absent seizures, basically on FaceTime over and over and over again. She doesn't know how to have the conversation.
Just say, I think you're having absence. Bless you. I think you're having absent seizures. I think you're having sneezers.
Okay, yeah. It says, I don't know how to bring it up, but should I be worried?
If you're worried, just bring it up. I mean, it'd be more worried not saying nothing.
Yeah. Like, bro, you've been passing out for a while, having these absent seizures. You should go see a doctor. But yeah, LDR, I keep learning all these new terms. Someone in the
And that
comments
one, she
said,
might want to record it. Yeah, she could record that.
oh yeah, because you can screen record on iPhone. One of the comments says, tell him exactly what you just wrote here. Is it anything to be concerned about? And someone said, just be upfront with him. My brother does the same thing, and he genuinely has no idea of it. Even after we tell him, he has zero recollection of it. Someone said, oh, okay, so it's not really a sensitive topic to bring up. Then someone else responded to that. I have absences, part of my other types of seizures, and I have no idea they're happening, to be honest. I think someone letting me know how often would help me inform my treatment, and it's nice to know someone's actually got your back. I love that answer.
And definitely don't initiate a conversation like that to make him think that there's something wrong with him. Just keep it like all about the support.
Tenancy terminated because of my epilepsy. Hi, I'm an epileptic music university student in the UK, and I have lived at my student accommodation since September. I had already signed a tenancy with them and had my guarantor do the paperwork for next year, for starting next year in August, going from my current room into my next room, considerably larger, straight away rather than moving out and moving back in. A recent tonic-clonic led to the ambulance being called at 3 a.m., but my student accommodation, the emergency services, do not have access to the building, and from 5 p.m. to 9:30, 5 a.m. Oh shit, that does say 5 p.m. to 9:30 a.m. That's a long closing time. Building does not have access from 5 p.m. to 9:30 a.m. There is nobody in reception to let them in. My friend, who was also my direct next door neighbor, was with me at the time of the seizure. I get auras, so I had called her. By sheer luck, our other friend was awake and answered a text asking him to wait outside for the ambulance because she couldn't leave me. After this ordeal, she emailed management on my behalf and with my permission, asked for reasonable adjustments, such as emergency services having access to the building, delivery services such as Royal Mail and Amazon have access, but emergencies do not. Updated peak plans. I was told I had one, but I have never been informed what it is, seen or signed one. And staff first aid training in her emails. She said also disclosed that I had 400 plus seizures since living here. I have lots of type of seizures and cluster seizures. I am a manager. I am the manager, replied. She's sending us to the higher ups. 4 days later, she pulls me into the office for a chat and tells me the receptionist is gonna come in. And then she tells me that she didn't know the extent of my episodes and she's so sorry, but someone above her was straight up and canceled my tenancy for 2025, 2026 because they can't ensure my safety without 24/7 staff or security, and they can't do that. No warning, no meeting, no questions about my disability. They wouldn't be able to name a seizure type if their life depended on it. And all I received was a recommendation for another accommodation that was way more expensive and wouldn't fit my instruments anyway. So it's not even a viable option. I obviously informed them that I have breached multiple sections of the Equality Act and that they will need to delist the room immediately so that I can appeal this. They delisted the room and paused the cancellation because I'm having legal advice, free legal advice, because I cannot afford a lawyer, but I didn't let that on and informed them I will pursue them to the fullest extent of the law, contact my university, and contact the press, but I would like a meeting for mediation first. They agreed, so here we are from directly. Better understand your experience and work together to find a constructive way forward. We want this to be a supportive and open conversation. If it would be helpful, you're welcome to bring a next of kin or another person for support. This only happens after sent the site manager an email and copied the execs of the company. I also told them it's absolutely unacceptable to assume I need 24/7 care when that is very much not the case. The meeting is with People and Culture Director, who is also deputy safeguarding lead, alongside the operations director, who is also the safeguarding lead. I'm pretty much at my wits' end and have no clue what to do or what to even say to them in this meeting because I don't know what they truly want from me. And if they actually care about what they've done, I've told them they need to rescind their termination of my tenancy and just don't get why anyone would ever think this is an ethical or acceptable thing to do. I just want to get through it. And it would be my master's year, and without the accommodation, I will be homeless. Sometimes it's epilepsy, just keeps choosing more things to take from me. What can I do? Do I really have a realistic chance of rescinding the termination? Has anybody else had any discrimination like this before? Not turned down from a school because I didn't stay in a dorm, which would have been really convenient if I got a dorm and didn't have to get on the bus or stuff like that. Um, but yeah,
That one's been through a lot already.
I think you should try find a pro bono lawyer, see if that works, because you got something there. At least I think the person does. Yeah, they can't just take you out because we think you need more care than we can afford to give you.
Yeah, he's got a good case because he's already getting somewhere. He wrote those letters to the execs and something about the next level up, and they rescinded the apartment being available. Like they took it off to make it not listed. So now they know that he's looking into his rights and gonna make sure that they don't do something so unfair.
Yeah. That totally sucks. I'm gonna go to the next comment. It says, I mean, there's a lot going on here, and it's all sorts of levels of fucked up. Emergency services not being accessed 24 hours a day? Question mark. There are so many ways that can end poorly for any tenant, not just you. They may not be able to grasp epilepsy, but if their kid was living somewhere with emergency services could not get in, I imagine they'd have a real issue with that. Yeah, I like that. They definitely would. Next comment says, how are there no emergency services allowed in? What if there's a fire due to electrical issues? What if another student displayed violent behavior? Best of luck, and that's ridiculous. He said this situation needs far more advocacy than just a bunch of like votes in Reddit. Is there another group you can post this? Not necessarily on Reddit, perhaps a community group. A group I was in once turned to Twitter and tagged the university and whatever other organizations that may be involved. Here I would tag the university, police, fire, ambulance services, city leaders, your lawyer, etc., etc. Turn to Bluesky as well, as a lot of government organizations are turfing Twitter. I personally would take someone with me. Surely you would be allowed that. Take your best friend or family member. Have you turned to the local epilepsy society and or disability organizations? I would definitely have a discussion with the leaders of each of the first responders about the building security. It's not like you live in China where authorities board up doors and provide no exits when one unfortunate thing is the pro bono lawyer. Some don't put much effort into it. I see this whole issue as a major problem, and advocacy of any kind from anyone is needed. The one thing that bothers me, the university students violated your privacy in addition to exaggerating what is going on with you. That was the last comment, and it was fairly long. Another one, hearing aura. Not exactly how to describe this, but sometimes seemingly randomly, my hearing will almost go completely away in one ear for a couple of seconds, almost like stuck one side of my head underwater, but the other ear is completely fine. Anyone else experiencing this or something similar and have insight of it epilepsy related? Thank you for your advice. I get that time to time, but for some reason I'll get ringing in one ear and one ear would just go silent, or they'll both be ringing. And yeah, I wouldn't say that's a hearing aura for me, but yeah, you guys have hearing auras? There's someone who goes through it. In the comments, it says yes. I sort of get a similar hearing aura sensation. I wouldn't quite say it feels like I'm losing my hearing briefly, feeling like I'm underwater, such, though I can hear your comparison, but almost like a higher ringing, giddy sensation, a little bit like a bomb explosion shell shock sensation you ever hear in movies, though obviously not quite that dramatic. Like yourself, it is just one ear at a time and for a few seconds when this occurs, but I'm pretty sure it does occur in both ears, though obviously not at the same time as described above. The strength of them do vary. I often seem to notice them occurring when I'm busy, engaged in activity, including talking, or having a conversation, playing musical instruments like rear, surfing, swimming, playing video games, which is too odd, as my epilepsy is not photosensitive, and so forth. Though this never is a given, whenever I've described this to people, usually with family, people have simply dismissed it as being tendinitis, and I have often have done the same, but it just has gotten to be more simply tendinitis. I have attempted to make links as to whether it is a sign of a seizure, is on the way, or when it might happen, but I can never be certain. It is indeed strange. Don't worry. Another person said, yup, with a bunch of W's. I mean, bunch of U's. This happens to me, and I only recently also realized it could be seizure related. I don't know. I don't know though for sure. Does anyone suffer from seizures? It is most suffer from seizures. It is most likely when they get stressed. I have always had seizures. It's most likely always when I'm sleeping and I get 0, 3, or 4 times a month. It's mostly when I get stressed and have strong emotions, and those seizures have transformed into strained seizures that put me in a psychogenic vertigo, and I remain unconscious all throughout. My eyes are always open, but then I don't remember anything. I say things that I don't even remember. Does anyone else have this experience? It would be understanding. It would help me understanding my illness more. Sometimes I'm afraid. I'm afraid all the time. You just gotta keep on a good face. Yeah, stress can be a factor. Go to a comment. It says the stress factor is a very common trigger for seizures. It happens to be mainly that for reason, just whereas myoclonus also increases in state of stress. Greetings. Yes, studies have shown that when stressed, epileptics get more or worse seizures. Also, on the flip side, nearly all natural remedies for seizures are herbs that chill out, and yoga and meditation are both shown with help with seizures. So, all these arrows are really pointing to the fact that stress playing a sizable role in the frequency and severity of the seizures. It's a great way to put it. Oh, Brandon would answer this perfect. Anyone else develop epilepsy for some reason randomly as an adult? I developed epilepsy when I was 25 because I got shingles in my face and developed encephalitis, which then caused me to be diagnosed with epilepsy. It's really complicated my life and I'm struggling to adapt to it. Just wondered if anybody else had this experience. Not the encephalitis or the shingles, but actually, no, I didn't get it late in life. That was the main question. Anybody develop it late in life? No, I had it as early teen or mid to late teens. Random reason? No. Run over by a car. Someone else said yes.
Yeah.
Say that again, Kate.
No, you're good. I was gonna read a post that somebody just put on Universe a couple minutes ago.
I was just going to read this last comment. It says, yes, diagnosed in March, and I'm 41 years old, male.
All right, so somebody says a few minutes ago, unknown trigger, 40-year-old male. So I had a brain resection and RNS implant and went almost 3 years without a seizure. But then they came back when I got in a toxic relationship, probably a lack of sleep and stress. Broke up with her 3 months ago, hadn't had a seizure since then, but had at least 3 in 3 days and can't figure out why. Triggers have always been alcohol, lack of sleep, and stress. I was well rested, 14 years sober, not stressed, and didn't miss any meds. I can't for the life of me figure out what might have caused them. Any guesses? Flashing lights and caffeine aren't triggers for you. I guess there's no way to narrow down triggers until you start taking notes and see what
Right,
patterns
just some
you
journaling.
notice.
Do some journaling, know your signs, talk to your neuro, and try to avoid other triggers. Don't drink. Well, I'm not going to suggest what people do with their life, but I would suggest you do not drink. Doesn't go with the medication I heard. Wasn't a trigger for me, but to each his own. You got
Yeah, he
something
already
there,
said
Keith?
alcohol is one of his triggers.
Oh, okay. Yeah, don't drink. I won't grow out of it. What now? Since I was diagnosed at 12-ish, I was told by every nurse, doctor, specialist, and both parents that I would grow out of it, and that my epilepsy would go away before I was an adult. And I'm now 21, and at my worst recent appointment, 21, and at my most recent appointment, I was told I was told that this is permanent, and I will be on medication for the rest of my life. And it was nothing short of soul crushing. I hope the growing out of it has been the only thing keeping me going. What do I do now? How have y'all dealt with this? Um, so yeah, I'm just rock with it. Just got to go with what ball has been thrown at you. Just kind of, like Jeff said, one step, one foot in front of the other. Um, can't cry about it because he's got many more years to live with it. Um, someone said, "Well, you can join the club of long life epileptics." Yeah, we live pretty long life, I heard. Someone said, "I have changed my goal away from fix my epilepsy to deal with my epilepsy. You cannot get rid of it, so how can you handle it? I live in a place with good public transportation and medical facilities with great reputation. If someone gives you crap for having seizures or not driving, they are not going to even have a chance to be your friend. I go to therapy and have found yoga helps relax me. Now that I've been working on this for 25 years, it is hell of a journey. Your goal can't be to grow out of it, but can be to just keep going, keep growing, keep moving forward. Since I was diagnosed at 10, I know how hard it will be to accept that epilepsy isn't going anywhere, but it has not stopped me from living. I feel a seizure coming on, so I am able to drive. Oh, I can feel a seizure coming on, so I'm able to drive. I had a job before. I had a bunch of kids, by the way. I have 4 healthy kids. I'm considered living in spite of epilepsy. I avoid triggers, but other than that, I live life as anyone else would. I'm 32 now, and my seizures have been well controlled for 10 years. I've been seizure free for almost 3 years now, but meds are a must for me. Me too.
That one does sound successful though. Like they know what works and put it to good use.
This one will get you guys to answer, ladies, because you guys are kind of quiet. Treating
All right, Lufa, listen up.
Catamenial epilepsy and PCOS. Hey everyone, I have catamenial epilepsy along with PCOS, and I'm feeling pretty stuck trying to manage both. If anyone out there has any experience with this combination or knows someone who does, I really appreciate any insight on it. Right now, I am at 275 milligrams of Lamictal daily, and I asked my neurologist about birth control options for my PCOS as I was recently diagnosed. He mentioned that proconvulsant, estrogen is a proconvulsant, which can trigger seizures, and instead of suggesting progesterone, since it's a natural hormone that also acts as a convulsant, I've done some reading about progesterone therapy, but I'm still unsure about how effective it is for treating catamenial epilepsy, especially when paired with PCOS. I haven't come across any people with this condition using it. So if you know anything, whether it's from personal experience, research, or clinical perspective, I'd be really grateful to hear from you.
All right, so reading up on PCOS right now, and it looks like PCOS has been found in a high percentage of women with epilepsy, and that's polycystic ovaries or polycystic ovary syndrome.
Yep.
Progesterone therapy. Oh, yeah, so progesterone therapy is a treatment option for women with epilepsy, especially those that's catamenial because it's, obviously a natural hormone. So they were saying in this one that they were just surprised the doctor didn't even bring it up or recommend it.
Yeah. That's what I took it as.
Yeah, it definitely sounds like something that they would or that I would expect a reputable neurologist or epileptologist, whoever they're talking to bring it up. They are really quick to always go the pharmaceutical route instead of ever mentioning hormones. I don't think any of mine ever did. And that's a way better thing to use, from what I understand, than medications, especially when, you're still in childbearing years and all that.
Mm.
So I'm not surprised, but I'm glad this person is, or this girl is really doing her research and making sure that she brings up what she can to make sure that the doctor does actually tell her all her options. A lot of doctors don't. What do you think, Lufa?
Oh, my doctor kept talking about working out and eating healthy is the best thing for you, and I was like, "That's great, dude, but that's not gonna fix everything." So I really think it just does depend on like advocating the fuck out for yourself real hard and real bad. Cause I think that I have endometriosis of some form, and I don't want to get the surgery because I don't want to make it worse. So that means I can't get diagnosed with it. And I was also basically just told by my primary doctor that basically the only way I can get diagnosed with normal hypermobile EDS is if you're dying from it. So I just have to wait till I'm dying from it to get diagnosed with it. So it's basically just our care system. I forgot what the premise of the question is. I heard something about PCOS. I don't have that, but that sucks. That's tough.
It was
Yeah,
more
there's
about
actually,
catamenial.
yeah, they're just asking how to manage it, treating it. First comment says you should talk to a catamenial epilepsy specialist. They also have GYNs who will help you work work on everything together. Someone else says, I have PCOS and I'm taking lamotrigine too. I think your doctor is right. Estrogen is a proconvulsant and progesterone is an anticonvulsant. So taking the combined pill isn't a good idea. Also, the combined pill can decrease the amount of lamotrigine in your blood. So be careful with that. Progesterone is probably the best option. I manage my PCOS naturally as I don't like taking hormones. I don't have it completely under control though, unfortunately. Kids after injury. Kids after injury leading to epilepsy. Anyone have kids that has been diagnosed with epilepsy due to an injury, for example, head trauma or brain trauma? Want to know the process? Want to know the thought process, as I am a bit on the fence, as I always am, unsure if to feel safe that my significant other would need to potentially take care of both a kid and me if a seizure happens. I'm assuming this person has epilepsy too.
Yeah, it sounds like it.
The freaking hiccups won't go away.
Drink some water. There was some stupid post earlier today. I read, why do people say it's so much more romantic or something to look into the eyes? And somebody posted, I do that so I don't look at her boobs.
It's a nice pair of knockers you got.
That reminds me of
I went to the
Hangover.
store the other day, and I got this shirt like 2 years ago from the thrift store. No, from the thrift store for like $5. $5, and they're selling them back in, I think it's American Eagle or something, for like $38 or something.
Okay.
Bad boy, like 2 years ago. These
Nice.
won't go away. Ah.
Hold your breath.
It says, so anyone issues with taste after going into status? I've never went into status, but I'm going to read this anyway. It says, hey, recently I was induced in a coma after a week after going into status. As far as I know, my MRI was clear, having some issues getting in touch with my neurologist, but since then, I've not been able to taste anything that isn't sweet or fizzy drinks are a no-go. Has anyone had this or similar before? If so, did it go away? Thanks in advance. Do you guys have any tasting issues after seizures?
That's one way I can tell if it was a long one or, uh, TC that's worse than usual because things just don't taste the same.
Is that what it means if okay, because sometimes like after I have a seizure, things all taste just metallic for a really long time. They just taste like metal in my mouth.
Yeah, right. Like you're chewing on the
Yeah,
battery or something.
like no matter what I can do, I just can't. It's like an awful taste. And like even after all the other symptoms have gone away, that one just lingers. And it just everything just tastes bad for like the next 2 weeks. Like after my seizure, after we moved, everything tasted like metal and like oil and gas or whatever. I would guess that would taste bad, nasty. So I'm guessing that
It
it
hangs
was
around for like longer than your muscles are sore and all that. Everything else
yeah.
feels better first.
I'm guessing that that seizure was a little longer than some of the other ones I've had.
There's a suggestion here that the insular cortex, a brain region crucial for taste perception, is frequently affected in temporal lobe seizures. And they're saying that's a possible cause of status. So yeah, I guess if it takes up the whole temporal lobe, then more likely to have taste issues.
Yeah. They've said that I mean, the thing with my seizures is they're so like there's so much not known about them because there's like no one there to oversee them when I have them. Um, I'm working on getting a nanny cam, but I don't know. There's just like no one there to really see them or like because I've definitely had a lot more than have been seen, and usually they last around 2 to 3 minutes, but they started like I would get them like every 5 6 months, and then I'd get them like every other month, every 2 months. So it was starting to get more frequent and more frequent as I kept getting older, which is eventually why I got the medication and everything because they couldn't control themselves. But I wonder if some of them have been a little longer because I do get left sometimes. Only like 3 times have I been left where, and that last time was the worst where my mouth was left feeling all like gross and metallic and nothing. It just like I didn't even want to eat anything because everything just tasted like metal and like dimes. I had pennies in my mouth.
Somebody's saying yesterday sucked. Woke up, rolled over. Boyfriend told me I seized in my sleep. Get up, nausea, throw up, go back to bed, and just start uncontrolled weeping. This is rant. She's saying, why is this my life? Next thing you know, I'm waking up on a gurney, going down the stairs, blink again, I'm in the ER. One more time, and I'm shivering to death on a gurney, probably from shock, since I apparently had 3 seizures at home and 1 in the ER. Then napped the day away. Didn't get to leave till this morning, so they kept that one overnight. Hopefully they accept my disability application this time. And she finishes it up by saying, how was your Monday? Better than mine?
That sounds like
The first comment is saying, how are y'all handling the bills?
Oh, and she writes back saying Canadian.
Mm.
So in Canada, they're so quick to take somebody in who had a couple seizures and without question keep them overnight. And that's a Monday. That's a business day. They got to have the right people on staff to actually know what tests to order and get this data on file. I mean, Lufa, you got to understand that, like, how much it can slow down your treatment when they just don't have proof of the seizures. Down here, it's like they need something on video or an EEG, like you to have as many seizures as possible on an EEG. Why does it take them so long to order it?
Well,
That's annoying.
it's so weird. It took me having a seizure in the neurologist, walking out of the neurologist's office after they gave me an EEG that said that I was completely fine for them to send me in for a full-on EEG, because the EEG that said that I was completely fine, he just didn't know how to read it. He just didn't understand what it was saying. He was like, it looks a little weird, but should be fine. And I walked out of there and I have a seizure in his office. And then I wake up in the fucking ER and they're like, yeah, you had a seizure walking out of the neurologist's office. So he ordered you a week-long EEG study. And I was like, yes, finally, you can see.
Timing is everything.
Yeah, and it's the fact that it wasn't even like I did anything wrong. It was just the fact that he didn't know how to read it. And when I asked the specialist, he was like, well, it takes that extra year of schooling to understand how to properly read the EEG and whatnot. And I was like, oh, that would have been nice to know like 8 years ago.
Yeah, we've seen that before when some medical student or somebody said they only get like one class that includes some information on reading EEGs, but then a lot of other medical students wrote back all offended and boo-hoo, but it's true. We've all had neurologists that definitely don't know as much about seizures as it seems they should. And epileptologists are too hard to find.
Well, and I'm glad I live like in Illinois where there's like a big city and I'm close. I'm like an hour, 2 hours away from Chicago. So they have all like the special treatment centers and shit down there. Actually, when I was getting my EEG study done, there were these construction workers working on a building, which is going to be the Children's Cancer Center, an extension of it. And they were fine as hell. I probably looked like some sick dying child because I was like pale and I looked like ET and I had all that shit wrapped around my head. And I'm like looking out the window, looking at them, and I'm over here thinking like they can't see me. And there they go waving at me, and I'm like, oh my god, guys, hey, what's up? Didn't you know y'all could see me? How do I look? I hope I look good. I'm of age. I'm of age if any of you blue collar workers want to come pay these bills over here.
Lufa, you are so great. Just know that you're such a great person.
Thanks.
Love the vibes and all that good stuff.
Please take your medication as prescribed or whatever works for you. We're not doctors.